they say I have a grim sense of humor.
화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final time that we'll be in the Chijijik Lol Park here for the LCK Cup this year. After this, we're going to be heading to Hong Kong to see what our top 3 are going to get up to. But for now, we need to cut that number from 4 to 3. One of these teams is going to be going home, D+ Kia or T1.
Sorry,
it's going to be a good day of League of Legends. I think the stakes are incredibly high.
Yeah.
You have T1 recovering from that upset loss to BNK and D+ trying to regain footing here. D+ started off the season great, looked great in Kespa Cup before LCK Cup as well, but I still think T1 are the favorites. They beat D+ 3-0 last time around. We'll see what the bottom lane matchup is looking like today, with Smash carrying D+ across the line their last matchup against DNS, whereas PEAS had a bit of a rough day up against BNK.
Yeah, and of course, they were up against Diablo. That guy looked absolutely fantastic yesterday, even if it was
crazy
that
they're going to Hong
ultimately
Kong
was
after
the
this.
80 carry that reigned supreme.
That is going to bank so hard.
Kind of amazing, the
Chat, for the
pedigree
ad
of carry
situation,
that we have in our top 4.
I need to run them
Kinda
now
sad that we have to say
and
goodbye
then
to
after
either
draft,
PEAS
okay?
or Smash here today, but I think we're in
If
for
you want
a
to go
treat
swap
when it comes to
stream,
that
feed your
bottom side
fish,
of the
walk your
map.
car,
Outside
do
of
whatever you got to
perhaps
do.
the support matchup, which may be
Do your thing.
extraordinarily
Sorry about this.
DK,
Wait,
though,
my
they
breakfast
did manage
is
to get over the line
oats
against
with
DNS.
protein
I think
powder
the only
and
reason they
berries.
dropped the game was because they ego
W
drafted
breakfast.
the heck out of game 3. And sometimes, you know, you've got CV Max as a coach. That's just the thing that's going to happen.
Look at this, by the way, the Hong Kong skyline. It is incredible. I have spent a lot of time in Hong Kong myself.
Sadly, it's
Actually,
getting
remember
stronger.
that view, because isn't that from the top of the mountain thingy that you can go and see?
You can go up to the top.
Yeah.
You can take the ferry across.
Is that Hong Kong?
You know, there's 2 parts of Hong Kong, the main side and the Kowloon side, where we'll be here for the finals.
The Kowloon
Very
side.
exciting. Whoever loses goes home, so to speak, but more than that, it's not getting to go. Whoever loses stays home, Atlas, and doesn't get to go to Hong Kong.
Yeah.
If you look at the history between these two teams since 2019, the entry for Damwon Gaming, it has been T1 favored 9-3. Really only in that extremely dominant era for D+, or then Damwon and Damwon Kia. There they were winning in 2021. Do you see them take the big wins? They did win in the World's Qualifier round 1 as well. But in terms of series like this in playoffs, it has been very T1 favored.
It certainly has. You saw 2020 was kind of omitted. That was when it was very much the D+ or Damwon era at that point in time. Not very much
Smashy
of a
versus
era.
T1.
Yeah, it wasn't very much of a T1 era. They did make their way back in 2021, and then from that point on, it was very, very red side favored as far as the colors of the teams, not the side of the rift. It's a little bit confusing there. As, yeah, this bottom lane is, I think, where a lot of people's eyes are going to be glued for positive and negative reasons on the D+ side. But let's have a look at our predictions.
Yeah.
And let's see how red it is. Pretty red.
Pretty red?
Wait, Jonas Strong. Oh, I thought maybe.
What?
Nah, it's all
What?
red and a few 3-2s. Jisung with the 3-2.
What?
Digon with the 3-2.
That is
Pony with the 3-2.
absurd, by the way.
I feel like 3-2 is a little bit crazy.
That is
I don't know whether
absurd.
T1 are going to throw away more than one game. I kind of thought that that was going to be the way that they do it. They do like to have a bit of a happy game every now and again.
Are we thinking 90 plus here for T1? Or are you thinking 95 plus?
92.7 is probably where I'm at. Whoa, okay, never mind. The Korean side, definitely a few extra D+
Yeah,
fans.
look at this.
59 to 41.
I swear, every time I see a
Only
14-0, it
76 here
ages poorly.
on the global side as well. A lot of D+ believers.
All right.
And I think part of this is that loss that T1 did recently take. And if you're just looking at recent
Unless it's
results,
Gen G.
obviously D+ had a positive and T1 had
Unless
a
it's
negative
Gen G.
result. But I do want to remind everyone what happened the last 2 times.
What's your
The
prediction?
last time these two teams faced off, it was not close, and D+ could not make a dent.
Yeah, and now
My
it's time to
prediction
hear from
is
the coaches and what
DK3-2.
they have to say about this matchup.
여기서 감독을 하고 있는 CBMX 김대우라고 합니다. 재밌을 것 같고요.
But the only way
좋은
that
경기하고
happens
있습니다.
is if DK gets
이제
wins
화면에 이제
early into the
그림이 잡힌
BO5.
대로
I think if
굉장히
DK's down 2-1,
이제
it's
최적으로
fucking
되게
over,
빠르게
by the way.
판단해서
It's just completely
유연하게
cooked.
잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고요.
It's just
저희도 이제 밀리지 않을 수
They
있게
need to start leading the series.
제 DK 방식대로 한번 잘 해보려고 합니다. 정글 바텀
We'll try and play the game the DK way.
이제
The DK
게임을 진행하는데 개입도와 영향이 높아서 그게 오늘 좀 주요할 것 같아요. 오늘 한번 재밌게 잘 놀아보자. 3대1 예상하겠습니다. 홍콩 꼭 가고 싶고요.
Where's my
가면은
coffee? Wait.
진짜
에이!
더 잘 준비해서 재밌는 경기 한번 해보겠습니다. 디퍼스기야 화이팅!
안녕하세요. T1 감독 꼬마 김정균입니다. 왠지 DK 만날 것 같았었는데 이렇게 또 DK를 만나게 돼서 오늘 경기 꼭 승리해야 될 것 같습니다. 티어 정리와 운영, 교전 등을 반복해서 좀 연습했던 것 같습니다. DK 상대로는 모든 부분이 자신 있다고 생각하고 있습니다. 일단 오늘 경기 핵심 라인보다는 모든 라인이 중요할 것 같고 세트 끝나고 난 다음에 계속해서 방향성을 잘 잡는 게 가장 중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 그래서 이전 경기보다는 좀 디플러스 기아가 경기력이 더 올라왔다고 생각하기 때문에 3대1 예상하고 있습니다. 오늘 경기 꼭
Both
승리해서
saying 3-1.
홍콩에서 경기하는 모습을 팬분들에게 보여드리고 싶습니다.
Here, fighting.
Man, I swear, CVMAX looked very nervous.
What is that?
Yeah, CVMAX did not have. That was not the pinnacle of a confident coach interview.
No, I would say, and it reminds me of course,
Flying
he was coaching Griffin back
to
when they were
Hong Kong. Does that say that?
unceremoniously slaughtered by T1 in that
How many LCK teams go to Hong
2019
Kong?
summer final.
Well, the
There have
LCK
been quite
bracket's
some
pretty
times
simple.
where
It's
he's
T1
been
DK.
on the receiving end
The winner
of
faces
some
FearX.
pretty brutal
The winner
losses
faces Gen G in the
against,
finals.
Coma and T1. So
From
we'll
this
see
point
whether
onwards, you're in
he
Hong
has
Kong.
managed to bounce back from that one, or whether those
So
were
winner goes
nerves,
here
you
and
know,
joins the Hong
understanding
Kong.
That, oh wait, I'm back here again, and it doesn't feel great. But both of these teams, this is going to feel great, as they are going to walk out into the Chichijik
That's
World
the
Park
bracket.
here for the final time of the LCK Cup. We will be back
Owner
here,
Lucid
obviously,
laughing.
for the LCK when it gets underway, but our last
Where's
two
Carrier?
matches here for the LCK Cup will
What?
be over in Hong Kong, as we've been talking about. Very excited to head on
Wait.
over there, especially for the food. I just love a lot of the food in Hong Kong. Anyway,
I want to get into this matchup in a more
He didn't
detailed
walk
way,
out
talking about
or fist bump.
overall
Is he okay?
stakes here. Obviously, we've already gone into that. The Hong Kong ticket is on the line.
Does he have like?
In terms of what happened
he has
to
like
T1 in their series against B&K,
He's sick.
I think two things were true, right? B&K came
Hey,
with a
Lil
really strong
Carrier.
strategy.
Hey,
they
he's sick.
played through their bottom lane. They were able to outplay FaZe specifically, I think, a lot throughout that series.
He
and
hurt
get
his
him
ankle.
Punished,
Or
like he was
wait,
punished
okay, I'm not
severely
gonna-
by the Pantheon. He was
I feel like
punished
chat's
when he was
just
trying to
making
farm
shit
in
up.
mid lane,
I could
and
believe it,
B&K
though. Maybe he
saw
hurt
the
his ankle.
weaknesses of T1. Now T1 have had since a lot of time to think about what they did in those drafts. They've had a lot of time to readjust in terms of what Como was saying there, in terms of how they team fight. And T1 has been one of the best teams ever. And I think we could almost confidently say have just been better than any other team at being rotational on the map, right?
Yeah.
Even if other teams are better than
He
them
tore
at
his
straight
ACL.
up back row or sometimes straight up team fighting, when it comes to making those decisions and pulling people around the map and looking like they're vulnerable and then turning that into a one-team fight and being able to rotate quickly into taking what looked like a 2v5 fight into a 5v4
Shu
fight.
has
you know,
to lock
because they
in today,
cut
by the way.
somebody off
By the
and
way,
they-
he
Talia's
needs to
walled
lock in.
Faker gets to that type of gameplay. I think stylistically crushes D+. And even in the games that D+,
That chain,
played
I
against
still
T1
don't.
last time
Every
in that
time I
last
see it,
best
it
of
still
5,
surprises me.
there were some ins
That
for D+.
thing's
It looked
fucking
like maybe
massive.
one of those
Yeah.
games especially looked pretty winnable, the Anivia game, and then T1 just said, nah, I'm taking control now. You make one mistake against this team, and they will thrash you.
Has he
And
got
I
his
think
eyes
that's one of
closed?
The weaknesses of D+ when they've started
No,
to
he
fall off a
doesn't.
little bit towards the middle part
Maybe he's already
of
done
this
his reset.
season is their decision-making hasn't been as crisp. They relied on their mechanics, and Showmaker's individual play has
Showmaker,
been
this is a big
insane,
day for
right?
you.
On his best days, they've
Chovy-
leaned on
the
that a lot,
Chovy
right?
series
The
was
evolution
rough, but
of
I
the
believe in you.
five-man unit hasn't necessarily been there. And
Oh,
you
my headset
already
running out.
alluded to it earlier. Smash versus FaZe, this is an epic matchup, obviously, because FaZe took the spot that Smash may have gotten otherwise, right, to replace
Yeah.
Gumayushi, and now he's over here on D+, wondering what it would have been like if it had been him wearing red on the other side. That's epic.
Smash
But
versus
Carrier
his
has
homies,
been
bro.
the mainstay support for this roster for a very long time, since that 2021
Oh,
roster.
I just
And
hope Carrier doesn't do
is still
unspeakable
finding
things
his
to
footing here.
Career.
And this mismatch between Carrier and Career,
Career, just
is
get the
one that's gonna
Lulu,
have
get the
every
Lulu,
D+
get
fan
through the
worried.
lane.
Yeah, I'm very worried about
And then
that
put some
one.
shields on
It's
people.
just not really it. And I want to go back to what you were talking about the stylistic differences, because I think it's been something that's evident throughout many, many years. And that is, on the T1 side, they have a habit of never giving up. And on the D+ side, if you even suggest a potential outcome of giving up, they'll take it. They'll take it every time.
Holy
And
chair,
that
coach.
is the
W's
problem.
on both
the
sides.
tenacity of T1 is what always overcomes against D+. And they've just always
T1 chose first
crumbled
pick.
at a certain point in the series. That's why you saw it so
Oh, they're going
T1
to draft.
favored towards the latter end of the last few years. It's just been a little bit of a wash, and I think the stylistic difference is going to be a big problem.
T1
unless
chose first pick,
D+ can
DK
get
chose
their act
blue
together. Let's see
side.
whether they can as we dive into pick and ban for game number 1. First pick going over to T1 here as D+ get
Now,
their
how many
favorite
supports
side
do you ban
in
on the
the
1,
blue
2,
side.
3?
We'll see whether
Okay,
they
1.
continue to pick that. They were experimenting a little
Let's
bit
just stay with
in their
1.
last series, but it looks like they're back to their blue side ways.
The good thing for D+ is that I don't think they want Korea to play Bard.
These are some good
and
DK
they
champs.
really don't want Keria to play it. So
There you go.
it's you know, it's a mandatory ban against Keria for most
Okay.
teams, but at least you don't feel like it's a detriment for
They're
yourself.
leaving Orianna open, I think,
As,
D+.
the
Nocturne
Ambassador
ban
taken
means they're
away,
just
it's a fantastic pick for both Shiyu and Lucid. I
weakening the
really like this
Nocturne
ban here
Orianna,
for
but they're leaving it
T1.
open.
Let's see if the Varus gets a look here. I think
Triple ban
Pantheon
on
is expecting
jungle
it actually
top
to be banned
area.
by D+,
Probably mostly
and be
jungle,
taken
but
away
Shiu's
first
Ambessa was
off,
kind of
and
sausage.
No Nocturne here.
They're
but
leaving
the
everything
Orianna
open,
has
DK.
been the stronger
Game
pick
1,
as of
are
late
they banning Rumble?
in the trade that we
Are
often
they banning
see in
Varus?
Game 1 between the Orianna and the Azir. And Showmaker's Azir also has left us a little bit wanting.
Yep.
So we'll see if that's a trade they want to go for. They
kinda
are going to
thought
ban the
this-
Varus.
Yeah, I kind of thought
Okay,
this
there's a
was
lot
gonna be the way,
open.
Like giving
Every
up,
mid,
giving over the
Rumble,
Rumble has been a
Yunara.
thing that D+ just kind of like doing these days. I don't like it personally. I
You
feel
good,
like
Ka?
Rumble
Yeah,
is still
great.
extraordinarily strong. but
Yeah,
they have
Nico's
been
open, but it's a bit
successful
hard to pick on
against the
blue side, I
champion.
think.
Doran's still going to lap it up, obviously. It's a fantastic
Rumble,
champion,
so
but
DK is probably going to opt into a Yunara Ornn comp.
They'd rather have the Orianna themselves.
just the way it
and so
goes.
they're just going to say, we'll give
They
you
do have
something
first
that
choice of
you
mid here if you
think
want
is
the
too
Zir from
strong to
Faker.
refuse taking, right, and give you the Rumble, and then we'll grab that Orianna ourselves. And with the
T1
Vi
could
ban,
go like
Rumble
Sinzhao,
Vi is
Orianna,
no
2-3.
longer as much of
They're
an
gonna take
issue.
Orianna over
Obviously, you're not
Azir,
worried about
okay.
that specific combo. There are other strong picks that can empower this Rumble, but that's the big one.
Yep.
And now
Orianna
we'll see
Jarvan.
the great ball
They
carrier
don't
picked
take
up here
Yunara.
early in the Jarvan.
And Jarvan really is one of the
I mean,
best
Orianna
junglers
Jarvan,
that's left
Akali's
up
good
and
into that,
available,
but I
right?
think
There's
Faker will pick
technically
Azir,
5
yeah.
junglers that have already been banned away. And so Faker will be able to hop onto his Azir. We know how incredibly good he is at this champion. Although they didn't win their Azir game last time they played, it was the Azir Ornn composition. If you remember that we didn't really
There's
like
Nico
all
on
that
3
much
brewing for D+.
against the Orianna comp, but I believe that
Azir
time around
Rumble
the
and
Rumble went the
you got
other
Sin, you got-
direction.
you
So
got
this will be a little bit of
Lee
a
Sin is
different
actually kinda
story.
nice,
It's the
but-
Xin Zhao for Ona. Happy 5th
Yeah, and then I
anniversary
think
for Ona,
it's
by
just
the way,
Ornn on 3.
and he is going to be on one of his signature champions.
Yeah, crazy to think it's been 5 years.
Unless he wants to go Gwen into
since
Rumble. I've seen him play that
crazy
matchup, but
10-man roster.
it's
Yeah,
a bit
right.
risky.
And now
He's a
he
big
was
Gwen
the mainstay
player.
towards the end of that 2021 period, and now he's
If
just
they
been
don't
the
pick top
fixture
here,
ever
they're
since. He
losing
says
Ornn.
He never wants to leave. He wants to be a permanent jungler for T1.
Yeah, I prefer the Ornn
But
side of
enough
this,
about
but
owners.
sure.
We will see the Cassante
Cassante
picked
is
up here in
also-
response to this Rumble rather than the Ornn in this draft here for D+ Kia. So our top sides are locked up. It doesn't get more T1 than this draft, right? Faker on
Yep.
here, Owner Xinjiao.
Elimination, strong title, title's fine. These jackets are fucking... Bro,
Is a classic.
what is that
Now to
material?
see
What is
goes
that?
on in the bottom lane, we really only have the Bard and the Varus taken away. Everything else is up and available. Sivir, a lot stronger for the side of D+ Kia here, just simply because they have the Jarvan on their side. I don't think FaZe is interested
Jinban
in
is
playing
good,
that.
they have double AP
Jhin,
Sole, I
definitely
like
worth
it,
a look.
but against
It's an
Orianna Jarvan
interesting
hard,
one,
but
though,
Pace
because I
Jhin
don't
is a bit
feel
annoying.
like Jhin is the champion for either of these players. I think probably more for Pace
Lulu
than
ban
it
from
is for
career,
Smash,
Scheisse. That's what I was saying, bro. If that guy can just pick Lulu and get to the lane, it's good, but that's already broken now. I think Corki is really good.
No one decided to pick her up yet. That Lulu is going to hamstring that pick just
Corki
a little.
is really
I do
good
think
right now.
taking away a lot of those range supports makes playing the Yunara lane a lot easier.
Because
Just simply
the range
because you
support open are
can-
Nico, Nami,
you
and
can
I
even
think
play
Corki
Alistair
pairs
with
well
it
with
if you
both.
want to, if there's just no way to really pummel you in the
With
lane.
Lulu out, you
Jhin
remove
is
like
gone.
Yunara a bit.
We'll see if they ban. Okay, they're
But
gonna
they
ban
banned the
Nami. I was
Nami.
gonna say just the Lucian straight up could have been the other way to play this.
So
And we
there's
may end up
Bard,
having
no, there's
Corki
Nico.
versus Yunara.
Corki,
But
Nico.
the Sivir is still a strong possibility here for D+, because it gives you a lot of wave clear, a lot of scaling, and empowers this composition, especially the front line of it,
I
incredibly
think
well.
Ezreal is a bit...
Yeah, I wonder whether we
I
are
think
going to
D+
see a
is
look
probably going
at
to take
Yunara
Ezreal on 4. I
regardless
think
of
giving
all of
Pace
these
Ezreal
bans
is
that
a
have
hedge.
come
I think
through
maybe
to a
T1
lot
could
of
ban
the
Ezreal here.
supports that She does like him by a lot. I mean, Bard, Lulu, those two being the ones. Nico
Or
is
Karma
still
ban
up
would
and
be good,
available.
actually.
That is a big deal. Maybe something that T1
Yeah.
could look at, but instead the Karma going to be taken
Because they're going to pick
Feels
Ezreal on
like we're
4, and if you
looking at
blind
a
Nico, they're going to
Corki,
Karma on 5.
Nico lane versus a
So now do you
Yunara
take
lane
Nico on
of some
4?
type.
Yeah, it could be the way. Unless D+ decide to lock away the Nico now, assuming that it is high enough priority to do so. You can always pick the Alistar
Keria probably going to have
into it.
some
It's
champ
something that
into
Keria has
Nico.
done in the past
Nico is so OP right now. Karma, Nami, Barter out.
I don't know whether you'd want to just blind
Does
pick
Career
Alistar
feel
here,
it?
because
Is he
I
feeling
don't
it?
think that you're going to stand much of a chance in that lane regardless here for D+, but definitely not if you're taking a cow down there.
It's so clear that this entire decision.
Oh, they're saying take the
is being
Nico, we'll
made
go
by
Ashe
Smash,
Seraphine.
right? Like you see the camera shot,
Ah,
you see the
smart. I
angles,
mean, they
you
could
see
go
CMax
Ezreal Nico, but it's not
trying
that
to
good. They
give
could
him
go
his
Corki
take,
Nico,
but
it's a bit
Smash
better.
ultimately makes the call.
T1.
He's gonna pull out the Ashe. Now, this doesn't
They're gonna have to cook something in
necessarily
bot,
have to be Ashe Seraphine.
because they're gonna get
Ashe Seraphine
Seraphine
will be gone for the rest of this series,
if
so
they pick
throwing
Nico.
the gauntlet down early
I don't know how
here,
that matchup
it
goes,
sets up
Seraphine Nico.
Orianna combos really well if you can hit anyone with an arrow. Yeah,
They could
obviously
go-
the
Kai'Sa
Xin Zhao
doesn't
is
sound
going to
that
absorb
good.
a lot of that pressure, but really any other target here feels
Don't
great.
you dare go
Wow.
Zeri Yumi.
Pulling out the Zeri straight up
Oh
here.
my
Zeri
god, they just went
Yumi.
Zeri Yumi.
Into a face
Oh
Ashe Seraphine?
my
Is
god.
that just complete suicide?
It is definitely a huge risk, I would say, in this
Oh
draft
my
here.
god, Keria is
And
playing
it's a
Yumi game
statement
1?
From T1
What?
to say Smash is, I mean, Smash basically 1v9 and pulled D+ across the line in their series against DNS to get here.
Chat, I'm gonna run the
And
ads. If you
Paige
can
and
avoid
Keria
ads
are
for the
like,
next 30
yeah,
days,
we
all
like-
three
we like to-
playoffs,
to
finals,
just
and first
tackle
hand, a
this
little
guy
bit
with
too.
our
You can
strong
sub
enough
now with a
opponent
tier 1
to
up to
name
Prime. You
enough.
don't have to sub if you
Now,
want to.
let's
Back
make
for the
the
game
bigger
starts.
and
Big
bigger
kiss after the
impact
answering
here
the
in
ads during the
this,
game. I'll see you in a
first
sec. Big kiss,
game,
much love.
as
Appreciate
there
all the
is not
subbers.
a strong traditional
So,
front line for this
that was an
Seraphine.
interesting
There's a
draft. They
lot of
banned the
heal.
Karma saying
The heal
take
that Yumi
Nico,
can provide,
and then
the
they took the
shielding,
Ashe and
obviously,
said,
the
no, you take
survivability she's
Nico,
gonna
we're gonna
have
play
is
Seraphine. And they
pretty
said, no, you
high
can play
to be
Seraphine,
that
we're gonna go
hyper carry in
Zeri
teamfights and
Yumi
break through
and
the
play
health bar
super
with
scaling
K'Sante.
into your scaling.
And without a consistent damage dealer in the mid lane, and with Ashe Seraphine here,
That was like
you're
a game
going
of
to be
chicken.
reliant as D+ at setting up big
I don't think
charm
that DK
combos. You
expected
have
a
the
Zeri
ball
Yumi to come
carrier
out.
here in the Jarvan. You've got an insane front line with this K'Sante for the Ashe to play around. But if you don't kill Paze or Faker, they're two big threats. And even the Equalizer can mess up your zoning and prevent you from actually getting that big combo off with the Encore to start off the fight and then look for that follow-up ball play. I think there's a lot more of a ceiling to T1's composition, but damn, is it the harder one to play.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I do not understand picking Zeri Yumi at that point. I don't get it at all. Maybe there's something that they know
I kind of
that
get it.
don't.
Jarvan value
Maybe
gets
I'm just
minimized
play
from
by play.
Zeri,
I don't
right?
get the
Because
fact
Yumi's
that
going to be
Zeri
on
Yumi
Zeri,
just
so the
counters
Jarvan value is
Ashe
lower.
Seraphine, one of the most oppressive
I just
lanes
don't know
that
how
you
the lane
possibly
goes.
have in League
How
of
does Zeri
Legends.
Yumi survive
The
this
one thing
lane?
I do know, and that is, I hope Korea gets his notebook out to take some notes about this Yumi play, because it didn't look so great when he debuted it this season. Let's get on the Rift here for game number 1.
You can't lane swap. DK fighting,
All right, here we
T1
are, ladies
fighting.
and gentlemen, onto the Rift.
Oh,
for game
DK T1.
number
What a
one.
fucking classic.
Wolf, how does T1
What a
start
classic.
team fight?
Well, it's going to have to
I
be
feel a
very
bit bad for
carefully, I
Dora
would
in this
say,
game.
and with a
He's
lot
like,
of
guys, I'm going to
strong
first pick
zoning
Rumble. I
from
can't
Dora.
wait to have setup.
When we get into these team fights, obviously they don't have a
Azir,
traditional
Yumi,
engage.
Zeri.
They don't have a Nautilus here. There's
Where-
no
where's
top
my
lane that can go
Vi,
for a
Nautilus,
flank to
Leona,
set the engage beyond the
Jarvan?
back line.
Huh.
Not to mention that
So I feel kind of
their
bad
main
for Dora in this
target,
game. He's
the
kind of...
Ashe
His
in
team
this
has no
case,
CC.
has some pretty good self-peel in the fact
He
that
has
she's
no
got
setup
slow,
for his
she's
ult.
got her arrow,
He's
she
just
has
a
Seraphine
win
that's gonna be
lane
on top of her,
clear
and
wave
then there's
spot.
a Jarvan could put Cataclysm up, and there's an insane K'Sante front line to fight through as well. And so it's tricky, but Faker can also be the one who turns fights. If all the tools are down here for D+ and Paze isn't caught,
Oh, he
then
missed his
the
E.
engage is I press R on Zeri,
So they're
and I
holding
kill
this-
all of your
this-
health
these two
bars.
brushes a
yeah,
lot.
And if you can't lock me down, by the way, there are a lot of tools to lock him down. You can't lock me down, then I will wipe everyone. And that's why this comp is looking like, if we took the nameplates off,
Look at that
we'd be
little
like,
rat on
this
Yumi.
was
Oh
not
my
the
god.
choice I
Yeah, no. Wouldn't be the one I would have made either. With all of the Enchanter bans, though, it was going to be a very difficult situation if T1 did want to try and win the lane. So instead, I guess what they're saying is, well, we're going to lose.
Mitigate.
Let's lose with something that's going to be able to figure stuff out later on in the game.
Holy
We all
fuck.
know it was something that was coined by you yourself, Wolf. That is, the Zeri can always get certified. It does not matter how the laning phase went. If she picks up a triple kill in the mid game, you
Did Yumi
could
get
just
buffed?
be,
I think
up
Yumi did get
the
a buff
creek,
on
as
one
it
patch,
were.
but I don't know if it was the most recent patch. There was a patch where Yumi got a buff.
There's a lot of responsibility,
in the last few
let's
patches.
say, on Owner in this game to
But
be
I think
able
they've
to
avoided
really
all
First of
Yumi
all, go for
changes
aggressive
because
plays in this bottom lane to
I don't
relieve
think
the
Riot
pressure
likes
here,
Yumi in pro
to
play.
also then be able to buy space.
Something
and
changed
threaten
with Yumi, I can't remember
Showmaker
what it
so
was.
that FaZe can get into the position he wants to.
Nothing big, though.
He'll then have to be able to get past the Seraphine ultimate, make sure he doesn't get comboed there. He obviously took cleanse, and I think we will definitely see some itemization later on in this game that is about doing massive team fight. Like we're going to see
Shimu
Runins, I think, in
proxy?
this game from FaZe for sure, and he's just going to have to basically 1v5 team fights after the engage is down. So his teammates.
I
need to
will
make sure
say,
he can
though,
do that.
FaZe's Zeri is
R,
really
better hope
fucking
he
good.
hits the targets
When he
he's
was on
looking
Gen G,
for. Yeah.
that guy just dropped
And,
pentakills
it's
on
crazy because we have
cooldown.
380 carries, I think, in the LCK right now.
It
That we
was
really
probably
consider
one
to
of
be
his
this
best
type of
champs while he
playstyle.
was on
I
Gen
don't
G.
put Ruler in this conversation because he's a
I don't
little
know
bit
what his
too
win rate on
well-rounded,
Zeri is. Let me check.
But we have FaZe, right? We
But
have
this
Smash,
guy on
we have
Zeri is
Diablo.
demonic.
Guys who are like, I am going to make the crazy play.
71% win rate,
right
53
here,
games.
right now in game one, is we have no owner here in this bottom lane. He's just saying, good luck,
But it was
Pace, just farm it out,
2023
you'll
Pace.
Figure it out, guys.
2023
You can get
Pace on
there.
Gen G,
We do
he
have
was
the job
just
in going back home,
dem-
so no
he was
gank here or
crazy on
dive
that
or
Zeri
anything
champ
like that here for D+.
when it was
And
meta.
as you can see, T1 actually doing just fine down here on this bottom side of the map. Better than I was expecting, only a 3 CS gap as that wave is crashing forward. But an even game still feels like a pretty good one because I just don't understand how this composition is going to work later on in the game. Here for T1 and D+, very obvious.
Okay.
Level 5 here for Faker, not going to be throwing Showmaker back, but he takes a lot of damage as he
If he had
wanders his way
Q3 there,
out,
owner, I don't
refusing
know
to
if he
press
did, but he
flash.
could have flash knocked up, but it
That's
doesn't
a lot
look
of
like he
damage
did.
indeed, and obviously used his teleport already.
Oh, Shiu manages
a Rumble
to
flash
find
here, isn't
the
it?
knockback on the Q. Wants another one here as the Scrap Shield will silence Doran. No, the
Oh
flash, and
my
he
God.
misses! Oh no, Shiu takes 2 turret shots for his trouble as well. That is
Good reaction
not
by
what you want
Doran.
to see.
Nice try
However,
by
Doran
Shiu.
did have the flash to get
Jesus.
himself into that position. And so I guess no harm, no foul, and Shiu just going to go back home.
Not gonna
I
lie,
feel like a big
I thought
missed
the bot lane would
opportunity
go a
there
lot
for Shiu,
worse than it has.
however, as that's going to be a bit of a split back
Zeri's
for
even.
career.
I like that though. He managed to protect
First base to
Smash's
the-
back. As Faker going in
Wait,
once
Faker is
again.
gonna have
Another
to-
Dissonance doing a lot of damage here as the Clockwork do be winding up. Faker taking a fair bit of damage from those autos.
Wow, these lanes are...
And that was, I think, not ideal for Faker there after getting such a nice advantage moments before.
Career couldn't hold the
Showmaker
wave.
Didn't flash,
Zeri's
as
in a
you
really
pointed
good
out,
spot.
So now he has to completely leave. And Lucid is actually coming up here, see if he can find something owner nearby. A tiny window. No way, no way.
There's no chance. He finds the flag. That's just an interrupt.
could
though.
have gone for the
Oh,
EQ.
I really thought that he might
He
be
could have
going
gone
in there to
for
try
it.
and
He
stop
should.
it,
He
but
could have
that's
blind
huge
EQ'd,
still.
but it
This
would have
is
been
the
a.
thing.
It
Delaying
would have
the
been a
back is
complete
actually
flip if he
almost
blind
as much
EQ'd.
damage
So he decided to just
as
blind
now,
E.
I think he's either going to have to stick around
'Cause he knows
or
Sinzao's right
sacrifice
next to him.
a bunch of these minions. There's a cannon here as well.
This means owner has to stay in the area for Faker to get this cannon wave. And he doesn't even get the cannon. Oh, it's painful.
Yeah, he gets the experience from it, which is obviously
Smart by
extraordinarily
Showmaker to not
important.
walk up there
However,
too hard.
Not being able to get that money is a
He
big
probably knew
deal.
Faker was going to get 6. He
Showmaker
could probably eat
almost
a soldier
a
and
wave
ultim or some
ahead
shit.
right now.
Lose his
I
flash.
think the biggest win here for T1, anywhere is that, well, obviously Doran living on the top side was pretty huge, but that Pays and Carry have been able to hold their own here. Like, they are dead even in CS in this
Yeah, they
lane.
are.
This Yumi pick is absorbing a lot of the pressure. The shields have been
They are
able to
scaling.
get a lot of value here thus far. And so even though owner's been a little bit busy, hasn't actually given them any attention down there. They are just totally self-sufficient. And with Yumi, that often is the case in tough lanes. If you play really well and you play really carefully, you don't take bad trades, you can
Doran
stave
went
the
steel
pressure
caps
off,
first
but you're never
item.
going to have prio.
He
And
also
so far, that
doesn't
hasn't
have
mattered
first
yet,
strike.
really, here for T1.
He
So
has
this pick,
Comet,
thus
so he won't
far,
get that big
even
of a
though it's
lead in the
little
lane,
unusual
right?
and very risky.
Actually, one of the
is
first times
definitely
I've
doing
seen
its
Rumble
job.
with Comet.
Yeah, it's kind of working out. As Equalizer down here towards the top side of the map as Shiu. Down to about 300, but he's got the all-out. He's also got a Jarvan, so he should be all right here.
Health advantage to Doran means if this became a 2v2, don't
Lucid
think it
did
would be
not
what
get
Shiu
6 here.
wants to see. That's not going to happen, though.
On a no flash
As we have
Rumble.
junglers on the top side of the map. Ow.
Yeah. One thing that is actually really cool about this Ash Seraphine lane, beyond just the fact that it is very, very good in lane, is Hawkshot. I mean, Hawkshot is just such a ridiculous ability. The fact that they were able to use it to spot out any potential level 3 ganks that we have seen some Xin Zhao's actually go for. Things like this
They're actually
does mean
behind
that you're
in
not
CS and
only
bot.
pretty oppressive, but you're
What?
also very, very safe there towards the bottom side. So no real fumbles just yet, as the Prowling Projectile is going to go a little bit wide here. Carrier still trying to get his eye in onto that one. Great beat drop is going to come on through there as the heals come down. As Carrier's just
What?
dead.
He's dead?
There is first First blood over to Smash. He gets exhausted from the grave.
Career learns.
FaZe is now alone.
So you stop that detach, or attach rather.
He just jumped off on the Seraphine double E, right?
He missed almost
And then he
every
couldn't get
beat
back
drop
on.
until the one that mattered.
Yep.
And that is what you got to do. FaZe taking a lot of damage here as well, as the high note will be avoided. Flash out there so that Showmaker doesn't get hit by the Emperor's Divide, but really good ulti from Faker to make sure that that Summoner spell did finally have to get used.
Yeah, and that's pretty massive.
Nice
because
auto
obviously
Q
in a
there on the
follow-up,
minions. Damn.
He's not going to have it.
Drop the
so
replay now.
Faker didn't have to flash to make the play happen, and had Showmaker tried to make something of it on return there, Owner was going to be able to flash on him and take him out. Showmaker doesn't even ult.
I think he
plays
just
very
jumps off on the
respectfully.
Seraphine route.
So, Carrier
Here.
detaches here. And
Oi,
for what
where's he
is
going?
the question
Oh,
we're
it's-
asking. We asked the same question to
It's
Career.
E1 from Seraphine,
wants to
right?
get
But if
one
you get
auto off.
slowed, Seraphine
Alright.
E1 turns into a root, and I
FaZe
think
gave a
the
little
E got
bit of a
fired as
frustrated
Ash
shake of his head
auto-attacked.
on the player
So he
cam
got
as well
rooted.
right after this. I think that was definitely, I don't know, it's happened to Career. It's
Which
happened
is
to
obviously
Carrier,
the
now
reason
it
why
can happen to
Seraphine
anyone, I
Ash is
suppose.
good together, right?
punish
Because
from
of the
Career.
E
Let's
slow
look at it.
root thing.
Justice for Korea,
But I
man.
think he just
Maybe
didn't
it's
expect
just
it to hit
Yuumi.
him
It's just really, really hard to stay
that
alive in
suddenly.
lane. Carrier has obviously had a lot of experience on this champion, but it wasn't really the Guma Carrier like
Some
type
guy in
move.
chat
Remember
says,
they were,
yeah,
like,
well, you should never
experimenting
try and
with
attach when they have their
Sivir
CC
Yuumi
ready.
and
Bro, I
things
get
like
it.
this
You've got
back in the day
50k
that
Yuumi
just
games,
didn't quite
okay?
work out.
You're upset.
So
Relax.
it's never been like, oh god, Jin Yuumi. Oh,
He's
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
playing Yuumi right now.
shudder to think.
And his game is
so
on the second screen.
Thankfully, it's Fearless, so we never have to see it again this series from either player. So that's good. You know, there is at least that one. As Lucid parked himself here on this Phaelite, as Owner is going to make the wind become the lightning.
It's always been the thing that people say about Carrier, even people who are not rooting for T1, is like, well, it's such a waste to see him on this champion because he's a mechanical god, right? But then also on the Yuumi, just decides to try to be a mechanical god and then get rooted and unable to attach.
You just need to prowl your projectiles. just stick with that. As Arrow going to connect, there's no cleanse here for FaZe, but not a whole lot more. Final chapter is going to come on down. And Carrier does make sure he mitigates any sort of dive attempt. Owner going to be able to take some crab towards his top side of the map. And we've got some grubs that are up and available as well. No one really taking a bite out of them just yet.
I mean, even though it's been perma, Prio was no flash.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide comes down. Now Ono looking to make his way in. There is a shockwave.
Oh
to
my
try
god,
and
there's a
buy some
rumble
space,
too.
but, I mean,
Hey,
there's a
KS,
rumble
what the
there.
fuck?
Yeah, and he's
Faker
got TP,
for
so
sure
he can
said
go
stop
straight back to
KS him.
the top lane after this back too, and should be able to catch this wave. Doran is
Faker
making
for
plays
sure
on
called him
both
out there because I
sides.
saw him
He's gonna
smiling.
get this one, but that was as elementary as we set up when we talked about Showmaker being down his flash. Owners in the area, they knew this, and Showmaker just plays really greedy, gets punished here as Faker just kind of casually walks up and is like, okay, I guess you're dead.
Yep.
He's like, oh, you got me? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, okay, I'll shuffle him.
Yeah.
How many
Remember
games
that
of his
flash that I
year
got
does
before?
Faker
Well,
have in his
my ulti's
career?
back
I'm
on
actually
cooldown,
curious.
so
It's
you
probably
did.
it's
And
most
that is
played,
kinda
but
how
how
this
many?
matchup can
200.
work, unless you do have
He has
a lot of support from the
202
jungle.
Azir
Lucid was
games
not
in his
quite
pro
there.
play career.
Therefore, Showmaker
It's his
is
first
not
most
going
played
to
champ.
survive. He is,
His
however, still
second
ahead in
most
farm,
played champ
so
is
not doing too
Orianna
bad.
with
As we
96.
have Lucid coming down towards
Isn't
his
that
bottom side.
insane?
Yeah, we really haven't seen that much jungle attention from Lucid despite the massive
What
amounts of
the fuck?
prio that they've had in this bottom lane. Like, we haven't seen a dragon get taken just yet. They haven't really set up big dives. They had an opportunity earlier on but didn't commit fully.
The Easy Hoon days,
Now
bro,
Owner has the time
he
to come
took them
down
personally.
here,
You know when
and there's a lot of vision,
there's that
so they're
meme
not
of
gonna be
like
able to
they
get
didn't
punished
shake
here
Faker's
onto
hand and now
Smash
he's
and Career. We
bodying
may
the
have a
LPL.
delayed
Bro, Easy Hoon
3v3
took his
here,
spot
but
with Azir
the
and he
fact that
took that
T1
personally
are
too, I
even in
guess.
farm despite Yuumi dying, despite the fact that playing into Ash Seraphine means this pick
What
is
the fuck?
incredibly is working out
202
incredibly well
games,
so far for
96
them.
seconds.
And just don't know if D+ have utilized this bottom lane as well as they would have liked to. As Faker here is just like shuffle,
Pretty
and he's like,
straightforward.
yeah, he still doesn't have flash.
Yeah.
He waits for Showmaker to
That's
see if he's
crazy.
gonna go for
Doran
the ult
cancels his
first, and then
base
Showmaker
to
doesn't, and he's
yoink
like,
it with Comet.
okay, well, you're dead now.
Or Scorch, I don't know what it was.
And it
Maybe a
worked that
tick.
way. It was also not able to press dissonance in time as well.
What's
and
his
so Faker
professional
got to
win rate
just,
on
like,
Azir?
waddle
His
up to it
professional win rate on Azir in
and
202
managed
games
to
is
throw him on over. So really nicely played
70.3%.
there, as there's an all out here from Shiu. Let's see whether he can find Doran. Does have his flashback available, does have to use it. Shiu now has a flash advantage. 5 seconds until the equalizer's up again once
Bro's
more.
playing on a
Lucid
Smurf
clearing out
account.
some vision here as FaZe with his static shiv already done. Haven't seen that item in what feels like years.
I mean, you need it in this early game to be able to clear waves. And
What's his overall
we
win
are
rate?
going to
His
see a bit of
overall
a
win rate is
scuffle here around this
66.6.
Dragon now. Owner avoids the root. They're
Not even
going
kidding.
in.
Yeah, gets the knock-up onto
He has
Lucid.
EQ in 1 second.
Rally
Should be fine.
projectile is going to connect as well, but he flags and drags, gets himself out of there, was holding onto that for quite some time.
He has
and they're just buying
992
time for
wins,
Showmaker to push down this mid
497
lane.
losses.
A little bit off tempo was T1, and they do suffer for it. As the beat drop going to land once again. Arrow up and available here for Smash, but they want to hold on to it to make sure
I
that
don't
they have
think
that
that
for a potential
includes
Dragon fight.
season
Dragon
3,
has
4,
been started
5,
here
so I
by
think
Owner.
that's
It
actually
looks like
wrong.
DK
It's
have
way
no
higher.
real, idea of going for it.
Yeah, I mean, they just really can't. I think with the situation here for T1,
The website only
the amount
goes
of
to
damage
season
they
6.
did in that initial salvo, Lucid taking so much means that they just can't contest, and if they try to, they might be setting
think
up
his
that
win rate's
Zeri moment you were
67%.
discussing earlier.
Yeah.
Walking into that, even in this early game, Zeri's skirmish power is
not
really
even memeing.
powerful. Speaking of,
Yep, Zeri looking for the angle as the cleanse comes out.
Oh, he flashed.
Flashes the arrow gorgeously.
What the
And
fuck?
encore doesn't quite work out.
Block,
Apparently
block, block,
projectile's
career.
going to miss, though, and the flash out from
Jesus.
Korea will keep
Oh
him
my
alive,
god, it's a
but
walking
now
double kill.
It is clean up Xin Zhao time, and in he goes.
And he took both of
Picks up
them.
a swift double with the 3 talon
Bro, how are they
strike.
do-
He had a talon strike
Oh my god,
left
Courier is
over
tilted, I saw him.
after that one.
pretty nasty stuff here in the bottom lane. D+.
What do you even do as Ash Seraphine against
We're
that?
gonna give up the dragon, but maybe
You're
we'll be able to get a
exhausted,
little bit
they're
more in
healing,
the
they're ready
lane.
with cleanse, they're
And these
flashing the arrow.
angles for Pays. He
What
was
the fuck
famous
do you even
for
do
it
against
when he
that?
was on Genji on the pick, and he's certainly showcasing why here again, as Doran does not have flash.
He doesn't, and he also probably doesn't have his life either. As Shiu comes on over, that's a dissonance to complete
kill.
the kill, and Ona not quite here in time. A little bit of an overstep. I'd say overstep. He is in his own jungle, but Doran just not really allowed to be there.
I think maybe just trying to head back over to maybe
Pays
set
has
a
now
trap
decided
there
he's going
with
top lane.
Faker having his ult available, but they're just his friends weren't close enough for him to play that way. As Pays is gonna now kind of clean up his mess here in the top side of the map. But this is the level 6
Look at
Zeri
the-
all-in
is
angle
this
that you
the
see in a lot of
settings that he
matchups.
plays
Doesn't
on?
have it at level 6 in
Flash,
this
man.
case. The flash
Holy
on the
fuck,
arrow,
he insta-cleanses.
the encore isn't enough. Is Showmaker just gonna die as well?
What?
We getting that certification
Yeah, I got my
paper
paper
out.
out. I got my paper
I'm a little
out.
bit worried about this one. Is now Smash looking to try
What
and
did
get some
Faker
arrows
just
into
do?
Faker here, who's in a little bit of trouble. Lucid comes on over. There's a great Crescent Guard, but I think Faker is still in a lot of trouble. Lucid going to be the one to pick up the kill. Korea thankfully stopped auto-attacking to make sure that he doesn't take that one. But this is the big problem, is that Pays
You try and
Zeri
shuffle the Ashe
situation
or what?
on this top side of the map at the moment. We said it before, it doesn't matter how difficult the lane can be. If he starts to grab a couple of kills in this mid-game,
No, I'm
God,
to say
it's
goodbye
opening.
to that
So-
cannon.
I'm a little bit concerned
The
about
circus
what
is
happened
opening.
in the mid lane there. We'll have to
But
go back
Pays
and
is
see
probably
exactly
gonna have
how
to-
that eventuated.
Pays is probably gonna have to get this one
As
done.
We'll go to this play first.
Ah.
So Showmaker just way too far up here. Green. Pays gets over the wall.
Oh,
has
that
Yumi on
W
his back
buffer. That, oh,
and gets the slow.
I know there wasn't much
that's
mechanics,
just
but that was
400
kind of
gold. By the
clean.
way, he has his quest completed, so the fact that he's in top lane,
Did he
there's
just
no
miss
detriment
his
there,
shuffle?
and he's getting the extra gold from the takedowns.
Yeah,
His
he did.
Faker misses, and then flashes immediately. Now doesn't have his flash, and the Jarvan shows up, and he's still trying to play through this with Owner. A lot of greed. Owner's, unfortunately, Crescent Guard isn't able to push Lucid away the way he wanted. I think Faker was likely dead either way.
A little bit unfortunate there. Not going to quite find the shuffle. So Smash keeps himself alive. Now, Pays does have Owner here alongside. This is one of the good things about the Yuumi now that we're into the mid-game, is that Yuumi pairs very well with the Xin Zhao at the same time, so you can really empower Owner, who is very strong in his own right.
TP
That's a
behind
flanking
Showmaker,
TP.
no flash.
That's a big old flanking TP, and Showmaker took a little while
Arrow
to
hits
get there.
Pays,
The
no
arrow is going to
cleanse.
connect. There's the flag and drag. Encore connects as well.
They
There's
don't
all
have
the
damage.
CC,
Like,
but, Owner didn't
DK
get hit
just
by
don't
any
have
of it,
damage.
So the Ashe is
Pays is just
dead.
standing there.
Career down as well. And if you hadn't written
What
it
the
already,
fuck?
Wolf, I think it's time to write the certification note now. I've got
It's
my
Bro,
already
Pays
signed.
is just gonna carry the game alone.
It's signed. It's already been sent in. Kespa is notarizing it as we speak.
You can see, bro, he's just gonna solo carry the whole game.
I
There's
think
nothing
this one
to do. DK
a
doesn't have
Zeri
damage.
game for the books,
Orianna
to be
died as
sure.
well. The game's
One of
over.
the biggest Pays ones so far of the year.
The game's over.
And you asked me what the engage was. It turns out it's just Zeri kind of being
I will say,
near the
watching
enemy
Pays play
champions
champs with
at
dashes
this
is very nice.
Point, and obviously this is another
there's no
issue
counterplay here. There's no
Showmaker
point in
is
watching
once
it.
again up too far in the lane.
What's the
Gets a
counterplay?
two-man ult, but what else is he going to do? And then here, Owner is here, so this is a 3v3
How do you even
fight.
find
Obviously, the Yuumi
damage
gives you so
to
much
kill the
power
Zeri
here.
ever?
So when they decide to go in on this arrow, look at this. He doesn't take damage. He's still not really taking damage. Oh, he's charmed. That's cute. He kills people.
Yeah.
And the enemy AD carry is dead, so there's no damage. And he just kills whoever's left. Lucid's like, can I do something
the
here? He's like,
fuck?
no, you should leave. Or I'll kill you as well.
Well, I think
Yeah,
DK
this
needs
is
to
the
start
thing,
building
they
some
did manage
Serpent's
to get
Fangs
over
or some
Zeri,
shit.
but, like, that's a 2-0.
Yes,
It was a
Runins.
2-0-1 Xin Zhao at the time. Like, you cannot ignore Owner.
he has Runins now. He is ready to just make all the health bars disappear. Doran is out
When that
damaged
Zeri
him so
gets
far in this
IE.
game, so there's that. But
He has been hitting a Cassante many
Smiley face.
times, and there's a big old shield to get through when it comes to that guy. As at least DK, like, I mean, they can defend this turret quite comfortably, things like that. We haven't seen a first brick
Absolute
just yet,
smiley
but
face.
it's a 2.3k gold lead, and I just didn't expect T1 to be able to make it to this stage of the game.
I feel like Paze is
with
just going to start
a minor
ganking side lanes,
deficit,
always
let
ganking their
alone a
jungler.
lead. Like, it's kind of insane. So Paze now is just running amok on the map, and maybe you're exactly right. Maybe Paze is just the engage. As all right, there is an engage from Xiu as well, looking for an angle onto Doran. He is just dancing on the equalizer though, as the Flame Spitter comes on down as well.
Oh
Flash
my
out
god, that
there
was
from
clean by Doran.
and
What the
flash
fuck?
from Xiu is not
The
gonna
E
work.
flash
It's a solo
dodge of the
kill.
Q to make it so he
As
can't
now
stack.
Showmaker looking to try and come on through here. The arrow is
Ooh.
not going to quite connect. As there is still
Wait, he
a
slowed him.
shockwave here. Showmaker still trying to find it. Another
Wait, go back to
flag and drag
Doran. He
comes
was
down.
kinda
The final
frying.
chapter is still there. Ulti from
Yeah, he died.
Paze. And look at this. It's basically 1 versus 2. Sorry, 1 versus 3 because it's like a cat.
He just
kinda
got
half a
Jarvan-
champion, but still they're standing their ground.
I mean, this is absolutely
I think that maybe
crazy
Pace could have killed
here.
Jarvan there,
does
but he was
not
just-
care. Showmaker eventually
just
gets the
ripping
kill
them
on
apart.
Doran there on the top side without using his flash, without using his shockwave. So that's the only piece of good news here for D+. But it's Herald just going to drop down here and take this mid turret out at 18 minutes. T1 swimming in gold and all of it.
Bro, what is going on the
major
map? Look at the
carry
map.
here in
It's on
phase. A
fire.
second charge here will give even further plate gold over to this bottom duo, and they'll get the whole damn turret, Atlas.
Oh dear.
Okay, looks like not quite. Not
Okay.
quite.
I
the
mean,
whole turret.
that one's certainly set up. You know, like the cooking show. Like this is the one I prepared earlier. That's what
Yeah.
this turret is.
210 CS.
That one you just need a stiff breeze, and that one will be going down. So 4,000 gold is the lead.
God.
Yumi
I
is
really
back
thought
though. I
that
think
with
this was a
this-
very
with
unique
this
scenario where 3 range
draft, this
supports are banned.
setup-
Man, Doran plays
As
this
oh
really
man,
good.
this is Doran.
He like
has
ults,
his haunting guys, which is actually
Ease,
insanely
dodges
high
the
value in
Q,
extended
Qs,
fights like this.
gets hit by the
And
Q.
Equalizer
Then he's trying to
did
space,
so much
he doesn't
work.
dodge that
Then
Q, but
this
it's okay. Then
flash,
he
he gets
flashes
flashed
from the
off, and
Q.
that's the end of it.
Yeah,
He says,
so-
"I
and
got
that
him,"
shot
before he
as
even
well.
kills
That's
him.
so sick.
As soon as he flashes and hits the Arcman as a slow, that's when he calls, I got him, I got him, I got him.
And then
And then
we
I
get to
think
see
here
it
he's
from
gonna
the
the
Showmaker
only way to
perspective.
play against Orianna is if you
Also
forward
zero.
step. So here he's
Yeah.
probably gonna forward step the
Still,
Q, right?
Showmaker is able to come on over here, refuses to use the
But
ult.
if Orianna doesn't ult there, then you
as Doran just
can't.
does his
Like
very
you see,
best.
Showmaker knows a bad Orianna there would Q you, ult, and you can forward step it, and then you can run out.
About that either. As another turret goes down.
But because Orianna didn't ult,
I was gonna say before
he
we
can't
got
run
that replay,
because
I
she's
kinda
not
thought we were
pressing a
gonna see this
button.
really hype game
So he's
where
kinda
Yannis
stuck.
has to make all these crazy outplays. He's already
Was
made a few
good
good plays,
by
right? But I thought
Showmaker.
it was going to be Smash versus Paze on display. All the CC, all the setup for D+. Like, how does Paze outplay this? And now he's just so big that I don't know if it matters. You know, with the role quests coming in, 80 carries get so much
Yeah, I would
gold
ult
when
there
they
and
get
die
ahead
probably.
like this. They just start to balloon, and they also do more damage than they used to. So if you try to engage on him now, maybe he just kills whoever engages. Like, nice try, Jarvan. And he just 100 zeros him with the Yuumi on his back and takes no damage because he's got a huge shield as well.
And Owner is just chasing Lucid out of his own
He's
jungle
actually just
here.
running
You
him
can see
down.
Showmaker now getting closed in on his Paze.
Very well.
He really wants to kill an Orianna.
Wow,
and he
Cassandra
might just be
stepping
able
in to
do
try and
so
save
as
him.
Owner with the Crescent Guard does come on down, but Korea is there.
If that
Arrow
was
is
a
going
knight-
to
if
hit
I-
his own
okay.
teammate, but there's the knock up onto Owner. He's put inside
Paze.
the little pen here. That's very, very cute. Great.
He's a
on-call
pentakill, by the way.
block.
It's a pentakill
cleanse
for
is
Paze.
there for Paze, who's just going to end Smash.
Then that
before
flash
he
actually
could
is dead,
do
he's dead, he's dead,
anything.
dead.
Oh, God. It's
Oh,
one of
dead.
these games, isn't it? As
Wait, he
finally,
killed-
the Zeri will go down, but not before picking up 3, 2 of which he grabs the kill credit for, and DK just
How did
reeling
Seraphine
after
die?
that. It's almost a 5,000 gold lead, and I was wondering how the engages were going to work. I guess just walk at them is kind of the way here.
Well, the
as
thing
Sand
is-
Soldier is going to disappear.
When you're basically a fountain laser, i.e. done by the way, when you're basically a fountain laser,
It's
like
a Zeri
Paze is in
pentakill
this
brewing.
game,
It's
and
just
he
brewing.
has so many
It
resources.
is brewing.
You can see the moment where he calculates like.
So
I
now
guess my only way out of
the Ash
this
ult was
is
good
to
if
kill all of them, as he's already used his dash over the wall here.
if he didn't
He's
aim
like,
it at his teammate.
Owner's buying a lot of space for me. This is kind of an unfavorable situation. They're going to collapse on me. What if I just go in and start getting the health bars low, or the health bars already low? I just need to go in and start killing the damage. Let me kill Smash. If I kill Smash, like,
Or
no
if
one
Pace
can
had
kill
flash
me,
here
right?
for the Cassandra
Gets up
W.
on Smash kills him, and then Xiu can only really help kill him because they have the turret, and they have enough
Oh, he has
CC
red
to hold
buff
him on the
Q
turret.
on
He
the
doesn't get under turret
Seraphine.
there. That fight probably continues. I think T1 can continue to actually force the issue there.
And they almost did, because Lucid almost went down underneath his turret beforehand. That did go down, as we said. It was prepared earlier, and so that is going to fall there as well. So 5,000 gold still, I mean, it's not like it's changed the lead or anything like that, but Smash has
Zero
got like
grubs
200
game,
bit items,
classic.
you know, building towards his model reminder.
Did Showmaker just go, fuck it, I'm going full
It does
burst
not
because
feel
this,
like the 80
this
carries
game's
are on even
unwinnable if we
footing,
don't
even
one-shot the
a little
Zeri.
bit.
The damage
Look,
that
his items, what the
Showmaker
fuck?
has is really, I think, if you're a D+ fan, what you're praying is going to be enough. Like, if you can get one big R button pressed on, with Q and W as well, you know, all three of those buttons get pressed on FaZe, and there's a flag on him, maybe you kill
That's a
this
hit,
guy.
by the way.
Well, looking for an arrow onto Faker. They will be able to find it. Shockwave is
Ult
there for
now.
Showmaker, and
Boom.
he does
EQ
press
now.
that button.
Shy say
Cataclysm
nav
comes
EQ.
down, but it doesn't stop Faker from getting out. His
still
flash
dead.
does come on through. There's
Nice
the
flash.
flash over the wall.
TP
and
from
there is
Dorat.
the Jarvan
Oh
picking
my
up the kill.
god,
The rest
Showmaker
of
is
T1
TP
looking
out
to come
now.
on in here, though, as the teleport from Doran does get him up, but the teleport out from Showmaker will allow him to escape. As now
Run,
Pays and
run,
Carrier,
rat.
looking for
Run,
the
rat.
angle. Extendo beam, not quite
Run,
going to
run,
find Lucid,
rat.
but I think this Jarvan is
What?
still
Is
going to
EQ's
die.
up again?
He's got
Still a
exhaust.
turret here. Shiu
Save him,
does stand
Shiu.
beside him, but Ona's going to be able to finish that one off. And now Shiu might be in a little bit of strife as well. Prowling projectile doesn't
Wait a
quite
minute.
work, as now the Crescent
Wait
Guard,
a minute.
Ona is going to be taken down, but
Whoa.
immediately
He doesn't have
dead.
cleanse. He doesn't have
This
cleanse.
Pays guy just doing so
What?
much damage, and Shiu
9?
really
Okay.
wants to find it. There's the Q to finish him off, and now Doran comes in. He's got the damage. Showmaker now.
Doran
gets
was like,
missed
Pays is
by
flashing
the
in. I wanna
Harpoon,
flash
though.
in
And so
too.
now Doran
I
could be
wanna
in a little
flash
bit
in
of trouble.
too.
Carrier trying to make sure that he's as scary as Pays, but it looks a little different here as Doran is going to get taken out. DK!
The Zeri flashes in. Oh my god,
finally
everyone's
finding an angle in
breath
this
holds
game.
for a
There's
minute
definitely
while
a
he's
moment
fucking
where
sending it.
Showmaker was like,
Dies,
"Shoot, careful how
and then
close
Doran
you
says,
pull
"Hold
back
my
that
beer."
rumble towards me." That guy does a lot of damage as they do kind of eventually turn Doran into a pinball there and eliminate him. All right, so at what point does happy gaming become sad gaming here for T1?
No, I think it only ever gets to happier gaming.
Because at this point, okay, Faker gets caught here, and I thought, okay,
If
he's probably
Pays
not
had
gonna
cleanse
flash
there,
to
I
buy
think
some time
he
here.
wins it.
Does flash to buy space because Owner is coming up, but he's not there in time. Pays obviously looking for this play here. On
I think
bomb
the
as Lucid is
Seraphine will
on
just
the wrong side of the
cooks
map.
him up a bit.
And then from here, did we really need to do this? Like, Owner obviously goes for the ult
Here, the
so that
Seraphine
Pays can
ult.
get that
If he had
damage
cleanse
done.
for
They
that-
end up deleting Smash, but there's too much damage here. There's too much CC as Pays eventually gets taken out.
I mean,
And then
Shiu
Doran is
is
like-
actually a real tank. And so it is more difficult for Pays to kill him, at least, as we got another fight going on here, as at least DK are able to take a dragon. Let's see whether they can actually keep themselves alive, though, because Pays has a kitty cat, and he's not afraid to
Career.
use it. Career
He's
now
dead.
completely
Oh, his
separated
ult just
from the
came
rest
up.
of his team. Does find an encore onto Faker, but now
He's
Pays
still dead.
wants to skate his way in, and just an extendo beam is going to be enough to take down this Seraphine. So a little bit unfortunate positioning
T1
there
gonna
for Korea,
kill.
and he's just
I
going
wonder
to
if
fall.
they're
And now
gonna
with one
start
dead,
Baron.
did T1 just do Baron?
I think it's a little bit tricky here to try to pull that off.
They're
without
gonna
a
do
little
it.
bit
Of
more
course they are.
setup.
They're just
Like,
gonna push the
they don't
wave
have a ton of
first.
vision here in the Banana Brush. They're gonna maybe try to set that up now. Baylight hanging out, and then, or just go straight to it. I suppose.
It is-
yeah, no,
it
I
is
get
It's
the one, you know,
it's just
they
it
have
just
great turn
happens.
here, right? When they do that
Always.
reverse divide, so there's that.
No matter what.
Well, Shiu's not going to be too worried about that one. Is now looking for
Lucid
an angle
could EQ in
towards
here and
Owner
get
as they
Orion
go
ult
for
on the
turn. There's a
Zeri,
shockwave,
but he
it's
EQ'd
only
out.
with the Xin Zhao. Is now Lucid in a lot of trouble. Shiu dive forward. Is now
Pays?
Pays
You can just do
possibly
that or what?
separated, or never
What?
mind, just in range to kill everyone. Owner somehow lives, and that is just 2 freebies here. As DK are just going to have to
Must have been a
sacrifice the Baron
miscommunication here from Lucid and Showmaker, because I
He's
saw them
making
put
a
the
statement
ball
about
on the
his
Orianna.
gameplay. I think he's making
Oh,
a
on the
statement
Jarvan,
about
rather.
the state of AD carries in this meta, and with a Yuumi on
I think
his back,
Lucid has to
he
just go
says,
in
well, if you guys want to come to Baron, so be it.
and just Orianna ult.
Oh, man.
This game is
1-1 and 12,
ludicrous.
by the way.
Yeah, this is a. I want to call it a statement game, but I don't know what the statement is.
The statement is, we can beat you no matter what.
I think it's a list of statements here for Team 1.
I don't know.
They look for Owner, like, look at Pace's position.
Oh, he Orianna ulted the
He's just
Xin
like,
Zhao.
okay, use the engage.
She bowed.
There's no engage. Oh, Cataclysm, I'm not, thank you. You put the guy close to me. I like to shoot him. And the rest of the team is like, well, we can't keep fighting him. I guess we have to leave or he kills everyone. So I guess we'll just let them have Baron and just a few kills. It was like 3 they got there in that fight.
And now, Rebel Baron power play is sitting at 1,300, but there is still over 2 minutes left on that one. Inner turret still to go down here towards this bottom side of the map. There is one in the top lane there as well. And
Don't
T1,
look at the numbers if you're a D+ fan. Don't look at the numbers.
This Pays situation is getting out of hand. He's going to take down this turret very comfortably. 4 items now.
Pays on
Complete.
hyper
Gizmo,
carries.
reminder,
And
is
game
done, as
2
now
he's gonna
Faker
play.
could be in a
Are they
little
really
bit of
gonna rock
trouble.
up into the series and be like,
Bash
game
Bros
1,
moving on over to
Zeri
Lucid's
Yuumi.
side. He
Game
doesn't really
2,
feel like
Aphelios
it.
Lulu.
And they need
Game
to get to
3,
this bottom
Lucian
lane,
Nami.
Otherwise, they may just lose the game.
Ace has cleanse, so how do you kill him?
I mean, there's a Mikhail's there as well. He's got 2 cleanses.
Yeah. How do you kill him? let's see if D+ can solve the riddle.
Sometimes, you know, there's these riddles that seem impossible, but there is often a way.
Is it a trick
I just
question?
never know them.
Is it a trick question, maybe?
Well, Arrow is going to connect onto Faker once again. As
Kill the
She
other
does
one.
find a little bit of an angle. Can go all out here as well as they pull Faker back. But he goes golden, and now Pays has made his way in. Empress Divide hits the air as Faker is going to get taken down by the volley. And now Pays is slowed up. Takes a lot of damage there at the same time as Lucid.
One for
looking
one.
to keep himself alive. Korea almost dies. As now Pays puts down the ulti. Doran gets in there with a flame.
Doran was like, we're not flashing in. We're not flashing in.
It's a
Huh?
little bit dangerous. What, did Pays take damage before us? Never mind. The arrows do come on through and Lucid gets through the base gate, and now without Pays, T1 should not
Oh
be able
my
to keep pushing
God,
forward.
stop
Oner
it.
and Doran there with their little kitty cat in
This is
tow. Just gonna have to get out.
Okay, so bit far on that one. Not able to get out for Pays. He does end up getting taken out there, and a lot
I
of
swear
money
Pays
does go
is
into
like-
the pockets of D+. There's still 7,000 gold behind.
This
But-
game is silly, Wolf.
It is a
If
little
there's
silly,
even,
but
like,
in T1's
a
defense at
play
this moment,
That
like
is
Faker
a 10% chance where if you send it, you might be able to win. He'll just take it.
Because they don't have strong
10%
engage,
chance to go
they
in
have to use
and win the
engage
fight.
on Faker
Fuck it.
as they're engaged.
But you're
Like,
10k
that's
up,
a lot of
Pays.
CC down, that's a lot of
10% chance to win the
cooldowns.
fight.
Pays is like,
Fuck
okay,
it.
this is my moment.
But you're 10k
I
up.
think I could actually clean this up here.
Sure.
Goes a bit deep. Let's just say Doran also like. We didn't have to do this. We have a wave coming through us.
This is like watching Jackie Love. Yeah, a little bit. This is a little bit like Jackie Love style.
And that's the end of the push here for T1. So they do not actually break those inhibitor turrets. Had they played it slow, I think they absolutely do. But, you know, they don't have great engage, so they were like, look, let's just end the game now before any more shenanigans happen.
Yeah, I feel like T1's engage is DK botching an engage.
Yeah, that's
kind of the way that they do it.
That's kind of how it is when you get
T1's
to be
engage is
a
them
comp
engaging
like this that's pretty squishy. Has a
and
Xin
Pays
Zhao with
engaging.
GA now, so that's good for them. Totally healing and shielding. The Yuumi is like Seraphine low.
Oh no! Oh dear. Yeah, Carrier having a pretty good time, as we can see there. And I'm glad that we're seeing why this Yuumi was picked up earlier on in the tournament. It's looking like there is a good reason for it, because Carrier has made it look pretty good outside of that one death in the early laning phase. Hasn't really, he's taken that one in stride.
What do you
Let's
think
just say
DK is
that.
missing?
As Arrow gonna
Wow,
connect onto
Smash
Faker.
has been
He's
having
just
such
taking
good
all of
arrows.
these arrows. Shockwave
Smash's
comes
arrows
down
have been
as
insane
well,
this game.
And
he
just
doesn't die.
barely survives.
More shielding and healing.
Smash's
power.
arrows have been
I was going to
insane.
say that one's just going to add to Carrier's stats there as T1 looking for Soul Point.
Is
For
this
Infernal
bot
Soul
matchup
with
just
his composition?
Yep, and there's a teleport so Faker can get all of his health bar back and make his way back down again.
the parts of the gameplay where it went wrong is I think the cover around mid was not good enough. Showmaker and Lucid were completely opposite
Faker
sides
has
of the
just
fucking
been the you know, the
of the
arrow
game when he
target,
was laning in
like
mid.
at
It's
the
criminal that
practice
Orena
range,
can get
you know?
shuffled
Yeah,
3
he's
times
like
without cover,
training.
or that
But
Orena gets shuffled
he
3
doesn't
times
actually
without
have enough
Jarvan
money
being
to buy
around
the
and
Zonias
waiting for him.
outright just yet. I thought perhaps he did because he waited there.
That's
in the
one of
base
the
for a
main
moment.
holes I think
So
in
he
the
doesn't
game.
have
But
his
the
Zonias
biggest hole
back.
I'm wondering is like, is
Still
his
no
bot matchup
stasis
just
now, but didn't
bad?
have the flash there.
If you're just gonna
Didn't
go
have the
even for
ult,
10
has
minutes
both
and
of
then get
those tools
outscaled?
available. And it seems like we talked about
Because
Faker
where's
could
for
be one
damage?
of the better types of engage here if this comp needs it, but him getting arrowed has been kind of the best thing for T1.
I think if you
Yeah,
swap
I mean,
mids champs, it doesn't change anything. It probably gets
absorb
worse.
the engage, and then that's the engage, you know?
Yeah, I suppose that's how it's going to work when you have this much map control as T1.
Like the
It's
Jarvan.
basically
Oh,
game
they look
fun.
for it. There's the shockwave. They're going to try and blow him up as he pops down the ulti, and Lucid just doesn't have it.
Oh, he
Finally,
died.
Pays is gonna go
Just.
down, and Lucid
He
will
just
survive.
died.
Now Shiu not dancing on the equalizer this time, but not going to hit the Q either.
Siru wins that,
as
doesn't
he's
he?
looking to try and take down Doran, putting
Oh, that stopwatch.
Iceborne Gauntlet to
Oh,
good
the
use, and there it
EW
is.
was
So
clean though
low
by
in the
Shiwu.
bottom lane. And the Shiu
Oh, it's
Sante
T1
is
versus
coming
DK,
up
bro. Just
big.
turn the
Faker
volume up and
is
get the
playing a bit aggressively
popcorn
down here
out.
towards this
It's
inner, and it
T1
looks like he
DK,
has enough
nothing
frames
makes
to get
sense
out. They're not
anymore.
gonna be able to
Everyone's just
follow up
attacking
on this
each other.
After that kill onto Pays, they used everything there, so Faker knows he can actually push that one down. But I'm starting to feel like T1
Was a
are on
nice
little
play
bit
by
of a
DK
timer here
though.
in this
Finally, they
game
land the
because,
combo on Zeri.
like we
Finally.
said, you know,
Nice
Showmaker is
nice
just the
backstep
healing
by
comes
Lucid
through
to
as
pull
well,
Pays
but
down.
There's so much damage, even the empowered autos from Seraphine, like you will get burst if you get caught by a combo as Pays at this stage in the game, because before you were so much bigger than everyone else that they just would never be able to kill you, and then you would just melt everyone. But now you're actually killable, so you gotta be careful.
Oner has GA, but he's gonna lose it.
Just going to lose his GA.
He has flash to go
I'm
down with his
starting
flash,
to
but he's
wonder if T1
he's
are ahead of
fucking
this.
Wait,
Seraphine.
is he going to taxi out using Korea?
What?
As
That
the
Yumi
volley
heal?
gonna
Was that
slow
a
him
Yumi
down,
heal?
So he is going
Yeah,
to
it was.
survive, so just loses the GA.
But the jungler is
Baron
now
to
going
DK?
have to
No
go
way.
home.
Rumble
No
STP.
flash for Owner, and this
Guys,
should
your
be a
damage on this
pretty
Baron is kinda sketchy.
Relatively easy to play out, Baron.
I mean,
Oh my
look
god,
at
it's a
the
pentakill for
damage
Zeri if you do this.
from one extended beam.
Well, if he didn't get hit by that, or if the shield was there before he got hit by it,
Look at Pace's items, man. He's
Yeah,
only
T1
1k up, but he just looks like a
D+
demon compared to Ashe.
That, this Zeri being alive is a big problem.
I'm trying to quantify the game state, and it's really just like a binary: is Paze alive or is Paze dead? Is kind of the game state. If he's alive, T1 are winning the game. If he's dead or nearly dead and not able to do damage, I think D+ are winning the game. Really have to watch out here because the base was
swear,
never
Pace
broken,
is just
and T1
like
don't
a
have permanent bio for
walking,
this upcoming
mechanical,
dragon just yet.
aggressive
The Baron
psychopath.
was not taken. That was defended by basically
Do you
an
want to
extended
play
beam, as
the
you
team
said,
game with your
from
team, or do you
Paze.
want to just
If that
fight
Baron
on
gets
mid-wave
taken
on
and D+
cooldown?
get map control, this lead doesn't feel as good as the numbers say at 5,000 at this point. It was much
Smashy
bigger
is getting
earlier,
strong, but
we're
I
looking
think
at an Ashe that's
he
pretty
needs
huge.
another
Look
item.
at Showmaker's build. That is not what
Yeah,
Paze likes
Showmaker
to
is
see.
doing the damage this game. This is definitely not one of those
I think he needs Magic Pen or some shit. I don't know.
Type
He's
builds.
building voice
This
up
is-
though.
Yeah, we are storm surging all over the place, and so I kind of like it. I mean, it's not my favorite item, but Luden's Death Cap, any day of the week, you love to see it. And he'll have a Void Staff, something like that, most likely coming up very, very soon. As Lucid keeping his eye on this Baron.
Ashe
making
is
sure the
spacing.
T1
She probably
are
has
just
an item
taking
now,
that
right?
one
Does she have GA?
once again. And because this game has stagnated so
he's going
much, that
BT, he
gold
still
lead
doesn't
that
have it.
T1
It means
had has
very
been
little.
cut in half.
Yeah,
Stopwatch
it means
for
very
Doran.
little, I think, when you
It's
look
Soul
at
in
the
a
grand
minute,
scheme of
right? I don't
things,
think Ashe is going to
because
get BT.
Eventually, everyone can kind of kill Paze
Paze
when
has
everybody
flash.
gets big.
They need
It's
to make
weird
a
think
pick on the
about
Zeri somehow.
Zui. Think about Zeri. Zeri and Yumi as kind of a snowballing win con. That isn't necessarily the case, but with everyone else getting so large in the burst and all of the engage tools we talked about,
I mean, the problem is there's just no CC on T1's
yeah,
side,
they
right?
If this
lock
Zeri
people
gets
down,
like
so
2
Paze
seconds
has
of
to
uptime,
survive
everyone
till
is
the
dead.
end of the fight.
Unless someone just overextends.
Oh, he got hit by
Never
another
mind,
arrow?
Faker is hit by an arrow once again. And will be
What?
able to escape. Never you mind. She now looking for the angle though as
Oh
Pace
my
just
god,
dashes
Sirius
out of the
EQ
way.
flashed, but Pace
Doran
just
coming
dashed
on
it.
forward, and is this the DK's engage? Is our engage type engage?
The
hit
Seraphine
T1?
also has the diadem
They just lost
completed
2
and
ultimates
Moonstone
now,
Renewer,
DK.
and I mean, Smash is ready to fight. He's ready to almost go toe-to-toe with Pace if they have the setup.
Faker's
if they have
TPing
the
behind them.
CC.
Oh, they are still looking for it here. The equalizer is fantastic. Shiu able to soak it though as he goes
There's a
all
road.
out looking for the angle.
Is there a road?
There's a golden flamethrower as Doran will try to help take down Shiu.
Oh my god.
And they will be able to do it. And now Pace finds his angle. Immediate double kill as he gets revenge
Psychopath,
on the
psychopath.
bottom lane.
Run.
And Showmaker is one dash away from dead. The little zaps onto the minions not going to be quite enough there though. So at least the Orianna can pirouette her way out of there. But I think they're going to be pirouetting their way out of this game as T1 they
Bro,
find
this
the angle and they
this
will
new
take
version of
down
T1 with
D+
Pace
here
is
in
like-
game one.
Get a
It's
little
like
bit
balancing on a
impatient
fucking
there,
string.
And the equalizer from Doran gives them enough space, and that
It's
is
like on the
end
edge of like
it.
insanity from what fucking
T1
Pace
with
is
a
doing half the
composition
time.
that I was a little bit curious about. Do manage to come
He's just
through
gone,
in
bro.
the
He doesn't
end.
check any
D+
stats. He just fucking
couldn't
gets up and
quite
leaves.
Figure it out.
I really thought in some of those last few moments there that D+ might have been able to turn the tide. I mean, I was looking at the Seraphine shielding coming through, the diadem, and he's able to block so much damage. Even
Yeah,
when
we're
the
gonna
equalizer
review this
came down, I
game
was like,
phase.
this
There's
equalizer hurt
16
them,
times here where
but
you
the
shouldn't
slow
dash
was
in.
enough. T1 are able to collapse in there, and Paze does so much damage when those health bars get low. It's just so easy for him to clean up house.
It's
It felt
night
like
and
for a
day.
little bit there.
Crazy.
maybe
Like, look at
T1
that, by the way.
Look at those big dents.
What
But
the
for a
fuck?
moment, it felt like maybe Paze was going to be killable. Maybe if they had the right tools, if the Showmaker ult hits just one time at the right moment, Smash clean up, they get map control, they get Baron, maybe they could win the game. But that final
I know,
moment,
maybe I'm
Doran said,
overglazing, or maybe it's this, but I feel like it's for me as a viewer and a fan and like an analyst, whatever it is. It's kind of jarring to see T1 have this new style of like their AD carry is just unleashing on
He was the
cooldown.
engage. That's what I didn't quite understand from the beginning. The engage
They're
was,
normally
Faker
a little
gets
bit
hit by
slower
an
than
arrow,
this, but
they
the speed at which they
overextended
play
and then Pace
the
kills
mid game
everyone.
is a lot
And
faster
honestly,
because it's
it
a
worked
lot
an
more
absolute
revolving
treat.
around
D+ gonna have to
mid,
try and,
because
go back to
Pace
the
is
drawing
like-
board here and give us something a little
it's
different
either
here in
around
game
mid
number two.
or
The Ashe
Pace is
Seraphine
running
now
to
off
side
the
lanes, you know?
table, something that they have been relying upon definitely in their last one against
I will
the
say
DN
Smashy's
Troopers.
arrows that game were
But now
crazy.
it is time for
I don't
us
know
to
if
take a
Faker
short
just
break.
had like
We're
a
gonna get back to
fucking
space, gonna break
bullseye
that
on his
down,
head or
whatever
some
that
shit.
was, and then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
I think if Faker died on that Raptor play on the Drake spawn, this game could look a lot different. I think he got really lucky there. The world of ifs. All I just know is like the way T1 games normally go is Keria picks a support champ that's not meta, and then the play rate of that champ goes up by like 200%. So remind me to check this in a day. But Yuumi support right now, pick rate is like 4.6%, we'll say. Whereas, let's just take overall. So 4.38. In the next day, will it go like this? And then if anyone ever says to you in solo queue and they're like, why are you picking Yuumi? And they're gonna write to you, they're gonna write in the champ state like, Keria played the Yuumi. And you're like, oh, for fuck's sakes.
나 딜러 해볼게. 이긴 거 같아. 이겼어.
산테 노플.
잘 잡아야 해.
사람 잡고 올게.
오케이.
이거 다 잡히네.
잘만 잡아야 돼.
D. Boot up the WoW? Bro, I'm not booting up the WoW. Why are you saying muted? What's muted? Hello? Wait, you can't hear the sound or what? I got trolled? Okay. D. What's up? Bro, today is actually a banger day for League. Because LEC today, actually, KC versus Vitality. Oh my god. After yesterday's games, actually kind of excited for that. This guy rocks up to your top lane. What you gonna do when he's got his pink Crocs on? Hola! ¿Cómo está? Are you watching C9 Sentinels night as well? I said I would yesterday. What did Raz say? Hell no, you're trying to weasel out of it. Raz, give me one reason to watch C9 Sentinels tonight. And that one reason will decide whether I do it or not. You can't say Dom. Yapped in America. How has Yappa Yip Yip been doing? Oh, he's kind of frying. What the fuck? Where's the Ziggs at? Where's the Ziggs at though? Is he dropped the Ziggs or is it banned against him? That's crazy. That is crazy business. What? 100% ban against C9? Really? Nidalee with range support. Ooh. I would fucking dodge the draft. Hell nah. Nidalee range support is here. Ugh.
Hello everyone, welcome to Chijijik LOL Park.
Make a
here
list
in
of Disney
the space.
princesses.
We got a
Bro, I
special
don't
desk
know
for
any
you,
Disney
very
princesses.
special day. It is the Tri-Dan Desk. Myself, Daniel Gonzalez, also known as D-God.
I don't know their
It's
names.
Daniel Ox Harrison. And of course, the honorable
Elsa S tier. Boom.
Daniel Valdez.
Done.
It is 1-0 T1 versus D plus Kia, obviously, just in case that you forgot, even though this is a momentous Tri-Dan Desk occasion. And it started with a
No,
interesting
I don't know.
draft
Wait,
that
that's
also
not the one.
had a Yumi Zeri picked in game 1 and a Yumi Oopsie, but this time
That
not
is
from
that
career.
Jasmine?
Yeah, I feel like T1 got a lot of really good picks for them in the start of the draft, right? They got the Rumble, the Azir, the Xin Zhao.
What was her name again?
This is just phenomenal for that top side. Then when the bot lane comes through, they're going into Ashe Seraphine, and they opt to go
Mulan,
for this
yep.
Zeri Yumi. And,
And,
you're gonna be losing
yeah,
out
that's
to
it.
lane prio. You're gonna get bullied. You have
That's
some
it.
sustain into it, but it's also kind of a ticking time bomb. We've seen some lanes where you just get blown out and there's never any recourse. This is a situation where you have a lot of power at level 6 with the ultimate from the Zeri. You're running cleanse, you have Mikhail's that's going to be built by the Yumi that can mitigate the ult pressure, and it's really on Smash and Korea to crush you in lane. And when we look at the stats, they weren't that ahead in CS at 10 minutes. They did have a kill because Carrier made a
British
mistake,
food
stepped
tier list.
outside, got rooted. And with the plates and that kill, there was a bit of a goal.
Bacon sandwich is S tier.
This is not a huge
Bangers and mash
discrepancy
is
we've
mid.
seen in other games
Disgusting,
where we've had the
disgusting,
Seraphine. And when I'm
disgusting,
against Zeri
disgusting.
Yumi, and they're
Chicken
only
tikka
this far
masala.
behind, I'm a little worried.
Yeah, it ended up
Not
being
bad,
a pretty big
not
issue
bad.
when Paze just
What
flashed
the
over the
fuck
arrow
is
and
that?
just ulted them, and I think that it's a lot of confidence shown from Paze and from Keria, and
Is that
this
a
is
food?
exactly what happened, where they flashed over the arrow. You know, they could have, you know, essentially killed them here, but also
What?
Owner came down at the perfect timing, and this is one way
I've
to
never
just
heard of that
break
food
out
in
of
my
the
life.
Seraphine lane and just face it in a more aggressive manner.
And that's the thing, that one play completely destroyed that lead that had been built up over
What?
those 10 minutes. So, ended up being unfortunate. They went for Paze here because you had no cleanse available, but it just meant Owner had free reign to aggress on this bot lane who didn't have summoners, and it ends up turning
They're
around. Keegan
meatballs
Wiz,
with
double kill
herbs.
goes
Bro,
over to
what?
Paze,
I've never heard of
and
it. Bro.
not in
Hey!
a good spot from there.
Yeah, and that was without Crescent Guard, right? The
No
Xin
more
Zhao
tier
just went
lists.
straight onto the Ashe, and
No more
that
tier
was
lists.
all she wrote. And you're thinking, oh, there it is, D+. They had their opportunity. There's their window. There's no way they could come back, right? Right? Right?
Well, T1 does tend to do this. I think their entire attitude with throughout this game was
No
just,
more tier lists.
we are better than you, we are ahead, we're going to do whatever we want.
Are you gonna watch
And
Soda's
they did a
run?
little
He
bit of
posted on
that
YouTube.
here in
Soda's run of
highlight
what?
number 2,
Of
where
what?
Faker gets caught. This is kind of standard as well, you know,
Of
Lucius
Kara
loses a
Hazan?
lot, they take down the Azir, and then T1's like, now we're going to press the go button.
Soda Poppin,
and
I don't know
just
what it
kill
is,
you
but
and
Soda
get
Poppin's
revenge.
fucking
Yeah, and
YouTube
it
videos
just ends up being this
appearing
really
on my
extended chase to get the Jarvan, which, you know,
A home
you end
feed
up
a lot.
eventually getting the Jarvan, but it just keeps committing
In the
into
last
more and
few
more
months.
over the course of this. And I think it's just this mindset of we're super fed, we can do anything, and being a little bit disrespectful on the play. And Pace flashing in here into everyone. Doesn't have the cleanse, doesn't have awaken, have the CC, and this Cassante being up in your face is actually a problem. You don't cut through him that quickly.
Because you're a
and he
fanboy?
does
Yeah, but
relevant damage when he has
I'm a
his ult
fanboy of the
off,
stream.
so disrespectful from T1, and this
Not
kind of
so
gave
much
a
the
window
YouTube videos.
for D+ to get back in the game.
I'm looking at it
showed,
now, though.
Even with that lead, even with that Fed Zeri, if you just play with
Was there a
sort
boss
of,
that they got?
reckless
Was there a
abandon,
boss that
you
they
will
got
be
stuck on?
punished.
Yeah, and it wasn't the first or it wasn't the only time that happened, but it was the first time. And then after that, T1 get Baron. They try to push in the base. They kind of oopsie game.
Bro,
there. Then
they
on the
killed
bottom side of the
Prince
map, they're
in
trying to
3
split
hours,
push.
4
They
minutes.
oopsie game there, so there were opportunities for D+ to come back
We
into
killed
it.
Prince
However,
in
it was
3
still a
hours, 10
5,000
minutes,
gold
8
lead,
minutes.
Where D+ think they get a decisive pick yet again onto Faker to start a
Wait,
catch.
they did Nightbane
He
too?
just does those
Was?
magical things where he lives on 1 HP.
Yeah, I mean, he gets away here, which is kind of insane. You can see basically 1 HP, he gets out, and you're thinking, okay, well, DK, they get a huge win in the fight, essentially, to start off, but you haven't solved the Zeri issue, and their casters talked about it. If
The
Beast is
Korean
alive,
broadcast said
any
that
fight
what?
is
Keria
capable,
has what?
Or they're gonna pull the trigger regardless.
problem with his legs.
They do exactly that here once again.
I think you've already
Wait, where
been
did I
big
see? He said something
tools,
about legs.
right?
Where was
Shockwave
that
is
message?
Down, the Ash Arrow's down. We see the Cassante goes in very aggressive. And gets
Korean
choked
cast said
out,
Keria got a
taken
leg
out, and
injury.
that gives
Oh.
pays free reign to play aggressive like this. So many tools are being burned. And Zeri really flourishes in a scenario where those tools are unavailable and you can just sweep in and clean up. And I think D+, you didn't get the Azir, and they felt frustrated by that. They were like, we have a brief numbers advantage before the TP.
Oh boy.
Oh my
They
god.
just pushed in and held their position way too aggressively, and T1 immediately punished that.
So there's definitely a lot to go over for the side of D+.
Oh my-
Kia.
yo!
CV Max is livid after that game number
He's
1.
unleashing
and,
on them.
I mean, you know, I think T1 were trying to make a statement with how aggressively they were playing, you know, whether it was happy gaming or whatever you want to call it. But it did feel like DK kind of just got blasted out of the arena in game 1. And as a coach, you're going to feel that emotionally. It's going to feel like you feel
He
very
is-
vulnerable after a loss
He
like
is
that.
not letting Career
especially
get
CV
caught
Max,
again.
He's known to be very passionate and have that dictate how his team plays, especially when you know how good they can be. Like, when you know that they've been able to come back from deficits before, when they've been able to be front runners and dictate it through that man in the jungle and Lucid. But when you don't execute a composition that you wanted to run, and Max was saying, like, hey, I know how this composition runs later. T1 has to get an early lead, and you give it to him, you get upset because you're like, hey, we drafted our strategy here, but then you let Pays run all over us like that.
Yeah, and I think even with the mistakes from T1, they haven't been
Create an
super crisp
AFL
with the
team
They're
tier
still a
list.
team who knows to
AFL.
sort of bring
What
the
is
game back
AFL?
together, rein it in when things get a little messy. They're a team who are liable to do some
Melbourne,
of the shenanigans. We've seen them do it many
Australia.
times before, and I think Paige
Australia.
on these hyper carries, this is really what we saw him on when he
The
debuted. You know,
best
Zeri
team
was
is
such a big part of the
probably-
meta when he was on that Gen G lineup before.
Yeah. Well, again, we know that the stakes are high. A win here means that you continue on into
The
top
bulldog.
3, over to Hong
What is
Kong,
that?
loss here,
There's a
ends
bulldog.
Your cup run. Let's get into game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I was just ruminating on that. Did
Dun,
see
dun,
that even
dun.
after the time in the coach's booth where all of the players were there, Korea was there, and CV Max was having a chat to him, just making sure that they can get on the same page. But I think maybe the carrot could be the next thing. You know, 'Cause I
T1
feel like
trio.
CV Max for the last 7 years has been all about the stick. And I think maybe carrot from now on could be a good idea.
I watched the last fight again, and I think you could really feel the frustration because you and I also felt that the draft for T1 was so risky. I think if you believe that you can win this series, which CV Max's coach interview before this best of 5 started out, didn't really give me the utmost confidence.
No.
But if you truly believe you can win this series, if you truly believe you can go to Hong Kong and do what BNK already did and defeat T1, you have to trust you could win with that draft against what T1 put together. And I think the win cons were there. The sloppiness for T1 through the beginning of that late game gave them some ins, but they just couldn't do it. And CV Max has got to be frustrated, but maybe he's trying to get them motivated because D+ has been a team that, as you say, many, many times falls behind. If they lose momentum, they just do not play as well as they did in the previous games. And it's happening
Is their
early in
jacket
this
wet?
series, and that
No,
is a
it's not. It's
demoralizing loss
just
to
bro.
take.
Yeah.
So the passion of CV Max, I think maybe perhaps warranted.
All right,
but we'll
DK
see
chose
if
second
he
pick.
said the right
It's gonna be
things
similar
as we
draft,
move
I
into this
guess.
Game 2 draft.
Yeah, I think sometimes encouragement is a
Nocturne,
little bit better
and then what was
than,
it, Pantheon?
You know, hammering in your mistakes. But what do I know?
Was it Pantheon?
I am not a coach. I am just a commentator, and I do make a lot of mistakes myself, and maybe I'm projecting
It was
just a
owner's
little
birthday
bit,
yesterday?
you know.
Wait,
I don't
really?
know what he said. It might have been aggressive encouragement.
Yeah, you might have been aggressively saying, I think you're an
Happy
incredible
birthday,
player,
owner.
and you,
Hey,
you
big
can
W.
show so much better than that. He might have been saying that you can show so much better than this, and let's hope that they actually can.
No, it was his
We do have
anniversary.
very similar bands this time around via
His
Ambessa
debut
and the
anniversary.
Bard
Wait,
Nocturne,
he debuted in
but instead it will be the
2020.
Varus taken away here on the T1 side, and so freeing up a ban here for DK.
So
Let's
it's
see what
his
they
5th year
decide to
anniversary?
take off the board. Probably Pantheon.
Let's see. I think that's the best option.
He was
at
sharing
this
time
point.
with Cuz,
Strongest
wasn't he?
jungler
It was Cuz.
on this patch. In my mind, as just
And then there was,
such an incredible win rate and so much
Kana
global
was sharing
impact. You
time
give
with
that pick
Zeus.
to T1, it's like, oh god.
And Nivea Ben.
Well,
Hey.
we'll find out. We'll find out what happens if we give that to T1, won't we?
It was Kana, Cuz,
Yeah,
Zeus
and
owner,
Benny and
top
Nivea
jungle.
is so odd because
Oh,
I
there was
feel like
Elim.
they are then
Elim,
going
yeah,
for
Elim.
They're looking for
the
But Cuz was there
Ryze
too,
pick,
no?
right? But I think Faker's
They
pretty
take
good
Pantheon
at
over the
Cassiopeia if
Ryze.
They want to play something like that
Or-
instead.
You know, CVMAX might be familiar with the strength of Pantheon
Oh.
Taliyah as a strong duo.
He might also be familiar with its weaknesses, but perhaps
Maybe
they're
in a
not going to
different
play
lane,
it in
maybe
the bottom lane.
different lane setup, yeah. As
Yeah, the most obvious Pantheon first pick ever comes in. Let's see whether they do decide to head towards the Ryze, and whether it's going to be something else.
Yeah, of course they'll head towards
well, I mean, this is kind of
the
the
Ryze,
the
but
way that we do.
I've been worried about what they're going to do in
Fearless here
jungle.
the LCK. You go Orianna.
What are they
Azir
going to play in jungle?
for game 1? You go Ryze game 2.
Wukong?
It's often Ryze Taliyah. Doesn't have to be, but with the Pantheon already
Wukong,
here,
Aatrox,
it's a pretty good
yeah.
chance. And now what does Lucid play in the jungle
Mundo?
here?
Mundo?
Jarvan is gone,
Mundo?
obviously.
Unless
The
they
Vi is
decide
gone.
instead
no.
to just slam Yunara. Because they could do that, take that away from Pays, and then give Smash the ability to carry. But instead,
I don't
we have some monkey business. Oh no, not the
Hey!
hover regular jungle.
There we
jungler,
go.
And then just switch to Lee Sin. I'm getting some flashbacks. Wolf.
Lucid Lee Sin. I'm not going to lie.
Smile,
It's one of
though.
his
I like
best,
the
but he
smile.
played it like
I
last
don't know
week and he
if
looked like a bot.
I don't know if I like it.
He missed
It
every
makes me-
spell. And he
Even
was
if they,
completely
like, just bow out
useless.
0-3 Wolf. If they do so with a smile on their faces, I will be a happy man.
You might be.
I'm not that happy.
I might,
but you know what I
be
mean?
a little bit less happy. I think maybe D Plus fans a little bit extremely less happy as we're going to see a Jace to come through here
That's
pretty
an
early
interesting
on.
call.
And that
Jace.
is certainly a potential flex pick here. Now, the Pantheon is almost certainly going in the jungle because it is able to be omnipresent that way and impacts the lanes
What?
incredibly powerfully. But we could
Jace?
see a weird flex where the Pantheon goes to support. The Jace could be then flexible. I think it's probably Jace top and probably then with the Pantheon in the jungle, but that will make that clear with the Taliyah being locked in here. So
Is
no
this a
surprises
Jace jungle
here.
flex,
T1's top
Pantheon
side is
support
completely
flex?
locked up, but
What is
what do you want to play? Yeah, what do you want to play into the Jace on the top side?
It would
Just
be
wanna
nice
grab
to, like,
tank
pick a
and absorb
champion
that
Jace,
pressure,
but
make the Ryze a little
there
bit
is a
more
world
powerful
where he
later,
gets a
but
bit
be willing
flexed
to give
around.
away
I
that
doubt
cryo
it.
into the Jace. That's the tough call you'll have to make. It makes playing Gwen feel horrible.
Just
in this
play
draft.
Ornn or
It looks
some
like
shit,
he's
yeah,
just gonna
Sion.
drop that tank down. But now the Yunara you mentioned is 100% going to get banned here. T1 are not going to play into that. They're not going to allow Smash to have that win con with the front line they already have. It'll be double threat here with the Ryze Yunara DPS.
Yeah, I think the Sion actually does make a fair bit of sense with the fact that you can avoid ganks quite effectively with your ultimate. You're not as worried about being CC'd because, of course, you're
Okay,
unstoppable for the
I'm
majority of the
surprised
time.
we're in
They will
game
need to
2,
find a
4,
lot of
5.
damage,
No
though. So
bans and Yunara
we
is just
require
untouched.
Smash to be playing a hyper carry. Like if I see a
This is a
Jhin
game
in
where I
this
think
game,
T1 need a
I
melee
may
support. Yeah,
leave
they're
the
gonna ban
nest.
Nord.
Thankfully, we have another play-by-play
They need a
in the
melee
house,
support
but I
with
don't know whether
Taliyah,
I
Jace,
can
Pantheon.
convince Valdez to come and
Can't play
commentate
range
this game
support.
if it is going to be Sion Jhin, which just makes me feel terrible.
If T1 had a little bit more of a strong, like in terms of health pool and like sticky top laner, they could
Lulu.
play the Jhin themselves, I think, in this draft to a decent degree, but I think Jhin is probably not
Peter,
really
get
gonna
on
be the
Discord, bro.
cards
Yo,
in this
Peter,
one.
listen to your
Take away
fucking
the
homie.
Lulu.
Get on Discord.
Does feel very smart. It's going to really eliminate a lot of the range threats here that Pays and Keria will be laning into, and they know that Smash is looking for the more carry-oriented play or pick.
Yep.
You could look for the Ezreal here because it's very safe.
Yeah, Ezreal's
inherently
great
as
for DK.
Smash,
They need to
and Smash
get rid
is very
of...
good at the pick, but Kalista does kind of, you know, it's a bit of a nod.
Did he
but
misclick
I thought it was
Kai'Sa?
going to be a Poppy
Why
ban.
the fuck
I
are
feel
they
like
banning
Poppy
Kalista?
would have been a really good option. We saw Lucid have an incredibly difficult time into the Poppy, I believe, in game number 3 of their previous series. It was why the Lee Sin didn't quite work out. And then he'd have to contend with both the Unraveled Earth and the Steadfast Presence, which would be very, very worrisome.
There's still a strong potential, like even Lucian angle here for T1, depending on how they want to take this draft, because it has a lot of pick with
Leona
Talia.
Ben.
Leona is taken away. Another strong
They're trying to
pick
make
for
Ezreal Leona a bit
Ezreal
weaker.
and set up there, and honestly, one of Career's best picks.
Well, Ezreal on
in my
4
mind.
here is sketchy, I'm
He's
not gonna
taken
lie.
away now. So what does Smash want to do? Does he want to just go for the blind Yunara and see if they could fight their way through this and get to the scaling part of the later game? Does he want to play the safer Ezreal? Does he want to play Xayah?
Aphelios?
Aphelios without Lulu is pretty tricky here. They could try to go for the Thresh angle, but it just feels like in this situation, we've seen
I mean,
time and
Karma's
time again,
open,
Smash
so if
just
they go
drops the
Kai'Sa Nico,
Ezreal,
they can play Karma.
and
It's fine.
He has an individual performance that is insane.
I think
but
they
sometimes
might
this team
just go
cannot back it
Kai'Sa
up elsewhere
Rakan.
on the map, and Ezreal is not, to me, the pick that you can get it done alone.
They could play
with
Kai'Sa
a
Pantheon
lot of
bot.
the
Is that a
time.
lane?
Yeah, I also feel like this composition is pretty all in. And so if you have started a scrap,
Oh
I
my
don't
God,
think you
hold
get
up.
that time to sort of just dance around the neutral that the Ezreal does really love to do. As Pays taking a leaf out of the Guma book here, considering the Caitlyn.
Yeah, looking like it.
As
Okay, Yunara Karma.
Yunara Karma.
Yunara Karma. So not
Denying
a
the
massive
Karma
amount of
away.
engage, but it doesn't actually
Okay,
really
so they're
matter
playing.
because they
This comp
outrange
from
this
T1
so far. Not
is
necessarily on the bottom side
they're
of the
playing
map. The Ezreal
Karma
will be
support,
able to,
Jace top.
take pot shots and
It's
things
lane
like that,
win
but the
game.
Jace should be able to threaten with these shots.
Heavy lane game.
What is the engage to kill this Yunara? Like,
It's Rel,
Uh,
but it's not
Korea
good.
might be showing us. The problem is, if you do choose an engage support, this lane is not going to be fun. And instead,
Ezreal
alright,
Blitz.
this is a way to do it. Just go for a bit of an all-in.
Chat, I'm not ads if you're not
this
right.
is,
Coming off
to
some channel to
me,
want to back things up because. So
almost-
the reason I said
it's
T1
like the
can't play a range
theme,
support
the
is because
concept
it's
of
very
this draft
good
is
with
not
Talia
as
Pantheon to have like a
hard to
scrappy
play out for the
support, so
bottom
you have like a
2v2
really
this
strong
time for FaZe and Korea,
3v3.
'cause this time they have the Karma on their
If you
side.
slot a Karma in there,
But the
you're
way this
trading
game
your
is
mid
gonna
jungle
play out for
support
FaZe
3v3
almost
for a
exactly
winning
the
bot
same
lane.
As the Zeri did-
So now
did
they need to
in game where it's
leverage
like,
a
okay,
winning
can you
bot
kill this
lane
guy? He's going to do massive
to
amounts
get a
of damage.
lead
He's gonna
big
come
enough
through your
to
front line.
merit Talia not having
You have
a mini
so
support
much
to fight
pick
with
set
her.
up here for him. He has a Karma to get shields. Lane Prio is going to be yours on the top side. You have bottom side Prio with the Yunara Karma. That's always going to have push. Unless some crazy hooks come through from Career, we see that turn around. And then the rise into the Talia. The Talia has not really, so far in the LCK Cup, been the winning one on that side. And yes, the rise for Showmaker will outdamage Talia in team fights, so it's not just the Ezreal doing the damage. But if this Yunara comes online, gets online early, T1, they could just do whatever they want. But this time they have engaged. This time they have tools to kill the Rise, and then the Ezreal can't get it done on its own. And the fact that they have lane prio in both top and bottom side here, I think is one of the biggest issues for Lucid, who's going to struggle to make an impact on this Lee Sin. Even though Lee Sin has a lot of agency in the early levels, with no lanes to play through, it's going to be tricky.
And he also, like, he was on a Jarvan in the last game, right? And you have a lot of tools to get stuff done early.
I was wondering why
You got
chat
nothing done
spammed
early.
ew
So we're gonna
hair
have to
when
see
they locked in
Lucid
Ezreal.
really make a turnaround here in game number 2 if D+ want
No,
to even
bro.
out the series. Let's get into it.
Now I get it. It's because they're all fucking bold except him. You're so stupid, by the way. You're so stupid. Sion, Rise, Pantheon, Lee Sin, Blitzcrank, Lee Sin. You're so fucking... You can't say 5 boldies in an Ezreal on the left. Bro, you can't say that. That's stupid as shit.
Once again. Showmaker on his rise. I feel like, once again, going to have a decent time in the lane you already mentioned.
I was wondering why you were spamming that. I was like, is it my hair? Did someone's hair? Like, what the
fuck? You
fuck?
can see things working out relatively evenly in level 1, but it should be that Showmaker can pretty comfortably build up to his first couple of items and do a lot more damage than what Faker will be able to do on this Talia, assuming he goes for the same relatively anemic build that we've seen quite a few times with the Rylai's second. Hook going to connect, as Carrier will just not really mind because it's level 1 and hits the Mantra Q.
Yeah, just going to continue to harass here. As long as you don't get hooked under turret, Carrier.
Yeah.
He's really standing
2
close to... yeah,
Well, they have
standing
Blitzcrank.
close to a hook
Oh, and there it is.
Pace, what?
Not going to quite have level 2 just yet, so Pace
That's
not
good
get
confidence
up,
for
but
career.
That could have been worse.
I mean, this game is going to be, yeah, like I said,
invested
T1 needs to
with
win both
Ghost.
side
I
lanes,
don't think
and
it
then
matters too much
it's
in
quite
this lane
simple,
because
T1's
you're like,
composition.
okay,
It's
cool,
winning
now your
bot,
hook's on
winning
cooldown
top,
and we're still
both pushing.
Karma, Yunara pushing
double
into you,
global.
but didn't need to happen that way.
No.
And DK has I will survive
And
top.
they do
I'm
at
Sion,
least
don't
punish
worry about
Korea
me.
with
Path
a
bot
mech
and hook them.
that
Like there is
is the turret.
And try and
there's
match
almost
with
no
my global.
champion. Like obviously Ashe Seraphine trumps all, but there's almost no champion in the game that warps lane like Karma does, where it's like, yeah, my
If
80 carry
T1 lose
did
summon
get
us
hooked by Blitzcrank
in bot,
under
then
turret,
DK
take
can
a
start
turret
to get
shot,
some
and it
control, I
means
think.
nothing.
But
There's no
until
way
then,
this wave is crashing through.
it's gonna be
and,
tricky.
We're gonna. He just looks back and he's like, all right.
I think it's good that Smash has TP.
Oh, we had the little zoom. Jonas Strong was thinking that Korea might be going for it. Decides not to. We do have a Lee Sin in the area. As D+ will be considering a little bit of a recall, but doesn't actually come on through as Doran and Xiu fighting against one another. I feel like no matter how the meta changes, we will always just have the odd Sion Jace game.
Yeah, that's just how it goes. Chronicle always wished for a little bit more Malphite into Jace, but
Yeah.
we never actually had the odd Malphite into Jace.
At least it's unstoppable something as his ultimate, you know?
Yeah.
There's that.
Well, the Jace is going to win the matchup unless errors are made by Doran. And
I think
sometimes
this
it can
game's
be a
super
fun
winnable for
matchup,
DK, yeah.
if the Jace wants to play hyper aggressive.
It's a risky comp from
the
T1.
Sion gets some trades back once he has a few more levels in him.
Oh. Lucid does discover Ona. Yeah, he just does come on through there.
Don't
but
you-
Showmaker making his way over here as well. Has to deal with the rocks as at least the seismic shove does not quite connect. Vision everywhere though, so Korea not going to be able to find these cute little
Yeah,
hooks
bot
from
push.
the Fog of War.
Yeah, actually ends up being pretty good control here by D+ to grab that scuttle.
Ooh, Smash not going to quite find the Essence Flux angle.
Hayes does not have barrier, so making
like
big
both
outplays
80
on his
carries
own
are
is
so
gonna be pretty
fucking
tricky
locked in.
here, when he's alone. With the Karma there, he kind of permanently has barrier.
Like in a
Feels
way where like
obviously,
both mechanically so
Doran
ready
is
for
just
anything.
gonna say, all right, thanks for your TP and fourth your health bar.
Yep. He had just made his way back to lane as well, and so it's not exactly as bad as it could have been there for Xiu, but still doesn't feel fantastic as Lucid makes his way towards the top side for his
They have
Grom.
Soccer Striker
That does
Lee
have
Sin
vision
and
on it.
Soccer Striker
And so
Ezreal.
T1 know exactly what's going on. Good angle there as Faker throws a big old
Isn't there a
rock at
goalkeeper
Showmaker.
Blitzcrank skin?
Nothing else going to really come of it, as Showmaker does have a slight CS advantage. And Korea is moving up the mid lane, looking to poke his head in, see what
He
Showmaker's
should've
up
used
to
it.
as Smash will be able to collect this wave. It's not going to be end of the world. Should be able to even out things
It's
as far
football,
as CS
yeah,
is
but the
concerned.
skin's called soccer.
Across the board on that bottom side.
Yeah, nothing crazy. The agency that T1 have early here hasn't, led to a massive lead. Speaking of agency,
Yeah.
So,
There's the knockup onto
do we have the
Faker.
damage to do this?
Showmaker in a little bit of trouble, gets the heal as the flash comes out. Korea had
Okay.
already thrown the hook though. Still gets the flash that he was looking for. Has to
Now-
invest the heal.
they know there's no Blitzcrank in the bottom lane, so Pays can just continue to push this in and grab a plate. So it's not all for nothing here for T1 with that flash being expended for Faker. They do get the cross map on the bottom side. A small one,
Yep.
but one to be sure.
Bit of extra money certainly feels good as now Doran dives on top of Xiu.
He is a Korean Jace player.
Yeah.
He is one of the ones that we have here in the LCK.
Oh, and actually Smash is taking teleport. Interesting one as the flash hook not going to quite
okay.
connect there.
He got
You
the
know
ghost
that
out of
you're
Pace
never
as
really
well.
going to have the trade pattern to actually look for a barrier play into
Lost
into
the
this
cannon,
composition.
Shiwu.
And Cleanse feels relatively low value.
Well, he can ult
Really,
back
you're
to
only
lane at
cleansing
least.
A Pantheon or maybe like a root from Keria on the leash.
No flash
so
on
It
Faker.
does make a lot of sense to go for TP, especially on the losing lane as Faker.
Yeah, is going to try and shove back Lucid,
Oh,
who gets himself
the Q
out of there.
hit.
The Q is going to miss, though. And so Faker will survive. No flash, remember. That's why Lucid decided to go for it and waited for the rocks to be on cooldown as well, so that he could actually get in. As now Ona not going to quite find the angle there, but will have a very
Okay,
deadly
freezing
spear
bot.
being lined up
Because
pretty soon.
Paze needs the base, right?
We
That's the
haven't
benefit
seen
of the
Hayes
Ezreal
complete his
TP.
first back yet. He's going to go ahead and take that now.
Also,
See,
Xiu is
with
getting a
the
top
small
wave
lead he
out
has,
where
he's gonna
Doran
grab
needs the base. Oh, he
Greaves on
cancelled it.
first back, which is really high value for Yunara. Even grabs the extra longsword there, so a lot of money he had in his inventory. The lead that Showmaker has picked up here hasn't really amounted to too much just
Yeah,
yet,
what up,
but he grabs
Dr.
the plate now and is starting to build up a small CS advantage.
Yep.
And Doran, obviously on the
You're
top
too
side,
far
has
to the
a
right
greater
of the
lead,
camera.
but doesn't necessarily mean as much, well, not as much as like
There
a
you go.
small lead here for Showmaker. I want to compare the two of them. What I mean is, this lead isn't a huge one as Keria.
Yeah,
No flash.
Is going to be face tanking here, and down he will
Big
go.
damage, one
Lucid
tap.
able to pick up first blood.
Okay,
Trishot Rush helping
okay,
out.
career.
There was a ward in the river.
Sometimes you walk into Tribrush and you make it most of the way via a hook, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a big win.
It is.
Kill goes over to Lucid. in the bottom lane. And that lead is more significant. Really, what I was getting at is that the Sion is going to be okay to be down on gold into this matchup, and they
Yeah, the
opted
Sion
into that,
naturally has to
even though
lose.
it was the case. His job is
The
to
good
just be a health
news
bar later
for
on.
DK so far is
This
bot
is
is
a more
actually
significant
going
advantage
okay.
picked up as this Lee Sin starting to get off the ground.
Oh, let's see. Korea does not throw the hook. But remember, you miss every hook you don't take, so technically he just missed the hook.
Sure.
As Keria, let's get a ward on over. Let's cancel
They can
Korea's
stay,
back
they're
there
freezing anyway.
momentarily. Smash
But
off
there
to the
will be a
side, got
Pantheon
him.
ult on
Not
their
quite
head here.
activated.
Blitzcrank could die if they overstay bot.
Seismic Shove also not going to quite connect here. So everyone is safe for the moment. Rune Prison comes on through, but Showmaker still taking a fair bit of damage back as the threaded volley is
Korea is staying
starting
quite
to hurt.
far
We'll
back.
have to see what Faker's build is
They
going to be.
are
It looks like it is going to
trimming
be a
this wave
Seraph,
slowly.
but we have seen other Talias go for second item. Leandri's, for example, with the Scion on the enemy team could be a decent option.
Definitely going to be one of the options for him here. The thing I'm looking at in this game so far here for T1 is, you know, we haven't seen as much of an impact from Owner in this game. Hasn't used his ultimate just yet. And it doesn't look like he's going to be using it here to affect this bottom lane. He also doesn't have insanely strong side laning champions to play through. Oftentimes with this Pantheon, you end up having a Azir to play through, for example, or a really strong pushing. Sometimes if you have like Pantheon Ryze, the Ryze has great wave clear,
calm
can be a
game.
huge threat in sides, or even sometimes a Gwen.
Career needs to
He
be
has
careful
a
still.
Jace, which can do a lot if left alone, but is pretty fragile, so he can help defend the Jace, but it's also a Talia with Ghost, so I think he needs to do a little bit more early here. He does have a nice angle right now. He's unseen behind the enemy lines.
Yeah, the problem as well is that it's Keria here on the Karma, so not going to be backing him up with too much extra as now Owner and Faker do find Showmaker, but he does move himself out of the way.
Nice
He's going to
block
connect
from
there
Owner.
onto Owner as the kick. Let's see whether it does actually come on down. Exhaust comes
Oh
through, but he
my
then
God,
misses
we
the
can't
hook.
miss those,
Unfortunate there
Career.
for Korea. And so that is going to be the end of that.
Okay, now an all-in angle here for Pays, a level down.
Smash, not quite finding it here. As the Mystic shots are difficult to land when Pays is running extraordinarily
Wow.
quickly.
Okay, Pays
Goes to
playing that
Nulty.
pretty
Don't want to be helping
respectfully.
him out there. The flash forward from Showmaker, though, that actually catches
No flash
Jonas
Faker,
Strom
dead.
off guard, and that's another kill for Lucid. This time the hook
Nice
is
play
going
by
to connect,
Shoemaker.
but there was no one else there. And so Owner is going to
Yes,
turn that
heal,
into an
Career's
engage
fine.
for himself, but only has Carrier backing him
Okay,
up.
some good
And
kills
so
for DK.
just
Lucid
2-0
2-0.
with not much of a response.
And Pays doesn't actually follow on the all-in there on the bottom side, even though it felt like he had a pretty decent angle to continue trying to push Smash out. Smash actually gets almost everything here and still remains up on farm.
Oh my God, the
As Lucid's even
JCP
gonna take some of
swarm
the
on
jungle away
Krugs.
here from Owner.
The teleport, I believe, just spotted him as he teleported over the top of the camp. That was a cute one, but he is now going to be going back home. So Owner should be able to take this Drake, though.
They get the Dragon here, but this is just D+ playing very proactively in the early game and punishing T1 quite heavily.
And Lucid is the one that's the benefactor, right? We were asking him, like, Lucid, can you be more proactive? Well, he's 2-0 in this game. There are only 2 kills so far, so that is certainly looking good. Obviously, this was largely off the back of Showmaker with a great flash.
Yeah, Showmaker gets the flash
Great play
route,
from
and
Showmaker.
now there's just no real play here for T1 on the follow. As Faker didn't have flash, has it now, but the Lee Sin here, we said he didn't really have lanes to play through, but he's found opportunities. As Shiu, I don't know if this is an
Oh,
opportunity.
Chase, no
Get the
flash.
flash kind of as a freebie.
There's a
So
dive
you'll
top
take
brewing
those.
here if they wanted.
And, like, Lucid is on the top side of the map. I don't know if they make something
He's
of
not
this, he
getting that
might
base
be
off.
able to.
Oh dear, Lucid going to be able to at least stop him from backing out of the way, but we know that there's no one coming. There's no teleport
He's dead.
on this team. Nothing at all, and so that is just going to be
Okay,
an easy
Lucid.
one picked up
Lucid
here by the DK
Masterclass,
jungler.
3-0-0.
3-0 here for the Lee Sin.
3-0-0.
Well, D+ are really off to the races in this one, and T1 are really going to struggle to find their way back in. I mean, consider that this
I feel like
Jace
Owner
does
needs
not
to,
have TP.
needed
Now
to
is going
have
to find
pulled
himself, even in CS,
a
the Sion
Pantheon
takes
ult on
the
the Blitzcrank
lead
earlier. Now
as
his
two plays
options are
given
kind of
over.
limited.
And this Talia is going to take a long time before she can really start setting up plays, and Owner has felt invisible in this game, just behind the plays here from
The
Lucid.
bold comp goes kind of crazy.
1,000 behind.
Yeah, his option, I guess,
Gonna
is
go wide
Ryze,
here.
actually.
This Pays doesn't have his Ghost back available just yet, but also hasn't had to use his flash at all this game.
He's going to Pantheon ult mid right now.
So feeling pretty comfortable on this Yanara. A looming threat, you could say, as that Realm Warp was optimistic at best, and Showmaker will be going down as T1
Beautiful.
pick up their first kill of the game. That's a max range
Nice
hook.
knock,
Very
nice
nicely
hook,
on there,
nice ult.
As Carrier's burning down.
Yes, Mantra W
Takes
and
the
Eel.
Blitzcrank for a walk, though, and he
That,
will get
that
snared.
Karma W was in
And
range.
Korea looking a little worse for wear, but otherwise is going to be all right. Hayes just able to offer so much
Smash
damage
STP.
back.
Crazy amount of damage, and because
Is
there's no
Smash
real
getting that
follow-up
base
here
off,
when
or is there a
you already
Pantheon
used your
2 coming?
buttons
No,
as
it looks like
career,
they're gonna
Hayes can
back
just walk up
away.
and know that he wins these exchanges because the Ezreal can't offer the same amount of damage back unless he gets everything. He's got sidesteps. Faker will also grab plate gold here in the mid lane. As finally, Owner makes a play. He's been looking for these plays all game long, but hasn't found the right one until just now, as he can stop the Realm Warp here from Showmaker and take him out. He's flashless. The kill goes over to the Pantheon. So finally on the
It's kind
board
of
here,
unlivable, that play.
RT1, and with that play on the bottom side, they picked up a little bit more gold there
You put
too.
your
So
camera over Ezreal. I want
it's
the
a
full
close
bolt
game.
comp.
T1 have that first dragon.
No.
See
No, I
if
can't do that.
D Plus can continue to be proactive here. It's hard to say which comp has a timer on it, like in terms of which comp scales better, because obviously with the Rise here on the side of D Plus and this relatively safe Ezreal, they have a lot of. Here comes the Taliyah wall.
Yeah. T1 looking for an angle towards Korea, and there's the flash from Owner. Gets the flash out of Korea, but he's a little bit late on that one. Seismic Shove going to push him back, and even through the ulti, he is very, very dead.
Okay.
And Faker just decided that Korea was gone.
Yeah. And T1 have kind of decided they want to start using their globals.
No flash.
Well, Lucid is also
Oh, he kicked him
decided
into their
that he
fucking
wants
Scion
to
ult.
kick Doran into a Scion. That was beautifully played. Carry is going to be there, and everyone else is turning up as well. Lucid will break the tether, and then
Oh,
Safeguard's
Lucid kinda
away. He's
smurfed
gonna be
that.
able to
Holy
take them on
shit.
Mary Jaunt through the jungle. And Showmaker
Wait, he
getting some
monster
plates on the
smurfed
other
that.
side. Let's see whether Lucid can actually execute himself. He might actually be able to. Faker is able to get it, and there's even an assist over for Carrier.
Yeah,
Did by a bit of time.
Unfortunately for him, he didn't quite get enough time there to get away. And the kill does go over to Faker, but feels pretty okay here for D+. You know, they end up getting a lot of plate gold for this Rise, and he's one of their big win cons. I was just starting the conversation about scaling his TP here from Doran.
Yeah, it's going to bring him towards his bottom side of the map. He's spotted on that ward as Korea makes his way down. Does get the knockup.
Korea's
There's
getting
Carrier
caught
here
again.
as well, so Korea's just really dead.
I don't know what he's doing.
I'm
Shibal.
not sure if they, where they saw him. There is that ward over the wall. I guess that's where they spotted him, there in the river. They also have that ward to the left of the Dragon Pit. So T1 were just like, all right, I think we collapse on Career.
Bro,
And there's nothing
DK
really
need to
Showmaker
start.
can do
They need
to help him out with a prio that pays.
They need to
and
get their
Carrier still
jungle
have in the
support
mid lane. So
same
just a really
screen.
cool heads-up play from
Same
Doran.
screen.
He's had quite a few of those teleport plays in this series already. The Rumble now on the Jace here, picking up a second kill onto Career.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate though, because that is sort of 2 deaths in a row here for Korea, and the tempo that DK did have an advantage in, just kind of slipping away, right? And so now we have Rod of Ages completed here for Showmaker. That is going to be starting to stack up, you know, 25 minutes or something like that, and he will have that one completely
Blitzcrank
done.
is running around the map, level
And
6.
looking to get that tier
He is running around the map, level
transformed into
6.
his Seraphs
I repeat,
next.
level 6 Blitzcrank on the
Eventually
map.
We'll get that actualizer and then be a real damage dealer. But for now,
like, speaking of real things, well, real damage dealers, I'm looking at Pays, absolutely.
Yes.
But on the other side, it is going to be Showmaker and to a lesser extent, I think Smash in this game. I think it's a little bit more difficult just because if Smash is ever sort of even slightly in range of Pays just kind of 3 hits him and he dies.
Exactly. So that's the thing, like, Ezreal can avoid a lot of the engage, but it's a little bit tougher for Rise. And if Rise dies, then Pays just doesn't care about anything. He doesn't care about anyone,
Okay,
and he
2
will
Drakes
kill
to
anyone.
T1, trading for
If
Herald.
he gets hooked by Career, he's like, I will kill Career.
Carrier not as worried about a hook that is now on cooldown.
Pantheon ult.
Yeah, we have Chemtech Soul, as there is the ulti out
Smash
of
is
Owner, like you
cooked
were
here.
talking about. They just decided
it's
to kill
hard
Smash.
losing.
This is kind of what we were talking about, as the eye, I think, is
Bro.
not going to get picked up. It's a double here for Pays, as Lucid going to be able to take
Yeah,
the
this
Rise
game is
exit.
looking kinda
but I
rough.
don't think that's really what they wanted.
For
because
DK,
now Pays is on the board,
I'm
and this
starting
is
to
the
realize
problem that
DK's
they had in the
champs when they
last
come
game.
together,
Very
it's
similar
all
story
single
here.
target.
Now they're looking for more.
So if you
Owner's
start a
gonna be able
fight,
to get
oh
the
my
Seismic
god,
Shove does go
Faker
wide, though,
mispushing his W bit there.
Showmaker still getting a fair
What?
bit of work done here. Lucid goes in and then tries to go out, but explodes, tethered up there by Carrier, and Showmaker once again sidesteps.
All of DK's
but
comp
straight
is single
into a
target.
spear,
Rise,
and
Lee
DK
Sin,
have just fallen
Ezreal,
apart.
Blitzcrank. So if they throw their hook and it misses, now what?
After watching all that.
Now what?
Oh, Atlas, it was looking so good at the start of this game.
Like, what do their
like a
champs
house
do here?
of
Tell
cards
me.
every
Tell me how
time,
they
isn't
can
it?
play
Well,
the game
Dragon,
or play it better.
They come over here for the contest using the Pantheon Global, right? And this Weaver's Wall also perfectly placed here from Faker. Not only does it really deny Showmaker entry, but it prevents the retreat. It's such a perfect wall.
Ezreal, Lee Sin,
and then the
Blitzcrank.
Rumble comes down here. Lucid is able to get out miraculously.
Bold, and red.
Then in this set of circumstances, Showmaker, really nice dodge here, but Lucid going back in here is definitely going to raise C-Max's higher, let's say.
I think perhaps he thought that the
think
rocks
their
were going to
completes the
expire
trap.
earlier than they did, because it was not really the look he was going for.
Just standing in the river, starting a team fight, it's just free lose.
A bit rough.
Oh, wait a minute, Shoemaker. Wait a minute.
Get the phase rush now,
Egg
so
baking
should be able to
maker.
catch up to Faker momentarily. Let's see whether he gets in range as no flash.
Nah, Lucid clears him here.
Lucid is going to try and make
Simple
something happen.
combo here,
Seismic
simple.
Shove now on
Boom,
cooldown as
boom,
there's the mini
boom.
stun into the
Beautiful.
wall, and Lucid is able to lock down that kill. So there's
Wait,
a little bit back.
Chase
here
is
for
TP in
Day.
top.
Yeah, all right, feeling better about this one. This also could be a freebie.
Yeah, the flash in from Doran as he looks
Wait,
to
that was fucking
eviscerate
clean.
Showmaker, and that
What?
absolutely
QE
works.
flashes
Down
over it?
smash, tries to arcane shift himself out of the way, and there is the knockup onto Pays. In the meantime, though, it's Lucid
Ooh,
outplays.
Lucid.
Finds the angle onto Doran, and the gank in the mid lane does not quite work out. So maybe
It's like-
we were signing the obituary for DK a little early.
This is like a solo queue game where Lee Sin is 6 kills, but it doesn't matter. His champ
I
just
mean,
doesn't carry
Lucid
the
is
game. It's
also
impossible.
Going to die slowly again, it looks like. Don't
Hit
think
the
he'll be able to
plates.
get the execute,
Hit the
but-
fucking
I think he will,
crystals.
because I don't think he's been touched for quite some time.
I just don't
The
know
thing
if he
is,
gets there in time.
Yeah, he needs to die ASAP. As Pays, let's see whether he hits him with something. No, Slurkle doesn't land, and Lucid is going to dictate his own fate. here.
Proxying.
Danny will go to a minion.
All right, well, that ended up buying a lot of extra time there as well. Surprised Pays didn't flash for it, but I guess he decided that losing his flash for potential gold there was just not worth it. So decided not to go for it, wanted to go for the arc instead, and did not get the kill. So Faker dies ultimately here, as we do end up seeing this. You know, he runs away for a really long time, but Lucid does come over. And then we were like, all right, so what happens next? Because Doran just loves TP flanking in this series. He does decide instantly to go for one. Up here to the top side
He's
of the
all
map.
about vengeance today.
And then after
think the flash
they get
was
the kill
cool.
onto Showmaker, that's when the magic happens here. So watch it from Lucid's perspective.
How does he win this? He's 2 levels down.
Yeah, gets it. That was pretty cute. Just trying to make sure that he is
The ward
missed
jump
by
to
as
get the
many
Q.
buttons as possible.
And also, like, I mean, unless Doran hits everything, I think he probably kills him in every scenario there.
Flash
but Doran
for
really
fun.
wanted to get the kill on a Showmaker.
Bro, so what? It looks fucking cool.
and, I mean,
He's
he
the
did
only
not
one with
miss a
kills
beat
on his
there, and
team.
Now he has 6 kills.
People are running it.
It's every single kill on DK is Lucid right now, who has got most of the items. He is at least building a heck of a lot of damage. And so that is good news. The Scion gonna have to ulti away, otherwise that seismic shove could have been problematic. So
You never know. Maybe
Chi
Chase
now
had
without
QE
his
coming
ult,
up soon.
But I don't think that's gonna be
You have to
end
flash
of
it.
the world exactly. 1 minute until this Chemtech Soul.
I do appreciate how Faker is built in this game. I think a lot of people might be just
don't
annoyed
like it.
because it doesn't do damage to Scion.
Just don't like it.
But Showmaker may be dead
you're
again.
just dead.
Yeah, Showmaker doesn't like it either.
It feels like
as
T1
he
is just
really dead.
They weren't anywhere
they're
on the
gonna be able to
map
pick
for the
that one
first
up
10 minutes, and now they're
with the
everywhere
help
on the
of
map.
Doran. And so even though it was
And
a bit of a slow
DK is
start this
nowhere
game,
on the map.
Owner is really
Blitzcrank is
putting
nowhere
some,
to be seen. Ezreal
some
is
stats
locked
together
in
for
mid.
himself, 403 here on the Pantheon.
Yeah, now, I mean, there's this Karma just constantly controlling Prio in mid. Pace just keeps whittling away at this turret. Now it's also down to a single plate here. And they're set up for Dragon here. It's 20 seconds until their sole point, potentially, if they can secure it here, is set. Nona doesn't have his ult, but he doesn't need it because they have Prio, so he can just walk in. And they have Weaver's Wall, so this is where things get really hard for D+ now. Even with Showmaker respawning, guess what? He went Ghost, so he doesn't have TP, doesn't have Realm Warp, and T1 really can do no wrong on this Dragon setup. Doran also getting his TP back right now, completes his Muramana.
Yeah, Korea, unfortunately, not going to quite find that hook as, oh god, the Arc of Ruin is just too scary. And Korea punished immediately. As soon as that hook's on cooldown, he is just not really able to do much of anything at all. As Pays still
Blitzcrank
has
is
a bit of
not
ulti
very
running,
scary.
As still fair bit back, as Showmaker is doing a bunch of work. But
Why,
Lucid
yeah,
just
scheisse,
gonna
man.
get shut down by Doran, and they're going to
It's
look
a
for even
3-0.
more.
It's a
Showmaker
3-0.
under the turret
It is just a
not
straight
able
up
to
3-0.
survive, and the outer will fall at the same time. In the meantime, Shiyu and Faker just fighting towards the bottom
And
side.
oh look,
Yeah,
a Baron.
they thought
Baron's
about a
up.
soul point, but then
Yummy,
they're like,
yummy,
purple?
yummy, yummy.
Yeah. And that is exactly
It's an
what they're
email.
going for with the Chemtech Soul.
I think
they get the empowered honey fruit just to make
T1
it
wins
easier
this series.
to
I
take
guess it
this
is. It's
in.
going to be quite fun to watch
And
T1
T+
versus Fearex in front
Okay,
of.
this is optimistic.
How many people is it in the Hong Kong finals?
Let's
Arena.
see whether he can hit these Mystic shots as the seismic shot does connect.
Oh.
Korea!
Pro
This is the
career.
hook.
I thought
10K.
Faker might have been a goner there.
FearX
He
versus
doesn't hit the
T1
hook.
rematch in front
I
of 10,000
suppose
people. Chills.
It is going to be just fine. Okay, so missing the hook here
That's next weekend.
into the slow means, okay, you're just dead. And that's kind of how Blitzcrank is. It's a little bit binary, but they had no setup, so they had to fish for something. And the pace is just so huge. Like, Smash cannot get
They don't have a link to the arena next
and
weekend?
going over the wall. Yeah, it's...
DK didn't lose yet, bro. I've watched DK for like 7 years.
Control, they have this turret under their control.
And the first few years, the problems didn't arise. But the last 4 years, you know when a DK game is lost, and this is a DK game that's lost. I'm sure. I'm sure of it.
Now Ona's going to turn up. There's a teleport in from Doran as well. Lucid
They look
immediately
all
punished
over the place.
As a hook is going to connect, and the Scion is at least able to get some work done here towards Doran, but he gets a big old shield.
Whoa, what
We can
happened?
check out
The
a
observers
replay
are
for a moment,
replaying.
But now we are back to watching Shiyu die. We couldn't actually show on camera what had just happened, and so therefore we just panned away.
Censored.
Yep, censored 100%, and I appreciate it a lot.
As Keria does not have Ardent Censor in this game, but
I thought that was what
That's
did it.
the arena for T1 Gen G.
He's got a pretty similar KDA to his Yumi game last game, and this game state starts to feel pretty similar as well. A little bit more owner focused this time around, as he had a slow start, as you pointed out, but sitting at 12 and 15 KP right now, and this game is looking pretty over.
I saw the wrong one.
Hook again, going to go wide, and DK probably realizing they'll have to possibly concede this inner turret, as instead it will just be a plate taken here by T1, and they look for a little bit of a reset. In the meantime, Doran towards the bottom side, and you know, you said this already, if the Jace ever gets some spare time with some turrets, they just kind of explode.
They do. Didn't necessarily think it was going to work out that way.
Is it a
for them in
football
this game
stadium?
with how
I
the
don't get
early
it.
game went, but like, this is classic T1. I think T1 fans, they're like, it's my favorite. It's all classic. You think you got Faker,
I mean,
but
at
actually
least
my
in
whole
Q
team
hit
is
the
coming
minion.
and you're all going to die. And it's a little bit boring, it's a little bit overdone, but guess what? Teams just keep trying to kill Faker, and in this lead for T1 in the global jungler, you can't get him. You try, you can't get him. He baits
Faker
you.
survives.
You lose the game. They were
Always
already losing
survives.
the game, but it feels surely lost
That
now.
little rascal.
It certainly is. As we're going to have a look at that replay. Meanwhile, in live, Lucid is dying, and Doran is just going to do some
Right,
flips.
DK
and
is
land on his
completely
head.
out of this series.
Production
Like,
release in.
They really just want to shelter
DK
D+ fans today, and
I think
it's
DK
maybe
is definitely one of those teams that is quite momentum based. Like when they're feeling it and they can get into a fearless like series 1-1, they can play like TF, or you can get their Syndras, you know. You can see that they're in the series. They're just not in the series, DK. They're just so completely out of
Showmaker
it.
is just kept out with that Aegis. And Shiyu is a zombie, but not for very
There's
long.
gonna be another
This
game, but
is
this doesn't
Dunzo,
look-
ladies and gentlemen.
This doesn't look like
T1
DK is getting a single
will
win.
just roll over the top of DK here in game number
They
2.
just
It
look
was a
all
great
depressed as
start,
fuck.
especially by Lucid. But then we
It's a
felt
shitty
it,
draft.
that
I mean, it is
back-breaking
Lee Sin
moment.
SVL Blitzcrank
And then
is a
it
fucking
all
draft,
fell
yeah.
apart. That house of cards just flat on the floor.
I feel robbed. I thought game 1, D+ had a great draft into what T1 put together. I didn't doubt T1, but I thought, okay, well, this should be interesting, right? Like, let's see how T1 plays it out. But it just became such a foregone conclusion so quickly. And then in this game, they just let it go so fast. T1, 12,000 gold up here now, sub 25 minutes. Yes, their Nexus will survive for now. But if this is what game 2 looks like, the
Who's your
team
player
that
of the
has
series so
historically
far?
not been able to find their footing and get
I mean, I'm a bit biased.
Series.
It was the mega
The owner.
cage into death angle.
Yeah, well, that's one way to describe it. As here, you thought you caught Doran.
I think Owners
and
had
they
a
did
pretty
catch
like
him, actually.
really
Yeah,
good
but they
series
just don't
so
have the
far.
damage to kill him.
Yeah,
And Faker, this is hilarious. Faker's just like, I don't like that Smash guy anymore. He left us. Like Faker just is like,
He's-
I'm gonna kill him. You get
I know
along with
Space
me.
is taking a lot of the spotlight, but
Oh no, it's a tragedy on the Rift. It really is.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
that
the
was a
owner is
3-0
just-
predictor, and we're not there yet. But it starts to feel more likely. I wanted more. These two teams, we had the history of them together, right? It's a massive win
Doran
for
is just-
T1, 9-3.
Okay.
But it's still 32 to 18 games, and a lot of these series have been pretty interesting, especially in the Damwon and D+ Kia early days era of, you know, them playing T1 close, right? And taking a finals against them, but end up being pretty one-sided.
Rise
the
is
last
somewhere
time
top.
they met up against each other earlier this year, and it's looking like it might be the case here once again. As
Yeah.
like these drafts are also not that desperate. Like, yes, it's tough to play into the Karma. They went for the Blitzcrank, but 0-5 on the Blitzcrank I think is not really what they had planned. It's not how they
Chat,
imagined
that
this game
basketball
going.
court that you
0-5
linked
on
me,
the
that
Rise,
holds
getting collapsed on
10,000 people?
sides, I don't think is what they had planned for this game. And sure, Lucid got a lot done, but he was the only one who was able to pick up gold, and T1 were
Really?
just able to out-macro. And this Pantheon
That's
pick,
crazy.
even though it was slow, it could just impact everywhere. Dalia's Weaver's Walls from Faker have been so good this game, too, and it just feels like now you're thinking about your Game 3 draft more than anything else, and maybe Max won't pick blue side this time.
Yeah, let's hope so. I want to see like some second pick options, maybe get some
think
counter
it's
pick
this
angles
one.
in there. Although I guess they had that for the last couple
But
of
is that
games.
10K
Never
people?
mind. I don't know. I don't know what the. I really think that it's about mindset more than anything else. I think they need some encouragement and things like this on DK's side. Someone needs to tell them that they can do it. Because right now it looks like
There's
they do
no
not
people
believe
in that
they
picture.
can.
Okay, I'm done. Actually,
Let's
I'm
see
done.
whether they
A
can do
hook.
this one, as the hook is going to go
Yeah,
wide
got
because
that
Owner
ghost.
is engaging onto Shiu. Endless Hunger has
Wrong
been
one.
done
Was
for
that the wrong
Smash,
one?
but the Scion is done. He's just leaving. And the rest of DK now kind of caught with their pants down just a little bit here. Safeguard does get Lucid into the Realm Warp, and so that will get them out as there's a flash hook. Gets the flash out of Owner.
Is pushing this bottom lane with a pretty big wave here. Shiu is going to have to answer. Looks like he's going to pick up 2 plates off of this. And if they had Realm Warp, maybe they could collapse on him, but he's got Weaver's Wall, and he's just going to be able to run away here as the rest of his team does Baron, because it's a 3.5 item Yunara.
They did at least
Just fight the Baron,
stop going
please.
for Faker because they realized that the Baron was up.
How?
So
How do
they
they
are
fight the
learning.
Baron? It's
that
impossible.
Is a good idea.
I think
It's
it might
just
be a
free
little
as
too slow,
fuck.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to get over there as the Q's going to miss some Lucid,
Oof.
and he is just going to be taken for a walk. So there is just
It's only
free
the
Baron.
second game,
And
but
now
this
Weaver's
feels
Wall
like
from
a
Faker
third
as he
game
looks to try and
3-0.
start this fight off.
I don't know why.
Korea taking a lot of damage as he gets a big old shield. There's a flash out from Faker, though. True Shot Barrage is decent as Showmaker is stunned up. The hook is going to connect onto Owner, but he survives, and Doran dives into the back line and just destroys them. What
Holy
was
Doran.
that damage? The Scion is able to punish
Hey,
him, but this is
later.
game over, ladies and
Aw,
gentlemen. Pace
yo,
able to
let him
finish off
live.
The Scion, and that'll be the ace, and T1 will march up the mid lane.
It's not
I don't
want to
be in the room with DK after this game loss.
T1, but this game
And
certainly
what's gonna be
felt
said.
over
Jesus.
a long time ago, and it's 2 demoralizing losses back to back.
It is
here
really
for D+,
demoralizing.
as T1
Career looks like he's on a different
recover
planet.
fast
Lucid's
from their
just trying to
loss against
outplay
BNK,
people.
and now put
Showmaker
themselves
just
1 win away from
is-
going to Hong Kong,
I don't
trying
know.
to fight their way to
What the
face
fuck
old
happened then?
rivals in Gen G.
Yeah, Korea almost dies on his
Yo,
fountain,
Doran's
but
gone, bro.
will be spared that fate.
Faker always
Because
sits
the
there a
game was
little longer,
already
just to
over.
have a little
T1
sit
moved
for a
to
while.
match point
Check some
exceptionally
stats.
quickly here in this series against D+. And
Have a look on the
there's
desktop
gonna
for a
have
sec.
to be some massive
Finish off his
changes
drinks, and
on the
then he'll
D+
leave.
side of things in their strategy to figure out what they can do up against T1
Oh, there he
because
is.
there's kind of been an everything gap so far today.
Doran has been he's been playing so aggressively with his teleports. This is a bit of a different look for him today, but I think it's not just because Doran's decided that he's playing aggro or he's playing flanker today. It's because D+ have given him a lot of avenues to find these angles, and it just keeps being catches and side lanes onto Showmaker. That have been problematic here in Smash. He picked the Ezreal, but he was playing into a Karma lane. Didn't have any agency this game. His high skill stealing champ of the Ezreal gets nothing done here. And maybe they have to hope for like a Lucian draft, some sort of Kalista angle here for him to hit that ceiling in game 3 to maybe bring us to the start of a reverse sweep. But right now, I can't see it.
I can't see it either. We can try and imagine something like that, Wolf, because it's a POG State day today. We need more than 3 games, otherwise we're going to be way too hinged. We really rely on being unhinged after very long days of work. So let's hope that D+ can at least get 1 back in this series. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back to space, we'll break that one down, and we'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
Yamato, how do you think the T1 series is going? Oh, I love Yamato. Doran looks really solid this year so far. He has. I feel like Doran's had less Doran moments, you know? He looks like he's a lot less... Okay, from an outside perspective, my take on the way he's playing is he looks like he's playing a lot less stressed. He seems to be a lot more relaxed about what's happening in the games. Whereas before, I think he put a lot of pressure on himself, even in the regular season, to do things that were unnecessary. Now he just looks like he's just fucking chilling. A couple happy plays, couple blue plays, maybe a change in playoffs, but I definitely think this regular season was one of his best for sure in his career. Just from like the way he's playing the game.
먹긴 했고 용 천천히 가보자.
나 테니스 떴어.
미드 공 천천히 가볼래?
오케이 오케이.
공 박았어 그냥.
얘 불치 맞았어 일단.
짧긴 한데 공 박았어. 불치 노플이야. 불치 볼게.
이신 노플.
라이즈 왔어. 나 괜찮아. 나 가인이야.
이지 봤어.
Yeah, Doran's always had really solid like gameplay in general, not just regular seasons.
사이언 노플. 더블 3초.
여기 되게 미들전.
It's just Doran was the player who always like in the big series he looked like he was a little weaker. You were a Doran hater? Bro, I was the biggest Doran fucking lawyer on the planet. Legends never die. Bro, I can't believe my hair was bald. Bro, I swear to God, I'm not gonna lie, this might sound really weird. I feel like my fringe is not growing. My sideburns are growing. The back of my hair is growing. But the fringe, I feel like it's been like this for like a month. Maybe I should watch a YouTube video from my fucking... like a month ago. How bad was it? Let's see. 4 weeks, okay? 4 weeks ago. YouTube video, 4 weeks ago. Maybe it is growing a little bit. Yeah, I see it. Okay. A little bit. That was 4 weeks though. You need to eat healthy. Bro, I've been eating pretty healthy. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, I've been eating pretty healthy. I think so. I think so. My girlfriend asked why your hair is a barcode. I don't know, scan it. Do you want to scan it? Scan it. There's no way, there is no way someone in chat wrote beep, bro. Fuck off, you're so stupid. Alright. What's the plan for today? Well, I think this will be a 3-0. And then it's LEC at 4 p.m. CET. I'll probably... I don't know if I'll keep streaming until LEC. It depends how... if this series is a 3-0 or not. If it's a 3-0, I think I'll piece it for a bit. Because I need to tidy up the... I need to tidy up my room and, like... do some stuff. Yeah. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You missed a gifted sub, did I? Yeah, it is weird that like Vitality played yesterday and GX played yesterday, and now they're playing tomorrow again when they could have put G2 Koi tomorrow. Today, sorry. But G2 Koi on Monday. Scheiße.
It's looking like classic T1 here. They are doing everything they want en route to the 2-0 lead they have over D+ Kia. D+ have no answers, but gotta find.
Are you gonna go
quick.
to the
T-Got
arena
here
for
alongside Dan and
LEC?
friend
No.
Daniel Valdez as the Trident
I'm not gonna go to
is
Barcelona.
back.
No.
Just
I'm
like
gonna be at
T1,
home in my
like,
pajamas.
BNK series is
I'm gonna
way
be
in the
chilling.
rearview mirror, and they look like they're back to form that no one can match.
This was not a great game for D+,
This
especially
was an
after they
awful
got
game
off to
for
a
D+.
decent early start. We look at the draft and it was very centered around the Lee Sin, right? We have the Ryze Lee Sin, which is a pretty strong combo, but we knew it was going to be into the Taliyah Pantheon, which is also a very strong combo, and especially the Taliyah can do a good job of shutting down the Lee Sin, and Pantheon has just been so strong.
What do you think Fnatic needs to
Also,
fix?
the Ezreal, we saw the Karma denial come through, and it ended up being the Ezreal Blitzcrank. The Blitzcrank
Bro.
didn't get off to much of a start. It is a Lee Sin with setup in all three lanes. And it
Given
did
how
give some
Fnatic's
early
been the last
ground
like
to
6
D+,
years, I
but
think
it just
that
felt
there's
like
something
in
wrong
the
with
team
that.
fights,
Like,
the composition
they
of
need to
T1 had so much
fucking.
more power.
It's not
Yeah, I
players
just
at this
feel like
point.
it's a little bit
Just
like what we
scrap
saw in Game
everything and
1,
start
where,
again.
You know, you have
Like,
Seraphine,
everything.
You're looking to win the lane. You're looking to get
Just
ahead through
fucking
that, and we had that
get
with the
rid of
Lee
it.
Sin once again.
All
but
of it.
T1, once the game opens up at all,
Maybe
they're
keep a
just
couple
like,
players.
No, we're just better than you. We're just gonna make plays, and as we were talking about in this draft with the Taliyah Pantheon,
Like the apple's a bit rotten.
Even the Jace
From
like,
the
you just
inside.
have so much set up to make plays, as it started off pretty good here for DK though.
Yeah, that was the thing, right? You wanted to get Lucid going, have him dictate the game. Not 1 kill, not 2 kills, but 3 kills. He was rolling on Lee Sin. This is exactly what you want.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to how Gen.G had that Nidalee draft, where you had setup in all three lanes. In a similar vein, where you want to have setup for the Lee Sin, lanes that can play that CC, so you land the skill shot. But you know, this comp just wasn't going to snowball as hard, and even though Lucid did get a massive advantage, getting another kill here onto the Jace, it just felt so much more difficult to push it from there on out.
Yeah, I mean, the game plan was get Lucid ahead, get your team ahead, win a bunch of the lanes, and essentially snowball through the mid game. But they only did the first part of this plan. You know, 3 kills came through, Lucid's really fed, all your gold is on the Lee Sin, and then what? T1 are just like, nah, we're just better than you. I mean, DK, they showed some really good play in early to mid against Gen.G. They were able to take 1 game, but I don't even see that happening tonight so far.
No,
Yeah,
definitely
they're
not.
not
And
taking
the
game.
next point here, D+ trying to now transition that lead into an objective over at the Herald, but Pantheon, strong pick, shows why right here.
Yeah, immediately gets onto the Ezreal. They blow the Ezreal up. It was a great wall to cut off from Faker. The Herald does get secured by D+, but both the bot lane are gone. And this is, it's bad, especially Inara getting the kills. Not the end of the world, but then Showmaker pushes up for the wave. T1 move in to punish, and then Lucid ends up going in. Sonic waves over the Unraveled Earth. And it goes from being just 2 kills to being 4 kills. And now
Sorry,
it's
hold
really
up one
bad.
sec.
The early lead on Lucid has kind of been thrown away. And it shows that like in the structured team fights, it's T1 who have all the edges.
Yeah, and I feel like D+ Kia, you can feel a little bit of this urgency from them where they're like, we're behind, we are behind in the series as well. We want to make plays, we want to control the tempo as CV Max is telling us to, or at least it looks that way.
Did you see him other
but
stream?
they're
Yeah, I
just
did.
Stretching, they're too desperate. Like some of these plays are just a little bit too
Where's
much
the
from
WoW,
behind,
little
and
bro?
They're getting punished every single time.
Yeah, and then this one, I mean, the game.
All right,
already
DK, you need to go out
shifted
with the bang.
hands of who was in
Pick
the lead,
TF,
and
pick TF.
This is just more to show how dominant T1 has been. They've got the lead. They know how to start the fight on their own terms here. Even though D+, again, they're fishing. They're trying to use the Blitzcrank, but when you miss, you are so useless.
I think we've had so many Blitzcrank games which have really had just taken over. You know, Dura's had plenty where he's just massively taken over the game.
Play
This is kind of the
papers,
other side of
please.
it. If the
I
Blitzcrank
played that
isn't
game
hitting the hooks, if you just don't have
already.
the pressure,
I'm kind of
the Blitz
goated at that
feels
game.
Useless. And not only do we see the Blitzcrank go down after missing that grab, but then
What is your prediction
Darren
for next
comes in
game?
on a great
Draft
angle. They take out
I mean, I think DK will probably stay on second pick, surely. It'd be very weird if they swap the first pick unless they're looking for like a...
You got that early lead. The Blitzcrank never got off the ground. I think the Blitzcrank pick felt a little bit
Unless they're
out of
looking for
sorts.
what?
And I think it was just a situation when the 5v5, it was just really hard to execute.
I think that first picks are a
Also,
bit
the
weak right
Lee Sin
now.
felt suffocated
Vi
by
and
this
Bessa
layer. I think
Pantheon
given
will be
over
banned.
Pantheon, also a big
Bard,
mistake in the situation.
Varus,
Ona
Nocturne.
had a pretty phenomenal game on this pick.
Yeah, I think he's gearing up for a POM tonight, playing the Xin Zhao and the Pantheon. He's just
Career looks
controlling
sad,
the entire
man.
pace of these games.
Everyone's leaving.
Once
He's
again,
just...
not feeling good in the booth for D+ Kia. I also feel like, you know, things are getting started for them. Showmaker, he's struggled against Jovi.
He looks a bit out
he's
of it.
now struggling against Faker.
Lock it in,
setting
lock
up
it in,
some
career.
plays, but he's not having the impact we need to see from a key player here of D+ Kia, especially the main veteran of the squad.
Yeah, well, again, one win away is T1 from going to Hong Kong. They will have their opportunity to make it to the grand finals through the lower bracket. And, you know, one win away also for our friend on the desk, Wolf, who, you know, earlier this week, a couple pre-shows ago, him and Wadid made that coffee bet with the Korean side broadcast where they were going to buy coffee for everyone, all the talent, and the production on that side, because they thought D+ would be the ones that make it on through. Well, D+ need to start doing some winning to help out Wolf and Wadid. Let's see if they're able to do so in game number 3.
Wasn't that Dagon that did that?
Well, I mean, they kind of persuaded me into doing it. It was did more than anybody else. But I, at the time, did feel confident. That was a while ago that D+ were stronger than B&K. I do not feel that way as much anymore. And even though I was hoping that maybe an upset would happen to save me from buying a lot of coffee, I did predict T1 to win 3-0. And so far, it's looking like we are headed in that direction. So it might just be a lot of coffee for those knowers before I became a knower. Like, I am now a knower. I was not. I was younger back
I saw you
then.
on the stream already.
Yeah, I was a few weeks younger, and I should have been a little bit more cautious.
You were there on the Pog State, man. I already told you. B&K team, we're better. However, it's only transitive properties that we have because D+ haven't actually faced off against B&K at all. So maybe your argument could be we actually don't know which team is better out of those two.
They went to first pick. Okay, they're just choosing first pick to try and change something up because they want Vi and Bessa Pantheon. Not Pantheon, sorry. Vi and Bessa is probably like a champ that they want. I mean, on blue side, they have to keep the Bard ban, yes.
We talk about the play, individual
I mean,
play, the
I guess
Blitzcrank
T1
wasn't
could
great,
do
but
Vi, Varus, and Bessa.
they gave
These would be like pretty good bans.
both the Xin Zhao, which again in this
Okay,
meta,
there's Varus.
that is going to happen.
There's the
right?
Nocturne
But also
ban,
the
they're keeping
Pantheon.
it.
Yeah, they gave him that, and then he was like, "Well, guess I'll win."
Well, I mean,
Why do I make it
the
look like a
priority
Y?
picks have been just kind of absurd. The T1 have been able to get their hands on it, and the Pantheon can really warp
Oh my
games
God.
regardless of what he's with. The Rumble is a very
Vi,
similar
Varus.
thing, and T1 got both of those both times.
Nautilus
Second
ban,
game, they
they're
managed
gonna
to get
first pick
Yunara
Nico.
as well. That has been a very coveted pick. As
So there's
D+
Ambessa
gonna
Nico.
ban away a Nautilus.
Karma's
I think
out,
this
Nautilus
makes
out,
me feel
Bard is
like
out, it's
Smash
first
wants
pick
to play a
Nico.
hyper carry, and I want to see that as well. He's been on
They're saying
Ezreal
ban
and
Ambessa,
Ash
we'll
duty
first pick
so
Nico.
far, and I feel
Does
like the release
T1
date's
just
really
pivot
been holding him
and
back
ban
as
like
far as
Corki
those
now or
champions are
something, or
concerned.
something
They
different,
did go
like TF?
first pick. I don't know
Just
if you
trade?
want to first pick Lucian, if that's the way they want to play this, or go for a more late game scaling carry like you're talking about. Nautilus definitely much stronger into the Yunara and the Zeri, which are both
They ban
fearlessly banned
Lulu.
here.
They're saying pick the
Yeah,
Nico.
the Lulu is gone.
We
which
dare
could have
you.
been a pick
We
to
will take Ambessa.
empower some of the
They're
remaining
making the
carries
Nico
like
stronger.
Aphelios or Jinx in that bottom lane. I think that's a really smart ban from T1. And our big prio mid lane picks are gone. Orianna,
Ooh, that's
Ryze,
awkward.
Azir, and
DK was
Taliyah.
probably hoping they'd ban Ambessa
So
and they
maybe
can just take
Aurora
Nico for
first
free
pick
now.
With the flexibility it has, could be where we're going here as D+.
Yeah, we have seen that before from them. Let's see what they do want to do. Hovering over Showmaker
You just take
for
the
now,
Ambessa
but
and
we are
sucks,
really waiting
but
until
Carrier gets...
okay, we're
they
just going to
dodged.
remake the draft. Not entirely sure why. Something may have gone wrong. But we're going to be diving back into it.
That's really good for DK if the draft crashed, because now they can think about it a bit longer.
So it's going to take us a little bit of a shorter amount of time to get back into the draft.
Aw.
Just looking at the players' faces,
Sad dog.
like, I mean, this is completely my speculation. it looked like before that draft went down, like the draft had crashed. It wasn't like they ran out of time or anything like that. It doesn't look like
If you
the case.
first
They
pick
stopped
Ambessa,
talking
T1
about
gets
the draft.
Nico
So
on red
they may have made a decision.
1-2,
We'll find out what that decision is.
and you need an
but
answer to it.
either
But
way,
all
like
the
you said,
answers are
we'll have
out.
to have those
There
bans
is
made
no
the
answer
same
unless
way
you're
to
playing
make
like
sure the game is
Soraka.
preserved the way that
I don't
it
think
should
it's
be,
winning.
and
Yep.
move into
If
that
you first pick
for T-Plus.
Nico, they have
I think the
Ambessa
Aurora
flex
is,
on red
again, the
side.
most likely pick because it
And
is
then you're
both
gonna have to
flexible
do,
in
like-
mid and top lane, and it's a great pick.
You're gonna
for
have to
Shiu.
pick,
He's
like,
had a lot of success on it in
Renekton
the past,
TF or
and it
something
is
and
one
just
of the
drop jungle.
top-tier mid laners that's left. Also, Faker enjoys it quite a bit, even though he didn't win.
Or
on
you're
the
gonna
last
have to
time
take
against
Corki.
BNK. So feels like a strong pick all around. And you don't necessarily need to show your hand for the bottom lane just yet.
The problem is, I think it's
so
better
they're
to
wrong ban.
take
So I
Ambessa.
believe maybe the Lulu was a misban.
They
Yeah,
misbanned
was a
Lulu.
misban. So
Oh, I
they weren't
actually kind of like the Lulu ban.
I didn't mind it either. However, Lulu not often picked in the first round of bans.
The problem is,
so-
I think
so
that
the-
they
sorry,
have
first
in this
round of
Ambessa
picks, so
Nico
maybe
trade
that's what should have clued us in
is
there a little bit, but
if they take the Nico
I didn't mind it.
and T1 gets Ambessa, they're gonna play like Ambessa Galio, and you're just gonna
Lucian is
lose.
the one that comes to mind, right? If they
Like, this is
misclick that there and
T1's
we're typing
bread and
that
butter.
blue in,
They're not gonna
that
1-2 the
certainly
Galio. They'll
could've
probably
been
pick it
what
on 3.
was being
But they'll
considered,
play
'cause that
some
was
kind
the
of
other
Galio
first pick
Ambessa
I
comp, and it's
thought
gonna be
about.
disgusting.
We saw Diablo get a ton of value out of the first pick Lucian against T1, and he was empowered by the Milio there and had a great game. Pays did not, unfortunately, on
I
the
wonder if
T1
T1's
side,
actually just
but
gonna ban the
I wonder if that's what we'll
Ambessa
see instead, but these
or
bans
the
will be
Nico. No, it
repeated
doesn't
with
make
the
sense. They should just
exception
trade
of
it.
the Lulu.
Yep. So Bard,
Sounds like
Varus,
it's good for them.
Nocturne Vi going to be coming through first.
So actually, this
And then
benefits
we're going
T1
to
the dodge
see
then, because if
Nautilus
they misband,
into
now DK actually doesn't know what's
probably
coming.
Lucian, I guess, just because that is right next to the Lulu button. But we'll see what does actually get locked away. I've already crossed out the Lulu on my little sheet.
So
they wanted to ban Mundo.
Okay.
Obviously.
Okay, so they're
the
not
other
banning on
champion
Rembessa or
starts
Nico,
with
nice.
Lu.
Mundo has been really
Mundo.
kind of exclusively played recently with Seraphine.
Yeah.
Surprised to see this be banned here.
Well, now they can
They
go
take
for
the Ambessa.
first pick
Yeah, I think it's better.
Lulu.
And playing to carry as
Instead, the
Nico.
Ambessa is
Otherwise,
going
you're
to be
against
coming through.
Ambessa
We've seen
Galio,
this
and it's
ban
going to be
throughout
unplayable.
Most of the tournament, most of the series, and so Shiu will get his hands on it, or Lucid will.
I think they could also do
Maybe
Aurora
Lucid
here.
will
One Disco Aphelios Lulu, yeah.
Yeah.
Take that away from
They
the
could do like
Ambessa
Aurora and stuff
And
like
the
that.
Lulu lane.
This
Yeah,
is
maybe
the
they
third
actually
time
don't even
that
take the
Pace
Nico. Maybe they
just
just play a
on
full
hyper
fucking
carry
peel
that he
comp
can carry
for
the game on by himself. And
the Aphelios Lulu.
I love it. It's exactly what's been working here for T1.
It's how T1
and they're
won
not
Casper
straying
Cup.
from it. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, like, we walked out of Casper Cup being like, okay, Paze
Blitzcrank's
is back in a
out,
big
Nautilus
way.
is out,
He
there's
hasn't
no
even
hook
really
champs.
practiced with his team yet, and he's having
Karma's
flashy
out.
individual
You could play like a
plays.
Nami lane here.
And
It's
he
probably
is,
your best bet, isn't
going
it?
to
Just go
have a
Lucian
Lulu in
Nami,
his lane
Corki
here
Nami.
now, and we
I
see
think
his,
if you
like,
pick
flashes
Aurora
of
and a top
return
laner,
yet.
It's either Lucian
you're cooked.
Nami
You have to pick
or
full
it's
bot
like
lane.
Corki Nami or something like that if they want to be able to stand any sort of chance into this. But I still think that, yes, Lucian is better in the early to mid game.
Yeah, it's for sure the
and
best answer.
Lucian Nami has
DK's
always
okay,
been
they're good.
powerful, but you don't have the same kind of late game carry threat that an Aphelios has.
I think you can just
What do you
go
pick on
Aurora
3 here?
as T1, hold the flags.
I don't know if I like Aurora, but
go
yeah,
Renekton
Renekton's
instead.
good.
Don't mind that one either.
They can protect it in the second ban phase,
I
so
think
it's
Aurora
not that
ban
risky,
is
and
good
it's one
from
of the strongest
T1.
picks on the patch, and just shutting down a single target.
Not to mention the fact that you can slice dice your way in there.
Gnar
Wild
ban is
Growth
good,
can then
Aurora ban is
make
good.
you feel a little bit tankier.
And if you just get on top of the Lucian and send it
TF
and
ban is
get
good.
Wild
They have
Growth
Lucian
on the
Nami.
Lucian,
TF is great
Aphelios is
for
shooting at the
DK.
Lucian. The Lucian dies, his comp falls apart.
I think Zoe is
Renekton
also a
has been one of
little
the
bit
biggest
annoying to play against
benefactors of
if Showmaker
He's
picks it.
benefited the most from the extra levels that top lane gets, the extra farm that top lane gets.
What, he
He
banned
has
his
just
DK? Do you
been
ban Galio?
one of our big bruiser champs that is just so difficult to deal with in sides. And like Renekton in the past, he gets to a certain point, you're like, okay, we can deal with him now. But he doesn't really hit that break point anymore. As the Aurora will be banned by T1 here instead with this setup.
I don't mind it.
Shocker.
Faker hasn't been having a whole lot of fun with Aurora more recently, so it's not really too detrimental for T1 to ban that one away.
I feel like Faker will play
And there
Galio
are
or
a couple
Ari.
bans come through here for D+. They are making sure that they take as long as they can.
Most
but
likely.
It will be the Wukong eventually. Actually really like that, the bouncy castle. that you can
Showmaker's
get
probably
with
looking at
Wukong.
TF or Zoe.
Yeah, very
I
annoying.
think for these comps.
See what they decide to ban here. Could just be a Gnar ban. And take that away from Shiu if they're afraid of this Ambessa being the jungle pick
Ambessa's
and the
not
counter
going
pick to
top.
the Renekton
It's
coming
going
through.
jungle.
Or a Kennen.
They're gonna play
similar
like
idea.
Gnar or something.
Okay,
Okay.
they choose the Gnar. That makes sense. The Kennen could still be
They're
a
gonna
threat
play.
with
Yeah, they
getting
can play Kennen.
the Kennen to a place to get on top of this Aphelios is easier said than done, especially with how these games have been looking. Sejuani. Interesting.
What is Owner
It's
gonna
an
pick?
old owner favorite and works well with the Renekton setup topside.
Into Ambessa. He could
Is
play
it?
Trundle. I don't know if it's pretty bad though.
Italy. We saw it yesterday, and it was kind of fun.
Ooh,
Instead,
they're gonna take the
Twisted
TF
Fate
on
here for
4.
Faker. It's been quite a while since we've been.
I mean,
talking about him
Showmaker could
playing
just
TF,
pick.
but he did certainly used to be a big fan.
Sylas
and it also
sounds
takes
dog
it away
shit.
from Showmaker. This has been something that Showmaker
They
has
could
lent
play
on largely in
Ken and
games
Tristana,
3
but
through
that sounds
5,
bad.
right?
Maybe Jax is a
To
pivot
get
here.
towards a TF game, make stuff happen
Showmaker
that
needs
way.
to cook
so
something.
Pick away.
This is a pretty
Olaf?
risky answer. Obviously, the ultimate is going to allow you to go where you want
Olaf?
to go and try to get access to the Aphelios, but
Wow, they
if you
swapped
fall
mid
too
lane
far
champs.
behind in the game, it just doesn't do enough. As we'll see the Ahri to come through here for Showmaker.
Yeah, Jax is good.
This has been one of Showmaker's most successful picks. And oh man,
This has to be Jungle Jax, right?
Like this is an incredible.
No, it's
Jax
top lane
angle.
Jax.
Like as far as the Jax angles are concerned, the
Is it
counter
good
strike
though?
value, ruthless predator,
It's
and
good
gold
against
card
TF,
both
but-
being entirely mitigated.
If you go Jax into the Renekton, then you
I think
can have. Okay,
he-
they're gonna swap things up. It looks like,
He's
but they
gonna
have no
go-
plan.
oh my
Let's
god, he
look
went Olaf.
through-
They should go
there's like
Trundle,
5
right?
seconds
Surely.
left and you're flipping through these three. I'm a little bit concerned.
It's good into
but
into Olaf and Bessa, but it's really bad into Lucian,
but I don't
Nami,
quite
Ahri.
like it just because,
What? He
okay,
picked Kha'Zix?
That is the Kha'Zix. So we
What?
saw Kha'Zix
All
get
right.
banned yesterday. Canyon did not want to see it. So it's
Chat, I'm running ads.
obviously
If you don't avoid ads for
something
the next
that's been
30 days,
lurking
including
around
all the playoffs
screens.
and possibly a lot of
But
first
Owner
and
is
two,
going to
you can
pick
sub
it
with a tier
up.
1 to try and
And
have
the
something
last
on
time
to
I
back
saw
for the
it,
game
I
starts. Big
swear,
kiss.
was
Kha'Zix?
Canyon picking it into
Peanut?
Owner in
TF
Was it
Kha'Zix?
into Owner or was it into Peanut?
I
With a
thought it was into
Philios
Owner.
Lulu?
It was a successful pick in a grand finals. And then
I seem to remember it being Owner's Zinzao, but I
it
might
was a
be
Xin Zhao.
entirely
It was
wrong.
a Xin Zhao. I just don't remember. I don't know
Ah.
why I'm thinking of Peanut, but
Owner's match history on his
You're
solo
gonna
queue
find the
account.
I'm often thinking about Peanut as well.
But like,
He's
this
been playing a
pick
lot of Kha'Zix
bursts
recently.
down the Lucian. Bottom line, TLDR
He goes
is
Umbral
we're trying to
Glaive.
kill
No, he must
Smash.
go
We're
Hydra
trying to
first,
burst
or?
him. And it has a lot of mobility.
No, he goes
With the
Umbral
jump,
Glaive
Kha'Zix
into
can then
Hydra.
Be a wild growth extender and setup to then kill the Lucian, right? And there's a lot of damage. The isolation.
First
is gonna
strike,
be very
cashback,
powerful as
triple
well.
tonic.
He can do objectives quite quickly, Dragon very quickly, as Kha'Zix has done in the past. And they have great single target blow up in this draft. You hit the Lucian with a gold card, you follow up with the Kha'Zix, you follow up with the Renekton. Same with Ahri. She gets caught. She does not last very long at all.
No. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go, especially this Kha'Zix jungle pick. Let's get into the rift for game number 3.
Kha'Zix into
All right, here we are,
Ambessa.
ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for what could be the final game of the series.
Never seen that jungle matchup
As
in my life.
already, we see a little bit of a setup here. As Pays and Carrier feeling pretty confident by the looks of things.
Yeah, Lulu lanes.
Yo,
usually get to
Keijo, big
walk
fan,
up,
watching
and
from
Pays has the extra
T1
range with his
base
Calibrum.
camp in Hongdae.
So
Yo,
he's
big
just
W.
gonna, you know,
Much love.
hold spacebar and look to see if anyone walks into the circle. As at this point, level 1 should be a pretty favorable one for T1.
Yeah, Ebb and Flow working out though here, as Smash really wanted to find that Light Slinger, but could not. That'll be okay. Ambessa versus Kha'Zix. Haven't really seen that one before. We've also taken the first strike as Xiu, just doing some Xiu things. We know that
Xiu,
he
no
really
TP.
likes this Olaf lock-in. We've seen Kingen play it so far this season in the LCK Cup.
We've seen Zeus play it a lot in the past.
Very true.
It is a pick that if you need to get on top of somebody, and there's a lot of annoying CC in the way, can allow you to do just that.
It
You
is
can
like,
see-
it's one of the OG stat check champions as well. You know, like, you just kind of run at them, and either you'll die or kill them. And that is just sort of Olaf in a nutshell.
It's kind of designed that way. It is a very fun champion to play when you are ahead.
Very
It's less fun when you're behind and the Aphelios has 3 items.
Oh my god, bot lane is a lot of trading. No barrier.
So are we finally going to get that Smash versus Pays game where Pays, you know, has a Lulu with them, right? He's set up for success, but Smash still has a lot of agency. Like, that's my dream scenario here.
The
for
meta
this
for
third
like
game is
LCK
that
in general,
we see Smash have
it's
some
really
cool
heavily
angles. He
leaning
finally
into,
gets some outplay opportunities.
well,
Not
this
so
series
far behind
specifically,
that
it's
he just
leaning
can't
into
play the
range
game.
supports a
Like game
lot.
2 on the Ezreal where everything is on fire and he's like, well, I don't even know what
We've
the
had
plan is
Yuumi,
here for me. I
we've
really
had
can't
Bard,
offer
Nico
anything
Ben.
for you guys.
No, we've had Bard Ben,
He got his
Perma.
Endless Hunger and he's like,
We've got
I'm ready
Nami
to play
versus
the
Lulu,
game. If
Seraphine
anyone
versus
alive.
Yumi. We had
Yeah,
Karma
the
last
Endless
game.
Hunger did kind of live up to its name. He looked like he was pretty hungry to be able to do anything at all in that game. Wasn't quite able to, as right now it's looking to be very similar, as these health bars are dire on the side of D+. The Ambessa rotating around, looking pretty far away from being able to help out this bottom lane. And so
Lucid-
Smash is doing his best to survive.
Okay.
Oh my god, Showmaker's TPing on
no.
that ward for the crab.
Moving up here, level 4s for both. Void Spike
Tricky.
connect.
He has no
From
smite owner.
Showmaker.
Yeah, and that is just going to be Onus stealing away the crab. As Undertow, not going to quite connect, as Doran is able to just slice his way out of there.
It could have been a little bit more interesting there in the mid lane, but nothing comes of it except the crab secure, as you mentioned.
The fun thing is that the Olaf gets to take Ghost. That's a bit of something.
That's
Make it just
somewhat
throws out
fun.
a charm.
Pretty good for Olaf to be able to close the gap on people when he has his slows coming through. But at the
Holy
same time,
TF,
will miss
chills.
the shield quite significantly later on.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Clean
pretty
wave clear.
comfortably. And things all looking pretty tied up in that mid lane, outside of the stack deck, which will allow Faker to just make more money, as we can see is happening.
There's been a few games where... Okay, hold up. Showmaker, does he get charm?
Yeah, it does. Tries to find it, doesn't quite pick the juke. Faker still takes a lot of Foxfire damage though, and is getting zoned away from the wave a little bit.
We've had now basically 3 games
Okay,
where the bottom lane was
pretty
won
clean TF so far.
significantly. In the first
This
game,
guy's not bad.
Kaze and Keria stemmed the bleeding really well. In the second game, Career tried to make some stuff happen with his hooks, didn't work out. In this game, we're starting to see Smash
he's
and
not
Career
bad,
get through
he's
the
not
toughest
bad.
parts of this. We'll
Yeah, he's
stabilize a little
decent.
bit here. Nice bubble.
I see it, I see
Very
it.
nice bubble. At least something connecting there as Lucid rotating around Faker with full information as to where the enemy jungler is, but Ona does have now an isolated target to dive on top of.
Yeah, he likes it when they're alone.
Yeah. Lucid doesn't seem too worried about it though, as remember, Spirit Rush not quite there, so Showmaker cannot get over that wall unless he has a flash. Lucid not able to press that smite button before Ona does. Taste their fear plus smite is a lot of damage.
Now, first strike on the Kha'Zix as well will start to build up some money. He's got a serrated Dirk. Ambessa is pretty durable, you know, in the early levels compared to a lot of other junglers. So with his mobility, Lucid can kind of just go in and see what he can find, and then there's no way for Owner to really follow up. If he gets that burst damage, he just walks away for now. So I like the idea of kind of fishing for that type of play. The bottom side of the map, control regained for a moment.
Double
for Smash
Ruby,
Career. Look at
TF
their
power
synced
spike.
Back, whereas it's a
Ay,
split back here.
scheiße.
Rip.
Yep, a little bit sad there, -1s in chat. As Doran looking to try and stop some backs, but looks like he is just going to go back to clearing out this wave.
He has TP, and Shiu does not, so if he can mess up some of these back
Oh,
timings,
Doran.
keep the wave right here. Very
It's a
annoying for
horror.
Shiu.
Yep.
And he's just going to have to run back as fast as possible. And, well,
He
not
has
goes
TP
back,
though.
it's not that desperate, but still pretty good position here for Doran to even up the CS and keep himself in a safe spot. As now we're going to put the attention on this Dragon here, bottom side. And it's going to be a pretty big fight potentially for this first Dragon. Faker does have his ultimate to join at a moment's notice.
One thing I do want to see is DK actually up the amount of pressure that they have in the early stage of the game. Actually fight for the first Drake or two, because they've just been giving them up, and I feel like it's given away so much of their
Unfightable.
tempo in this series. As
And
Lucid
Ambessa's
will
getting
be able to at least get a crab, so that's going to help
a
give him
lot of
little bit
XP.
extra control
I
around
think
that
DK should
area.
look for a Drake or some
Drake,
bot
though, is
play.
very tanky.
Yeah, there's a lot of burst damage on both sides.
He has his top
as
camps up
Storm.
though.
Yeah, there's the gate, as we're going to need to throw out the Ragnarok. Let's see whether this kill can actually come through. The Undertow, not
Oh, he had
enough, and
Ignite.
First blood goes to Doran
This play was
with the
terrible, but
help
if he
of
didn't have
And
Ignite,
there's
but he
just
had
no
Ignite.
quick response here from
Because
D+.
TF doesn't have
Like,
any
they
damage
an
early, right?
Ahri
Look at his
that's just gonna
items.
get plates and trade,
Huge that he has Ignite for
and
that.
they can't make a play bottom side. Obviously, the
Scheiße,
Ahri
man.
can't follow here, so just going to be a little bit of plate gold on the other side of
The
things. here
Ghost
for
Flash.
Showmaker, and it's
Oh
just not
my
equivalent.
god,
River
no,
Shield, again,
cameraman,
does
no.
not have teleport.
Oh,
I mean, it's a
my
cannon
minions
But,
are
like, it's
dying.
minus the cannon.
Yeah, it is. It's looking real dire. And this was a lane that DK were winning.
And it's pretty set up
As a
here.
TF
like, I
expert
think
myself, he should
it's
have
hard
come in
because
with the
wave
blue
was done
card
really
there.
well by Doran. Like,
Blue
what do you do
card
with Shield when you
blue
see
card
Doran's
Barry
like,
should have
got his
come in
Fury
there.
ready for an empowered W, and Faker's missing.
Well,
What
in
the
the
fuck?
meantime, Red White Guns
Wait,
here
it's a
for
2v2 kill,
pace,
he's dead, or?
and
Oh, he leveled up
Smash is gonna have
6.
to try
Oh
and
my
calm
god.
him down. There's
Oh,
the ball
what?
that connects, but it's just last hit by the Moonlight Vigil. And Pays is on the board.
Shoemaker.
Can try and take him off that board, though, as point blank, the charm will connect, and down will go the
Bro,
Aphelios.
Pace just
So
looks like he's
bit of
fucking
extra movement speed for the
permanently
Ari, but
gliding
Carrier
every
will
fight.
survive.
Well, that's a big win for D+ if they get that back. If they had just lost Smash alone there, would have been a disaster for them. It's still not great, but at least there's a consolation prize there, and the Ari will close that gold gap a little bit in the mid lane. A very fiery early start to this game suddenly, with Faker making that play top side. Shiu gets caught, waves in an awkward spot, can't get the kill. Bottom side, they make the all-in happen with the level 6 advantage. It's played brilliantly by Pays, gets the ult off before the bubble goes down, secures the kill there. They almost get career as well. As it wants this
My
from
God,
his
his screen
perspective. It's
again.
level 6, goes in for it.
Oh, meanwhile, there's more stuff happening in live, but flashes after last hits with the ulti. And in live, we're just going to be backing away.
Yeah, in live, looking like Red-White still set up here for Pays with no ult and no Psalms.
What is Pace's APM?
Doesn't have a lot of Severum left, but I think he'll be okay with that. As Ona will be able to help clear out some vision. First Drake still hasn't gone down. As Lucid looking to dash around this fight. Ona gets a lot of damage taken, and the ulti follows him.
Nice Q2
Smashed
by
to the ground
Lucid.
by Lucid. Once again,
Bang.
having a good time here in this game number 2 in the early game, and they might be able to turn that into a dragon.
That was a bit greedy there from the side of T1, especially from Owner. As Lucid just says, all right, well, wait for my opportunity. Now Pays doesn't have that Severum anymore. He's going to try to push them out of this bottom lane so they cannot get the dragon for free, but Lucid is already well and truly working on it here. Faker with ult at the ready. This is going to get potentially a little messy around dragon.
Yeah, and it looks like Lucid has actually backed away. So we mentioned it before, the dragon's pretty tanky when it's the mountain variety, and Lucid unable to get through it, as Showmaker will get stunned and does not connect the charm. So a little bit unfortunate for him.
And that's just a Kha'Zix now on the dragon, and it's still tanky.
Just keep
but
the
they
camera
regained
bot,
control of
please.
the
I
bottom
just want to watch
lane.
bot
And Owner's
lane.
gonna press Q, and that dragon health bar is going to go down.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't get the Drake.
It's on a fresh back as well. Like, he comes back with more items, isolates the dragon, and we'll be able to take that one down. So once again, it is first Drake going over to T1.
It's like one step forward, 2 steps back here for D+, and Faker has so much control over this mid lane now. Top side obviously massively favoring Doran at this stage.
That's a nice ult
Going
by
back to the
Lucid.
setup here, Owner gets a lot of damage done initially, but they cannot follow the play, and all it takes is a ult follow here from Lucid. And that's the end of that. Curry has to flash his way out of there as Smash was ready for more.
Yeah, that was beautifully played by Lucid.
Smash is farming pretty well.
It was the map movement afterwards that left a little to be
Considering
desired.
they died 2v2
Unable
in
to
the
actually finalize that
Kant
dragon.
lane.
It's still a 1,000 gold lead here for T1, even with the kills being pretty even. So hoping to see a better a better mid
Bro,
game.
look, he's just
out of
clicking
DK,
so much
hoping
base.
to actually translate some of the advantage that Lucid has built here in the jungle to something more, and allow Shiu to just run at Pays and kill him in some of these fights. Can those stat checks actually come through, and can he even pass them? As Pays does just walk away from Smash, engage.
Heal used by
Find too
Carrier
much.
there.
Malignant's done here for Showmaker. That's first item. That feels good.
Owner is going to start these grubs here.
Are these the first grubs of the
And
series?
Showmaker's on the back. Should it be a relatively safe grub take here with Lucid on the other side of the map?
One day, Lucid's going to help actually secure a neutral objective.
One day, maybe in the LCK season.
I guess if they're free, it's always good to
He
take.
did manage to steal away a dragon.
He only
but that
took
was the
one of
third
them, though.
We'll talk more about in this early stage of the game.
Yeah, he
Set him
has.
up with a little bit of tempo.
Okay.
Unfortunately, T1's tempo and their ability to make these
He just
calls
wants the XP
quickly
and he's
has
out,
been
bro.
so good. It's been
'Cause the
shot
first one
calling
obviously
for
gives the
T1
bonus
that
XP.
has been what they've been known for forever, as Doran is going to look to stop it back and maybe look for more.
Yeah, as Ragnarok actually going to be used here. Let's see whether Doran actually wins out on this fight. As into the brush he goes. There's the flash to follow. Will he have
Oh
it?
my
No,
god, he
does
killed him.
not. Doran just
Oh, top is
ends
cooked.
the
Top is
Viking,
completely
And
cooked.
down he falls once again.
Top is
And
completely
Showmaker
cooked.
also may be in
Ghost.
trouble.
Yes,
Yeah,
Ghost.
looking for an angle himself as now the charm is
Oh
going to
my
miss.
god.
Good footwork there from Faker. to
Okay,
make
no
sure that he
flash, no
survives.
ghost, but it's
Actually,
spellbook.
Did not realize that was Lucid there in the brush. It's Owner on the bottom side, and he is going to continue to allow
Top
his
is
team to put pressure down
1.1k
in
gold
this
up, and
bottom
he has
lane
the
as
fucking
the solo
healing
kill
reduction
goes over
item,
on the
right?
top
So
side.
his 1v1 is pretty good.
And Atlas, I was hoping for a game here, and it's still possibly going to be a game. Smash wants it to be a game.
Yeah, he's going to call. Pays takes a bit of damage here, but just not really looking like they can follow up too much, and there is Owner in the vicinity as well. DK needs to be careful.
This is exactly what Pace
Owner
versus
really
Diable is going to be
playing
like.
this one, playing this one patiently.
I think on the
It's
second
crazy
rematch, it's just going to be
seems
range
like
supports
how little
and
credit
hyper
Doran
carries.
will get for this series, but he's had an amazing one as oh boy.
Yeah, there is the Destiny.
Red card.
And Smash is going to cleanse and does make himself, does get himself out of there.
Should have red
Lucid over
carded,
here as well.
but he
They
got
have
his
full
sums though.
information as to the rotations here for DK as Faker with that gold card will connect it on to Lucid, but he does dash his way out of there.
Smash ended up avoiding a lot of the damage there, so it's not like they can just get the free win afterwards. Smash, it's not like Smash lived with like 10% health. You can't join the fight. They have to be careful. In fact, they're going to try to push for more here. I like this.
Sally
call
kills
from
there.
D+.
He's right.
They don't have a lot of summoners left.
They have
on this
Ambessa ult,
Lucian, and
but Lulu
Hayes
has everything.
does have both of his still available, so they do need to be a little careful of that. But
Lucid
Faker is now back in the mid lane.
On a good angle here, and he has
Can maybe land onto
flash.
Pace
They can
here.
try to make this work.
Let's see whether it does work
Bubble
out.
hits.
Bubble is going to connect. That means
Oh, but Carry-
the public execution comes down. Wild Growth is fantastic.
Did Carrier
as
just
Carrier
flash
will
behind
be able
Pace to
take
tank the
one back.
Ambessa ult?
Now Lucid looking for it on a Pace. He has red white.
What?
But it's not enough. The Ambessa will reign supreme.
What?
Owner just finds the angle, and he's looking to taste even more fear as Lucid dashes, and the smite comes down to make sure that it's Pace.
Did he
that grabs
flash
the kill.
behind
Oh,
his
boy.
80 carry?
It was Lucid smite there at the end.
Bro, that's I've seen
gets the
people do
kill.
that, but doing that with a wall behind him is so impossible.
Like, so the
Look at
ult
what-
on the
look at what
Ambassadors, we're
Carrier
gonna go
does
back to
there.
This play here, where Faker was able to sidestep his way out.
얘 살았어.
Actually, insanely impressive.
믿었어요.
Push
아무것도 안
smart
빠졌어.
thing.
Drop the replay and put the camera on
But
Carrier here.
The ult from Lucid doesn't.
He sees Ambessa. I think he's gonna see
Yeah,
Ambessa.
hits Carrier, right?
Yeah.
What?
Carrier
That is
flashed into it.
Yeah, that's
that is crazy from Carrier.
like I still can't even almost quantify that really happened. I mean, Lucid had the bubble.
That
set
is
up,
insane.
And then Owner here gets on top of Smash, and then what are you gonna do?
Yes, Smash is like, I'm playing some. Oh no, never mind.
Tries to smite Owner to buy some space.
Jesus.
Yeah, so
Still goes over
like,
the
if
base.
there was enough
Get
time
down,
that had
Mr.
actually
President, bro. If
passed,
I
then he
Carrier by
would've,
my side, I would
he
be
could've
dashing in like
potentially
Pace at this
gone
rate.
and execute.
Fucking hell.
Unfortunately, once again, Lucid unable to quite have enough time to be out of combat.
And that was almost such a good punish, right? It was almost such a good punish.
I mean, the gold lead is less than it was, so it's now closer in the game. So that's good.
Are we cooked
the
this
Drake has
first
just
end?
spawned. It's a Hextech Dragon, so
I think
the
we're cooked.
souls, you know, could be a little dicey.
Showmaker
What it is
has,
gonna be.
you know, not been able to Destiny around the map, so he's got some extra money in his pockets. He has the most gold in the game. Maybe he can carry on this Ahri. I mean, that's another win con here is, I don't know about tussling with this Renekton, especially when he gets his empowered W on you before you can ult.
Oh, Carrier gonna get culled momentarily.
I think
I
we're
don't know if
cooked.
he really minds it.
Nope. He probably minds the 4 people that were bearing down upon him.
This might just be a free
All right, Nami
dragon
ult can go
here.
kind of hard here,
TP.
actually.
Yeah, Showmaker does have
Nami
his
ult.
teleport
Now.
available as well, as they do steal away the dragon.
missed
So that's
everything.
Drake number 2 going on over to D+.
Wait, Doran's dead.
As
Big.
There's the charm connecting. Great wild growth to keep Doran alive for even longer, and he'll cut up Smash. He'll finally go down, but the damage is being done as Lucid off on the back
Wait,
line.
2
The
kills
slow
to
is
DK.
fantastic from that
Smash
undertow
died.
to make sure the disengage comes through, and it's actually
I want to see the
D+
fights from a
that come
Phelios
out
POV,
ahead.
because Olaf ran at the Phelios like, roar, and popped his ghost and ulted.
Pretty scary.
And after
Still
2
looks
auto
scary
attacks, he was
here.
running away.
Yep. Lucid, wild cards connecting there as he's looking to try and dash his way out. Faker doesn't quite have another gold card just yet, as the wild
Ooh,
cards
nice
are not
sidestep.
going to quite land. And nicely done there from Lucid to survive.
This is a bit of a happy game
Bottom
from
side
Owner.
is in complete shambles here.
Yeah, ignore the rubble around the map. It's
looking at
otherwise okay for deep.
Minimap here,
Doran
it
lived
looks
for
like
so
Faker
long.
just was not able
And
to
Shiu
set
on the
up a
bottom
gold
right
card to
here is
stop
just
this
like
TP, so
sending it onto
TP's
Pace in
way
a second.
later, which is the main problem here. The charm is phenomenal.
But after
Wild
a couple
Rose
of attacks, he
plays
just
here.
starts
Doran
running.
gets the empowered Q,
Wow,
takes
Doran
Smash
actually
out of the
one-shot
fight, so they
Smash
chase
by himself
deeper
1v4.
here. Unfortunately, the rest
And then
of
Owner's
the
just like,
members are
Shibal,
unable
no
to join,
flash.
And Lucid is able to have a great ult there to escape, as well as help
like
heal.
that one axe, man, that one undertow was such high value.
Yeah.
Oh wow, they could have really lost a whole lot more from that one if that hadn't landed.
If Faker also interrupts the TP from Showmaker, we didn't have view of what exactly happened there on the top side. Might have just been out of range, might not have had gold card cooldown available, but if he can't join, that fight would not have been a fight at all. So a big play there from Showmaker, who picks up a second kill this game. The only lead here for D+.
Oh dear. Well, Doran is just going to combo Shiu here for a little bit, as the Craggy Ice not really doing too much here for Doran. Doran is, yeah, he's just not partaking today.
He's certainly not. And you know, still in a game state where Smash has 2 items. Okay.
Yeah.
A Dark
Rocket
Seal is
Belt
in
Ari.
Showmaker's inventory, which is usually a good sign.
Okay.
For D+.
It's
This
also,
Ambessa is large.
yeah. It is rapid fire cannon instead of the quick blades. I kind of like the quick blades on the Lucian.
I like it
the
for
extra
follow-up on the Ari charms, just
true.
because of the game state.
Chovy's
But
mind controlled the world.
I agree with you in terms of what Lucian does overall.
Oh no, looking
he
for an
lost
angle onto
grab.
Lucid. Doran trying to get on over here as well.
Actually, this
The
matchup
dash
does
is
look a
soon
bit
coming out of
disgusting
his
for
career.
Ambessa to
Will
play
be
in
able
the
to save
pure
his
1v1,
jungler
yeah.
for now.
It's a lot of first strike called over to Owner.
Yes.
This Ambessa is really just not very tanky into these lethality items here that Owner has put together. Lethality junglers are so gold efficient. When you have first strike as well, you're just flying through the item buys, and it feels like you're cheating.
And also you get to buy Umbral Glaive as well, which is such a ridiculous item
It's
on
so
junglers, just because you get to clear out so much enemy vision.
And it used to be even better.
Yeah.
It's very strong. As Owner's actually going to enjoy this mountain or Infernal Soul.
Yeah, we're fighting once again as Owner is just going to look to try and kill
Ooh, that
this
was close.
Viking. He does almost die for his trouble.
Pace.
And now we've got Graviton coming on down, smashing
Smashy.
a lot of trouble as there's the ulti out. Good tidal wave. Does
He
come
didn't
on
cleanse
in
there, Smash. He held it.
as the Rift Herald getting a
Ambessa
little
ult.
bit antsy there as well as the ulti from Lucid goes wide. Good
Shibao.
sidestep there from Pays.
Oh my
as
god.
Doran is just having the best time.
Doran's
on
having
this
the best
Crocodile.
time ever.
Talked about, or I briefly
TF ult
mentioned,
top,
let's
kill.
say,
1v1,
Renekton seems to be
kill.
the biggest
Kha'Zix,
benefactor
kill.
of World
La
Quest
la
in
la.
terms of the top lane in the meta, right? I'm not saying that, like, you know, a Camille could be worse than Renekton if she is in a similar game state, but of meta top
Is that a
laners,
it's a full
he
box
just
here
gets
too,
so
right? It's
huge,
just dead.
And he's getting even larger here now in this game, taking this whole turret down.
Oh my god.
He is a full level, and almost a level and a half ahead of Shiu in this game, and can just run on top of either carry, press W, and say, cool story for you in this team fight. And he's kind of been doing that to Shiu in the side lanes. He's like, oh, I have my empowered W, I will press it on you, and you will leave, or someone else will show up, and you will die. And this is not a happy ending for D+ if they cannot find an answer to this, as we're moving into the first Infernal Drake here in about a minute's time. A lot of map control to T1. That mid turret going down is pretty nice here for
Lucian
D+.
has rapid
They need to
fire, but I
hold
just
on
don't
to
think he
their
has
own.
much
Still 2
damage.
plates remaining
I guess with
on
Na'Vi
it.
next to him with
We'll see
Mended, he
what
can
Pays is
do
able
a
to pick
bit,
up here.
but
Does complete the Collector with this timing. Pretty huge for him to come into this next team fight.
I'm really scared for D+, moving into this next fight. Obviously, it's not double dragon for either side, so you don't necessarily have to fight for this one. But I do think that...
But you're playing the Lucian comp with Ari, so
I
you
think
probably
that
will.
you kind of have to. They need to keep trying to fight for some sort of tempo in this game, because otherwise Shiu is just going to be a paperweight. We mentioned he's a stat check
Sterex for Doran, a level up.
stats,
Herald for
and in
Lucid
fact,
though.
if
Maybe
he's
they can
failing
put the
that,
Herald
then
down
maybe
for the
you feel
fight.
better about it because you haven't checked, but you're going to get checked every time. I just don't think the Olaf is going to really do too much of anything, and that's why I kind of thought the Jax felt like a better choice.
Smash
Even
has-
if you're 0-3, you still have a counter-strike.
Smash has no flash, Doran has flash. That's a problem.
Well, Doran does have a lot of money on the table for D+ if they kill
But-
him, so I guess there's that.
T1 are just keeping Smash away with Renekton alone as they look to force this dragon.
Steal it. Have to go in.
So make a moving forward here as well. It's another steal from Lucid. Nicely done there.
But Shiwu TP'd
Owner
in.
not quite able to find the angle.
He could have just
Shiu
kept pushing
teleports
top.
in real late.
This is pretty good for D+. Let's see if they can also get
Okay,
this
they're heralding
charge.
bot.
Well,
Oh my god, there's...
T1 around that corner, and Lucid
They
gets
can't follow
himself
that.
out of there. The charm just misses though, as there's the Destiny. Wild Growth's fantastic as Showmaker does make
Big
his way
Nami ult,
out.
zones
And now
him a bit.
Lucid looking to try and cut
Doran
down this
didn't
Crocodile
die in that
Smash.
whole fight.
Flank angle,
No
not sure
one
about
died.
that one, as Faker
Nice
gets in.
cleanse.
Good
Oh, good
cleanse.
bubble.
Moonlight Vigil
Dash
comes
away.
down, though,
Owner
and
chases.
they're
Flash
not
W.
quite able to secure
Doesn't
the
follow.
kills. T1
Faker has no rapid
wanting
fire.
to try and chase them down. Lucid's on a ward and is just going to be back.
Oh,
in.
it's going
There's
back
the
in.
ulti.
Nice
Good
dash. Holy fuck, bro. These fights.
Successful heist, I suppose you could say here for D+. They do not lose the Ambessa nor anyone else
Jesus.
on the Herald attempt. It doesn't hit
Jesus.
the turret either, but that's for the better.
Zero English in these
They may
fights.
lose their mid turret though after they all had to retreat. So much damage is pushed down here, but they will group up now and clear this wave. So they keep that mid turret alive. They grab their second dragon of the game. It
Look,
buys
Faker
them
flash
some
in
time,
replay. Yeah, I
but
saw
some
he
extra
flash stunned
stats
the
here for
Ambessa,
this
but
Lucian, so it feels really
Doran
good
didn't
for
want to
them.
follow on
It's
Ambessa.
not
Doran
enough
wanted to
make
go
you
on
feel
Ari
like
to
they've
zone the
gotten a
Ari away
foothold in
to
this
like
game, but it
defend.
is hanging on that I think is
You'll see that
what
Faker
we
will, like,
didn't
in this
necessarily
area,
be saying
Faker,
about them
when we
in
go
the
down a
rest
bit,
of this game and the series.
71.
This is again a great secure here from
Faker will
Lucid.
flash, stun the
And then
Ambessa in the
T1
bush,
decide to
but Doran will say
go
no, and he
Faker,
will go on
not
Ari.
hide on bush
And I
per
think
se, but
Doran
hide on
actually is
corner,
right when he does
where
this.
there's no vision. And they try to go in here and make this plays in live. By the way, Showmaker may just die to Kha'Zix.
He might, or he might
He gets
just,
away.
Yeah, dash away.
Smash?
I believe that was a flash in trade.
I think a Smash, actually, his culling is not really blocked
cleanse
by
from Smash
Keria.
was
They
great.
might have actually been able to win this
The
fight.
bubble
but it
was also
doesn't really
great
do
from
enough.
Career.
Pays is at full health. His ultimate is super high value, and it's just high-tailing it out is the best that D+ can hope for.
Yeah, Ona not quite able to get to any of these resets and things like that, although he did evolve W second, which is not the leap, I believe.
Yeah, it's the spikes.
Which is the Void Spike. Not to be confused with Vorpal Spikes, which is Cho'Gath's toggleable ability. So there's that. So it's way more fun to evolve E, right? You just get to reset, leap around the fight.
It is more fun, you know, if you are...
And then
Did you see the
get to
21k gold lead
mid-air
yesterday?
and
I did, yeah.
stuff, and you like get to do all of those really cool highlight plays and things
If you
like
remember
that.
that
Alright,
movie,
Faker, does he have
with the
rapid fire in
redheaded
base?
girl, Annie, one of her catchphrases was lethal
If he does, that's a
lizards.
little bit
So I feel
scary.
like to say that while you're jumping around, stomping on
I
everybody.
think that's what Owner has been saying every time
No,
he's
no
been
rapid
leaping.
fire.
Unfortunately, he just doesn't leap very far without the evolution.
Well, with
He
this
ulted top for the
crocodile
wave.
in the game, it feels like we got a bit of a leap
And for vision.
lizard, you know?
Yeah,
he's getting in there. He's getting into the back line. He's doing a lot of damage. As he's 2,000 gold up, and she was still just not quite passing that stat check.
Yeah, he does now have his Hex Plate, so he can get that ulti back up again, but you can see Doran just looking to break
Okay,
Shiu's
Owner
stride,
ulted.
and Shiu's saying, ain't nobody gonna break in my stride, and then he's gonna try and break Doran's stride.
Yes,
And
something
then
like
the
that.
same thing will happen and it rotates.
Lucid is going to try to find an angle here, but they're already out. But I do applaud D+'s ability to group and put damage on these mid turrets. Like, they got their early mid turret, they got some plate damage on the inner.
Jump slow.
Owner dives on in, Cullen comes out, Paze takes a bit of damage, but otherwise not too much.
Nice
Good
bubble.
As Faker is
Faker
going to get
cleanses 'cause he has
KOs, I believe,
Spellbook.
or he just
Gets
used the cleanse
self-cleanse.
that he had because he has an unsealed spellbook.
Yes.
Got to make sure
1
that
minute
he
20 on
checks
the
those
Drake.
spellbooks. As Lucid dancing around
Faker
the
has
fight,
rapid
Doran
fire.
taking a little bit, but we know that he does have Wild Growth and Dominus. So
And
he
this
has
is all-
a lot of HP to call on.
This is all set up by D+, just sending it down mid, which didn't end up getting them a win in terms of getting the turret, but it gets them this blue buff. They pulled the Renekton out of sides. They are pulling T1 around the map a little bit, and I think this is the best you could really hope for, and they're coordinating it well. And there's always that threat of Lucid getting access to the backline and getting on top of Paze that they have to respect. And T1 playing respectfully as a result, though, will lose a little bit of map control here.
Yep.
Again, the gold lead is still there. You know, this Renekton is most of it. The Kha'Zix also a big threat and has built up a ton of first strike gold and has 3 items completed now, of which are quite lethal. But D+ maybe if they can pull T1 around the map one way and get one team
30
fight,
seconds
just
on the
one
Dwagon.
win, Smash gets 2 kills, they're in the game. And that's all
Dash.
it takes.
I do think this next dragon is going to be really important because if DK can get themselves soul point, then you get so much inherent tempo. You feel so much better about the situation. What could happen instead is Showmaker could get ganked here on this top side of the map, and then T1 just wanders
Lucid
on down to
changing
the
song.
Drake themselves. Or Lucid face checks this brush. I'm a little bit scared about the
How the
amount
fuck
of
did Owner
ways
get
that I
here?
can see this
Oh,
going
that's
wrong,
fun.
as he does spot Lucid, moving into his jungle.
Showmaker playing respectfully. Here's the Destiny.
Yeah, Owner with that ulti.
Oh,
And Lucid unable
Angle
to
just
actually
a little
follow him
off.
over that wall. The gate moved towards the top side of the map, I believe. Actually, no, just gets him out of there. He was
he just
already up
took
there.
the turret.
She was on the bottom
trade
side.
of towers.
So he takes the turret in pieces out, and they don't make an overextension. They don't make a mistake. He'll grab rapid fire cannon, but Shiu will trade this for a turret on the bottom side. Any alone time he can get away from Doran, I think he's very happy with. Right
This
now in
Lucian
this
needs
game.
IE
Oh, yeah.
now.
Finally hits level 16 and has evened up the experience.
Pretty ridiculous that he is 30 CS ahead, even though he's still 1,000 gold
Is T1
behind.
giving Drake? They are.
This 0-3 Olaf is not, you know, it's not the worst.
3K
I'm
up, giving
starting to
soul
feel like
points.
T1 are going to have to make a really aggressive call. I thought that what they were trying to do, because they had red-white with Paze, was bait D+ into this extended skirmish where they could win the fight and grab Baron, but D+ just didn't fall for it. They grouped, but they didn't overextend. Lucid was hanging out on the edge going, I see what you guys are trying to do. And yes, Faker is able to get the turret.
Yeah,
and
Faker's
ult
full
away,
build
but
now, basically.
He's not able to get any value on his ultimate after that. And so D+ are playing a good macro game here. They've turned this into a lot in terms of what they have. Picked up these 3 dragons. The stats alone are worth so much. If they get Soul, that 3,000 gold lead will not feel like an advantage at all here, really, for T1. So this game is suddenly pretty close.
I'm starting to see it appear on the hands, Wolf. You're right. Might be something in it here for D+. Still, it is a 3,000 gold
Big
lead.
items
We
for
cannot
Lucian.
let that one
Big items
drift
for
away.
Lucian.
But like you were saying, that Infinity Edge is now done. And even though there are a lot of blue numbers in favor of T1, there are some win conditions here for D+, especially with that Dragon.
And T1 trying to set up that same type of fight here with Doran having TP in the bottom lane to force an awkward fight for D+, where they end up winning it and then going straight into Baron to completely take the map by their onto their side, as that mid turret being alive for so long for D+ has been so valuable for them. They played through mid lane to pull T1 around the map incredibly well. Showmaker is also, still quite a big threat in this game. Has the 3 items, has his dash cannon.
Yeah, the Shadow Flame was just completed as well, so decent little spike to be hit, especially against the champions that don't have as much magic resist. Faker does have
Owner
the
buys boots.
upgraded Merc Treads though,
Yeah.
so he's feeling relatively comfortable.
They have Mikhails for
They
Paze,
have
who
to
doesn't
kill
have cleanse,
Paze, DK. If
but,
Paze dies,
you've gotta
damage
be
is
very
gone.
careful about getting caught by the Sari.
But there's a world where they just focus the front line.
Burst. He has IE, so I really do think this game is on a knife's edge. One mistake will determine everything.
That's a Moonlight Vigil. Paze takes a lot of damage in return.
Does
And
the I think
Smash
he was
just
thinking
cleanses
about
the
not
gold card
cleansing for a
and
second.
moves away. Still, that is a bigger investment
Yo,
than,
Smash has got
Faker's
damage.
Q.
And
He
we're
lost
not
his
gonna be too
cleanse,
worried
but
about it.
Mikhails is up.
The time that was given to Shiu, he no longer just gets dunked on by Doran and sides here, and D+ just have a lot of map control. They have Showmaker on this flank angle. Oh god, this turret is not lasting very long.
TP behind.
Oh, there's a teleport in. The Renekton
Double
trying to make
TP
something
behind.
happen. His career in Smash maybe in a little bit of trouble. It's the double TP. The flash forward as Smash does get Mikhails and then just dashes away.
Okay, no Mikhails, no
And so
flash, no
T1
flash on
unable to
Nami,
quite get that
Scheisse.
one to work out as Showmaker thinks he may have found an angle onto Ona, but Ona just takes half of his health bar and then they will back away. But T1 are like, wait, but we're here, guys. We should probably do the Baron.
Shiu
Am I
does have his
right?
teleport now, and I think he's going to have to use it.
Yep, Showmaker looks for the Orb of Deception as now Smash gets a lot of damage onto Doran. This
It's a
Lucian
complete
is very
flip or what?
scary as Lucid. Can you do it again? That's the question.
It's not a flip.
Absolutely
That's
not.
Golbuk
He's not
Smite.
even able to get into the pit. As now T1, can you escape?
They're all stuck in the pit
As
like
Doran
rats.
gets in there with it, and now the Olaf thinks that it's his time to shine. Goes in, immediately
They're all
goes
over the
out.
wall.
As now Paze gets
Oh,
on board.
embezzled.
That's the public execution, and Faker gets smashed down to the
Block
ground.
the culling.
Smash
Sterex.
now looking for an angle himself as over the wall
Everyone-
he goes. But it looks like just
they all
one
need to
for the
base.
moment as T1, they are walking the wrong direction. Trying to keep their Baron alive as
They're not
Lucid,
basing.
the only one without
They're
fear
fighting.
by the looks of things. Pace is at full health and Lucid's
What?
just dead. There is the Dominus, but the
Oh, that blast going.
Showmaker finds the angle to shut down
They
T1.
fucking
It's a
stayed.
bit of a disaster here
Wait,
for
can they
T1.
end mid?
They got a lot of kills at least, or they got the kill there on the end. It's a lot
Wait,
of
can they
kills
end
for
mid?
D+
Wait.
despite losing the Baron. And this is so much gold injected, but T1
And I can't. 20 seconds? No
they
way.
take the Baron off the map. Defending this turret here and side lanes though is where the next port of call
It's
is
a
gonna be
Drake
here.
fight,
Like,
it's a
how
Drake
much
fight.
damage can D+ get?
Bro,
As there's
no
still
one
a
has
Baron
sums left.
onto the jungler.
Who
As
hit
much
that
as this one
blast
plays
cone?
out, Doran's constantly holding this angle. They do end up getting the smite here. Now T1 are
Blast
like,
turning in is crazy, man.
T1 in this situation are like, can we fight this while kiting back? And then once you get the kill onto Faker, it becomes so much more incredibly difficult to do so. The culling also getting a lot of value over the wall as Smash follows here. And now we're just trying to set up recalls here staggered, right? And then Doran goes in here. They think they have enough damage onto Lucid. Paze does. They get the kill here. But with the
Oh, it was the
wraparound
Aphelios
now,
splash
Shiu's
auto
back.
attack.
They
Or
all
he
get
clicked it
routed.
maybe to
Only
avoid the
Oner
Olaf.
will
Straight into the
escape on
Ari.
Kha'Zix for this Baron, so it'll be
It's
a
sold in
negative
20
power play
seconds.
here
No
for the
IE
moment.
on
As
Pace.
D+,
No one has sums apart from
again,
Showmaker.
just going straight back
and
to mid
Owner.
lane, and they're pulling T1 around the map. T1's composition struggling to find value grouped, where they've been spending so much of this game putting Doran in the side lane, but he's no longer, like I said before, just straight up winning it.
Is this? Don't tell me
It's so
that's a
winning for
fourth
DK, surely, right?
Item collector something. What's that serrated Dirk turning into? Oh, unless it's going to be a Serpent's Fang.
Serpent's Fang,
Serpent's
yeah.
Fang would be kind of sick.
They're going to give Soul here,
I
T1,
would
I
really
think.
like that. That would
Or
be
what?
one that would make me feel okay. As the Drake has now spawned, Showmaker on a flank
They're
angle,
giving Soul.
trying to look
They're
for a way
voluntarily
in.
giving it. They can't enter.
As the culling
Ay, ay,
really
ay,
starting
ay.
to charm.
Oh, what a charm.
Connects onto Pace somehow. He goes down exceptionally low. They get the wild growth out of Carrier and the heal. My God, that was absurd from Showmaker.
This should be
He does
GG
not
for
wanna go
DK,
home
right?
today.
Surely.
And he's now looking for even more dash cannon.
Surely
and
that's
the Spirit
GG.
Rush. And all the while,
Soul.
Lucid is getting King and Infernal Soul.
Get a bit of pace
And
in
what
this
did we
pitch. Get a
say
bit of
about
pace.
Olaf? He stat checks you.
Yeah.
Do you know what you get from an Infernal Soul?
A lot of stacks.
Yeah, you get some stats, baby. So maybe Shiyu can actually find some relevance in this game.
I mean, he's started to be quite relevant.
He almost has a lead, actually.
Yeah, no, he's
Serpent's Fang.
With the CS he's picked up, obviously that's really takes a lot of the lead away from Dorm. He's been given some additional time, and you know when you're running the Twisted Fate can't really
Ari
just
Lucian are gonna
walk at
eat
the
up
Olaf
with
and,
this
and
soul.
do anything. So the lane assignment is always kind of a trap here for T1, as there's no Baron. You know, T1's grouped around Baron. That's always a scary thing.
Hey, if you want to kill a crab, take 2 of your friends with you, okay? That's the way to do it.
Showmaker.
This could be a big backfire as well if T1 overcommit trying to kill Showmaker, because the rest of D+ is rotating up. Now, we have been here before.
Yeah.
For those who, and it was T1 with a much
Two
smaller, like they had a massive deficit, in fact, but it was a PaZe Aphelios game where they had their backs against the wall. It survived really late. KT could not end the game.
Yeah, this game they actually still have a lead.
They still have a lead, but D+
Bro, this
have
guy's
a lot
just
of win
disappearing
cons
everywhere.
here that are starting to come online as Owner does not want to interact, I think.
No, he's not looking to mess with this guy, as there is still a turret there.
He might have wanted to interact with the turret, but he decides not to.
No, not this time. He is going to be able to get himself out of there. Level 16 for the Kazakhs.
T1 just don't have the ability to kill this Ahri in sides to pinch when D+ play this far up and have this much control over the map. Like, this comp really requires you to be able to 1-3-1 and pinch people with this Twisted Fate, but when D+ have this much oppressive control, if you try to go in as Faker, they'll just turn on you and kill you. As Doran is pushing a big wave bottom side, they're going to go for a TP flank.
They're sending it.
All right, well, that's an idea that you can go for here, as Ragnarok
Olaf
comes
down.
on through. And so that is a big
There's a
cooldown,
Dorat
although there is a
behind
hexblade,
you.
So I guess she should have that. Oh, Crocodile coming out of the reeds. I know about that one. That one's dangerous. They
Doran
really
ulted, by the
warn
way.
you
He's
about
ulted in that
if you
bush.
go to the Northern
He has
Territory.
ulted. They have to go.
Turret. They finally get that mid turret.
Where is this? Where is this Crocodile? It is lurking. Over he goes. Finds Lucid.
Mikhails.
But he gets Mikhails. And T1, they cannot actually get on top of D+.
They got the turret. That's all they're going to get, it looks like.
No flash
here.
on Renekton.
And I mean, there's a big wave pushing in the bottom lane, but it's not enough to threaten the base or anything like that. But for the first time in a while, T1 can breathe on the map.
Hey, Korea, you were standing on top
Wait,
of
did
a
everyone else
control
base?
board, my guy.
It's okay. It's these
No
bubbles.
shot.
Yeah, tidal wave comes on through as well.
Wait, he's alive.
Does
Hits
get
those
himself
tidal
out of
waves.
there. He's still dead, though, Wolf.
It's okay. He has heal.
Owner's
he
dead,
hits
owner's
those
dead.
Bubbles.
He hits those
Boy,
bubbles. And
Showmaker.
Showmaker
Just
was
too
dead.
late.
He used his ultimate.
Just
That's
too late. Yo, the
okay.
Observer's vision toggle's
All right,
driving me
never mind,
crazy.
Korea. I just didn't know your game.
He had bubbles. He had heal. He had a mid laner.
I should have known all about bubbles. It's exactly the stage my son's up to right now.
That's
Yeah.
freaking me out.
Bubbles all over the place. I need to call the bubble police for him all the time. Just bubbles everywhere.
20 seconds till this Baron spawns. And with T1 committing pretty heavily there to try to kill Career and then having to reset, map control kind of going back a little bit to D+. They're going to be able to maintain vision and prio on that Baron on spawn. Plus the Infernal Soul stats are pretty huge. There's a lot of damage here in this. 3 items on this Mbessa that's level 16 as well. T1 have not been able to make these pinches happen the way they want to. Red and White is set here for PaZe. This is going to have to be a hell of a team fight, though, if T1 is going to win this 3-0.
Surely Lucian just does too much
right.
damage with this soul.
Let's see whether they can keep them out of their
Surely.
own jungle. That's what they're trying to do. I'm just still so frightened. I mean, it's PaZe playing Aphelios. Are you ever allowed to win a game against PaZe as Aphelios? Because you have to enter the enemy base area. And then often you just die. It's all right. Destiny to come on forward here from Faker as Shiu is not exactly the target that you want to go for as this Olaf, and he does get healed up by Korea's Ebb and Flow and doesn't actually have to press Ragnarok. That is the big deal as Smash goes in and immediately regrets the decision. Faker now looking for an angle as Lucid will survive.
Slow playing this so well. Owner constantly threatening, constantly looking for those slows. If that hits, they get to put more poke in.
Yeah, they're waiting for these cooldowns. DK doing a pretty good job diligently holding on to them, though. Wanting to make sure that they have everything ready for an all-in, and now could be the angle, as Smash does get a lot of culling.
Go Baron now. Start it. Start the Baron now.
Look for a turnaround as Owner.
Yeah, Owner just gets tagged by Smash. One double tap is
Why don't they do
half his
Baron?
health bar, and that might be the sign.
There's a
for
great
They have to start
window
Baron
to
now.
head to the Baron.
T1
Yeah,
will
they
give it.
absolutely should. They should go over here and start this one up right away. They're going to be able to do this very quickly, and there's just no answer for T1, and there's no one inside. T1 just have to clean up these waves, and D+ have such an insane control over this game now.
It's
They
an
will
Elder
actually
Flip.
take a gold lead for the first time in forever as well after this Baron. You have to imagine T1 just sitting back and clearing waves.
But I
Maze is
don't
level
think
16,
T1
and
will be
yes,
able
this
to get
does
the flip.
feel very
Surely
relevant
not.
to the KT
9.
game.
Level 20
No
Olaf
way.
is in this game. And
Yeah.
honestly, from the early game,
With Ghost, by the way.
I was expecting him not to quite make it this far, but he absolutely did. He's also got a Randuin's now completed, so Paze is a little bit less scary. He's still very scary, but the Olaf might actually be able to get there
Isn't it crazy
and be a problem.
how much of an impact Lucid smite-aways have made in this game?
It's night and day. It's insane.
If they don't have Infernal Soul, this game feels so different. And now as T1, you're like, maybe we have to go for a 50-50 on Elder, but we have no map control. They have Baron, and we got to defend our base. T1's like, maybe we're going to get an Elder Prio. And D+ like, maybe we're going to get a Nexus.
Well, we'll see whether that is going to be the trade, as right now Smash is just kind of hitting the turret. There's 5 seconds until the Elder is up and available, and it looks like a back is going to get channeled here by T1, and this is DK calling their bluff and being rewarded for it. So many times it's T1 holding all the cards in these scenarios. This time DK actually able to make the right macro call.
D+ having a great macro game here through the mid lane the entire way through. Down on gold, but keeping T1 honest on the map, and now all the cards are in their hands. Honor trying to flank, but they suss it out.
It's pretty funny because it's
yeah, the
like
Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate, he's got all the cards. Do you think all of his decks are Riftbound decks now?
Probably.
It might be actually a thing. Although, right, here we go. Out comes Owner, kind of regrets the decision, as now Shiu is on the side, but does have the rest of the teammates coming on over as Faker is able to sidestep. Great charm, max range, and they're looking to try and turn
Faker
around.
dead.
He doesn't have
What?
the
That guy went in!
What was that? He just explodes, and T1, they will not
Oh my
go
god,
quietly
Pace tried
into
to
this
fucking
good night.
send it on
They
them.
will go quite loudly, and now their
Okay,
Nexus
big
is
win for
gonna
DK,
explode.
big win.
All right,
Big win.
D+, pull it off.
Oh my god,
In
they
the
actually
end,
they won a
Better
game.
Astro, They pushed T1.
They actually won a
into
game.
Such an uncomfortable position.
The
They have
TF
to
Kha'Zix
make
was-
an all in play. It doesn't work. Paze tries
Was not
for the
really
hero
in the game.
play, but he goes splat.
The TF Kha'Zix were not really there.
The idea, it straight up didn't
They were there
work,
for the
but
first 10 minutes, but
sometimes, the face plants are as
the later the game went on, the
entertaining
worse
as
it
the
got.
other things. T1 still have a lead in this series, but DK
Okay.
making it interesting, being able to pull back a game 3.
Okay, a
Can
bit of
they
pace, a bit of pace.
Queue it up, Wolf?
A bit of pace for
Maybe
DK.
queue up the silver
You love
three.
to see it.
I mean,
A
this
little
was
bit of
the
pace.
Smash Lucian game. It wasn't about
I think they
Smash
gave
as much
a
as
they
it was
gave
about
a win
the
with that
team.
Kha'Zix
And for
TF.
once,
That did
it
not work
backs
at all.
against the wall, down 0-2. D+ made all the right calls. They pushed
Cook
through
up
mid.
something crazy
They
now,
bought enough
DK.
time. They pulled the Renekton
Cook up
around the
something
map enough
crazy.
times
It's
to
time
where
for Malzahar.
Shiu could actually be relevant. Shiu could actually have gold in his pockets, pick up enough items to where he can go toe-to-toe with Doran. Hits level 20. And then Showmaker as well was constantly threatening, and there was never an angle for the Twisted Fate to pinch with Owner. They always were trying to fish for those gold card angles with the Destiny, but they just didn't have enough control of the map to make it happen, so Faker just couldn't really pull the trigger when he wanted to. That last try was the best they were ever going to get, and D+ shut it down.
They absolutely did, and now there is a series firmly on our hands as the D+ play just trying to... D+ fans just really not wanting to... oh dear. Not wanting to watch this. As Korea, even though it was a pretty good game, that game number 3, still not feeling too happy. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, and then game number 4.
Oof, oof, oof. Was he crying? Oh my god, he is, yeah. Oh my god. Bro, he is in a fucking state. Even though they won the game and he's like breaking down mentally. What the fuck is going on? How is he? That's really sad, actually. He's probably stressing out so much. Hopefully he's gonna be okay. Dee dee dee. We're gonna play WoW later? Yeah, maybe. Fix your hair? I can't. It needs to grow. I get it. I get it. Fix it. Fix it. I can't. It's cooked. It's fucking fried. Just wear a bandana. You know, that fucking career, like, in bawling tears after winning the game is actually like, what the fuck, man? That's fucked up. Dee dee dee. Dee 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 dee. Shingeki reverse sweep. Well, if I look at the context of that game, it went to like 35 minutes. DK had to win on Seoul, in which they had 2 dragons which they 50-50'd and stole, and they were against TF Kazakhs that had 0 KP the whole game, and it still took them that long. So it wasn't a very convincing game for me. I think a couple smite differences, the game was over in T1's favor. And in terms of draft, in hindsight now, I think DK had a big advantage. If the Kazakhs and the TF can't get anything done. So, yeah, I'm not super optimistic, but we'll see. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm eating carrots. W. W rabbit.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. There at the end, you got to see a lot of emotion overflowing there for Career and D+ Kia as they hold on a very difficult game that required them multiple different steals at the Drakes to get to late game to eke out a win. That's what it takes to get a win against T1 for D+ today, but they've got it, and we'll see
time
how
for a
that
meal?
shakes
Nah,
up
probably in an
things
hour.
here.
Probably in an
it's
hour
a
it's
lot of
time for a
grit,
meal.
especially because the early lead went over to T1, and when you're 2-0 down and T1 has the early lead, I think a lot of us were just thinking the series was over, but D+ really locked in on that one.
Go level your enchanting. How am I going to level enchanting?
Really came alive as well. Showmaker, who
How am I going to do that?
Game 2 had a really poor performance, probably his worst performance. I mean, I was going to say in the LCK Cup so far, but he had a rough one against Chovy as well.
Yeah.
But bounced back massively in this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to see. I think Showmaker had a great
It's
game.
too
I think,
expensive.
Especially as you mentioned, like very gritty. The fact that they were able to stay in it for that long, even though it was a very close
Wonder,
game. A
do
lot
you have a
of
group or
pressure
what?
on them. You know, one loss and you're out. You don't go to Hong Kong. Your LCK Cup is over. So good on them.
Yeah, well, let's see how they got there. And it required some steals here at the Drake because they had fallen behind early, but T1 gives some opening here, and thankfully it was that Mandler's.
Yeah, able to steal the Dragon away, and it's not easy to do against a Kha'Zix Swell with so much burst damage with the Q.
Did you get anything from Terrazon yesterday? I got Lights Justice
Managed to get the CC down onto the Renekton, and you see that Olaf, who was super far behind, buys a lot of time and space for them to do this. They managed to get away
now we're
with
gonna
a
do
couple
it on,
of
we're gonna do it on
kills,
Tuesday, I think.
despite having the deficit. And so they get the first steal, and then they manage to sneak in. And again, it's playing around this banana brush angle where they have the vision control. Managed to secure another steal here.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge from Lucid, obviously. He stepped up in a big way to get these steals against the Kha'Zix. And as T1, you really need to be stacking these Drakes when you're kind of relying on a lot of the damage to be in this Aphelios. And we saw Pays at the very end of the game, which we're eventually going to see. You know, he had so much damage, but imagine if he has Infernal Soul. Maybe he just wins the game by himself. But they weren't able to quite get across that line.
Yeah, I like that point because you're running the TF, you're running a global comp. Spread them out wide and then go for the Drake, get the advantage there. But a steal stops all that momentum, so they had a couple of them. Then T1 try to go for a fight catch here in the mid lane when D+ stay a little bit too long, turns into a Baron.
Yeah, so they go for this flank play angle and try to go for the Lucian here, who was very overextended. And Mikhails comes in, saves Smash from the play, and then T1 end up in a scenario like, okay, we've committed a lot of resources.
Chad, why do you need a mage tank?
And end up going for the Baron. The thing is, Baron
for
is
this, is it Mike Therodon or Gruul? You need like a mage tank. What is that for?
So D+ have a lot of time to get in position, poke and prod a little bit, and even though T1 do secure the Baron, D+ are fine with this because they're confident with how they're set up on the map. The only place T1 can retreat is onto D+'s side of the map. Look how many flashes are burned getting out of the pit here. That's 3 there, gone to get away, and they're still on the wrong side of the map, so they just get chased down.
And you have great chase potential when you have Mbessa and Ahri and Lucian, so everybody can just essentially funnel them into the right spot and make sure they clean up the kills. So, you know, we were watching this during live and we were saying this isn't worth for T1. Like, yeah, you get the objective, but you fall behind, you lose whatever momentum you had. And, you know, essentially they're able to just clean up here. You know, a bunch of kills go over to Showmaker as well. And that's really the moment where DK actually take over the game on T1's Baron.
I think especially T1 being such a practice team on Baron and being ahead in this series, it'd be so easy for D+ to misstep in a moment like that.
Yeah, Kalista
but
could
really
be picked.
had a lot
Poppy's
of
still open though.
approaching. They knew what they needed to do. They knew that they would have the advantage if they just gave time, gave over the Baron, and slowly approached. They didn't let them get the recalls off, but they even had Showmaker come in with a recall on the flank, and I just think it was a great read on the situation and good execution.
I think Corki is still open, right?
There. After that, multiple different attempts by Doran to try and flank around
Nico
the
is still open.
The Renekton appear over the wall, which was crazy, and they just waited for their moment, which they had down on the bottom side of the map, where the push was on, slowly getting on in, and it's Faker the one that gets caught here.
Yeah, and it's very difficult. I mean, you really can't make too many mistakes when the game is this close. And, you know, this is actually a pretty close fight, even though it looks like DK essentially controlled it. But that catch on a Faker to start off is definitely the big one. They try to collapse on Olaf, who has been just unkillable, uncatchable this whole game, and Faker just out of the fight right from the beginning.
That's the thing, is this Olaf was super behind early, but level 20 Olaf with the ult as well. So little they can do to him. So they chain down to try and collapse. He just doesn't care. The rest of the team pushes in, and it's such a quick fight, such a quick ace that comes through. And I mean, It's a hard position to be in when you're down 2-0 in a series, but it's a great bounce back from D+, keeping their hopes alive in this one.
And now, I mean, I think we turned the conversation and the focus to what we saw there at the very end. We saw Career kind of, you know, he's had a tough series. He's had a tough couple of games, and you could see how much
Career is slowly
weighing on
breaking
him.
from this series.
Not in review, but as soon as the game was done, he had so many different cleanses, he had so many different Mikhails, and you could see time after time again, he's holding it in, he's holding it in, he's waiting till the game's done, and then just wants to get off, and afterwards, you know, the outpouring of emotion, the pressure of competition. And I think we got a quick glimpse of it, but now with the fuller picture, you can see it's just tough. It's tough. He's on a high-profile team for his first time in his career. We got to see him during Kesper
I think
Cup,
he's
where
maybe
he didn't
just
know
stressed
where
or
to bow
panicking a
after
bit.
they won, and we're watching a pro player
The feeling
grow in
of
front
like,
our
this is my
eyes
fault
and
because
deal
we're
with that
losing.
level of pressure. But they got the
Maybe you
win,
feel it when you play
and it's
solo
those
queue
kind of
sometimes, but in a
moments
high-pressure
that can build into
BO5 and you
something
feel like
else.
it's your
It'll
fault
definitely
you're
build into a
losing.
Game 4, but if it's a game 5 and a reverse sweep, that's
On
something
stage,
to grow from no
big
matter
panic
what.
really starts to
Career
set
and
in,
the rest of D+
and you start
Kia
to spiral
upset
probably really
minded
badly,
here
right?
in
Like,
Game 4.
I'm not good enough,
Carrier and
I'm
the
the
boys,
reason we're
they wanna
losing,
do
it's
business
all my
as they
fault.
always do it, take care of it, and go to the live event against BNK Ferex in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens in Game 4.
I'm letting everyone down or whatever it is.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Maybe, and you
Glad
start.
to
I think
see
it's
a
just
little
you
bit
start
of
to
context
spiral, you know.
there as well,
Maybe he's putting a lot of pressure
hopefully
on himself.
Career after this.
Yo, big
got all
bounce back,
those
Career, big
emotions
lock in.
out of there and can loosen up, ready to get into a game number 4 that can be competitive this time around.
Show 'em what you're made of.
One thing I do want to say though, as we do get the information that T1 has decided to go with first pick here in game number 4 as well, I feel like as the series
Get him on a
draws
comfort. Get him on a comfort,
first
bro.
pick becomes less and less powerful. We'll see whether D+ can capitalize on that.
What they want to do with this, as sometimes first pick can let you get a really strong 2-3 rotation in your bottom lane.
Alright, the draft's starting to
where
get
the
really
enemy team
freaky because it's game
doesn't
4,
have that
right?
Same opportunity to get both laners.
When you look
and
at
they
bot
can
lane, you
end
look
up
at champs
split,
like
and
Corki that are pretty
we're
strong.
talking about
There's
bottom
champs
lane
like
with all
Gnar
these
that are still
engaged
up,
champions
that are
gone,
quite
or
powerful, I would
champion
say.
champions rather gone.
For jungle,
Engaged
you're
champions
still
is
going
what
to
you
see
have
similar
left,
bans. I
and
think
sometimes you
Vi
wanna
ban is
make
going to
sure that you
happen.
can have
I
a
think
strong
Nocturne ban is going to
2v2
happen.
there to
I think the
play
Bard
through.
ban will stick.
The Vi will get removed,
Um,
unsurprisingly.
Yep, I wrote the bar
I think
in
the
already.
Varus ban will stick.
Knew that one was going to have to
And
be
then
taken
outside
away.
of that, I think it might shift a bit.
And now will it be
Because
just
Ambessa's
Bard
out,
Nocturne
right?
again? They've been doing this
So
every
here you
single
could start to
game.
target ban
It's
some of
likely that Owner
Showmaker's
will not
freaky
be allowed
stuff.
to play Nocturne this time, but a
Ziggs, for
Ziggs
example,
ban
yeah.
is
Avoid like a Yone draft.
That's interesting. to
Nico's
see.
open, which is pretty
not allowing
strong.
you to dodge the lane. So it looks this time
Galio's
like T1
open,
do
so they should be
wanna
very
try
careful
and
of
put
this.
some
Mundo is
pressure on
open,
towards that bottom
very
side.
powerful champ.
Maybe
I
a
think
Kalista
maybe last
draft
ban
or
from
something like
T1
that
could
could
be
be coming
Mundo
through,
because they're going to
because
have
we
to
are
ban Varus.
getting
They should probably
deeper
reveal
and
that they're
deeper
banning
into
Varus
Fearless,
early
and
and
there
just
are
hold their
less
last
and
ban
less options
in case they need a
into
flex
those
ban.
sorts of drafts.
That's the kind of thing when they ban Bard every game and almost all the range supports are gone.
There's no way they leave Varus open.
All
Jhin
the
is open
champions
if they
are
want to
gone,
play into Varus,
and you can
but I
have
don't think it's a good
that
idea.
2-3 like I was talking about to get the set
They
duo,
banned the
get
Nocturne.
your Renata locked
Vi's
in for
out.
sure, and then deny anything else. You can protect the lane. You feel really good about
I wonder
it.
if they're
Ashe
leaving
Seraphine is
Varus
already
open
gone.
or what. Like, what the fuck
So
is
I
this?
think that you are on
Because
to a
Nautilus is still
potentially
open, right?
very
So
strong read
actually,
here
a champ
in
that can go into
Kalista
Nico.
lane.
There
Let's
could
see
be
what
a
happens in this final ban here for
there could be a
T1.
Mundo ban
Their
here. There
last
could be a
choice
Nautilus
is
ban
gonna be
here.
a
There's a
take with
Zoe
from
ban.
Showmaker, prevent him from looking for more
So in
playmaking.
terms of OPs, Varus
Yeah,
is still
no
open,
one.
Mundo
We
is
have
still open,
seen,
Nico is still open.
Zoe's
That can get
cropping
matched
up
by Naut.
later
Jhin
and
can
later
get
in the
matched
draft.
into Varus.
D+
Cork is
read
open,
this,
but I don't
ban
think
the
it'll be picked.
Kalista.
That could be
Unless
interesting.
Varus
I
is
don't know whether
banned.
they want to pick it
Because then
this
Varus goes over if you do that.
Oh yeah, true. Maybe don't.
I think
do
they
that.
probably have to ban
I
Varus
think you should
here.
just ban Varus. Like,
I would recommend banning a Varus.
I
don't
think
you
it's
wanna
just
give
there's
Phase-
no point
like, what would he then
overcomplicating
play?
it unless you have a
Zeri, which
crazy
we know
draft
he's
into
incredible
Varus.
at, and did just dominate. Zeri,
They're
Yunara,
laughing. They're going to leave it open.
and then
All
the
right, they have a
Aphelios,
crazy
which
draft
they
into
didn't
Varus.
quite find
They're
the win on.
laughing. They're leaving
But then if
Varus
he's
open.
allowed
They
to
have
immediately
something.
play
They're going to
Varus,
trade
then he's
Varus
kind
for
of got the
Mundo,
cream of the crop so
and I don't know
far.
what else
So
they've got.
Varus looks like
Mundo,
that's exactly
Jhin
what
maybe,
happens.
and then they have something on
To
3.
ban the Aurora instead.
What is it that they have?
So
They go for the Kalista lane into the Varus, a little bit less appealing. But
They have
still can be
something
quite
cooking here.
strong.
I feel like it's going to be it's
Let me
going
have
to
a look
have to
at the
be a
mid
Sivir
pool.
answer here with Jarvan already off the
Yeah,
table,
that's-
and maybe that's an option that they can
I'm
go
looking
for.
at the mid
That's been a
pool.
really common response to the Varus. The spell shield value is quite high. And the wave clear is really huge. No Jarvan,
I don't really
like you
see anything
mentioned.
too crazy that could be open unless he's
So
going to do
let's
like
see what
take
the
Galio
response is
away
gonna
or
be. The
something.
Wukong
They
that's been
don't take the
considered
Mundo.
so heavily throughout this series.
take
will
the
finally get
Wukong.
its lock.
All right.
And maybe if you wanted to, you could just go Rakan
Okay.
here as well and say, well, we have a lot of engage.
I don't know about that. I'm a little bit worried about that
I
sort
think
of angle.
Owner
although,
can just go Mundo
there's
here and it's winning,
Poppy's
isn't it?
still available.
Poppy's up.
Mundo counters
You know,
Wukong.
picks like the Leona are still also relevant here. So, I mean, there are a lot of engaged picks left. We're really
I
just
think
out of
Gwen on 3 is a
enchanters.
big pick
And
for DK.
The Sivir that you mentioned has been one of the most
They're saying
common
pick
responses we'll
Alistar
get
if you
walkthrough.
want.
Doesn't
They
like
could go
Smash
Mundo
is looking
Alistar,
too
for
happy to
example,
play
right?
it.
But then they'll go
No, he's
Rakan,
not
and I think they'll be
incredibly
pretty
psyched about
happy.
it.
I don't think they should get
That's all
sucked
right.
into it.
Obviously, it has worked out.
What do you
relatively
pick into
well in the
Nico if
past.
they just pick it here?
Any
Nautilus,
jungler
right?
that
Yeah.
can make an impact pre-6 will feel very good in the early game here for Owner in terms of what he can do and how he can impact this forest lane.
I think Owner for sure should go
Potentially
Mundo.
topside.
He's not going Mundo.
Zahin, cool little
Zahin
flex,
flex.
here.
Yeah, we've been seeing it more in the jungle more recently because that was where he was a little bit buffed. But
Do you go
we'll see whether
Alistar?
it is going to be going to Owner or to
Do you go
Doran.
Nico?
Both of them do like it.
And it's
I
a
don't
tough
think
pick
he'll
to
pick Galio
blind
this early.
for the top lane, but when you can hold the flex like this, it feels very strong. Assuming Owner doesn't just lock in an obvious jungle pick here.
It's
Faker
probably
could just look
Alistar
for
or Nico.
consistent damage dealer here, or they can lock their bottom lane up entirely to this Sivir. The Alistar has been very common just because of how it interacts with the spell shield.
Oh my god, he picks Galio this early.
Will be the answer
Jesus.
instead. So very brawly compositions on both sides here with the Zahin, Galio.
Okay, he
against
just
the
fucking
Wukong.
sent it.
And if you
Alright,
can line
Showmaker, what do you
up
got?
the Galio and Zahin ultimates,
What do you got into the
it
Galio?
can be really difficult to play the
Is
game.
it time for a smolder?
as That's an Alawi. Not sure about that. As Shiyu is having a little bit of a giggle while Showmaker does hover this champion. Would be fun.
The Gnar,
They're gonna pick
I
Gnar
was a little
top.
bit more expecting
They're
to
dropping
see
Showmaker, bro. Something's
as a
cooking with
potential
Showmaker
first
here.
pick
They
for
didn't
T1
pick.
if the Varus was banned just because it's so safe.
What the fuck are they doing?
And it does end up coming
Why
through
was he
here.
laughing
It's
so much in draft?
with the Renekton, you know, gone.
I think
not as high
maybe a
value
good
as it could
ban could be
otherwise
like a
but
Swain
feels
ban
really
from
good into
T1.
Zahin, if that's going to be the matchup that we end up just having.
Because they're
there on
triple
the
AD
top side.
showing, right? So he's playing an AP champ.
See what the bans are going to be here, because this is very
Cannon
flexible
ban's
here for
good.
T1, so it's a little tricky.
I wonder if Swain
They're
ban is
expecting
just
the
good
jungle
here from
Zahin with this
T1.
Cannon ban, but not necessarily expecting it 100%, but just saying,
He's
I
not
don't
gonna
want them
play
to be able to
LeBlanc.
flex it and get
He
the
won't
second
play
ban.
LeBlanc or
Yeah,
Kassadin
like
or...
protecting it is a good idea.
And,
I think he's
for the
most
side
likely
of
to play
T1 here,
ASOL.
You could ban the Rakan, the
Swain.
Nico also. Big problem here. You could also
Or-
look to take away the Leona
Let me see.
as well.
Or
You're
like
worried about
something
that,
weird
but
like
this Varus is
Cassio,
so
I guess.
long range, and you already have the Galio and the Zahin that the Leona doesn't feel as strong. It's very telegraph, very face
Yeah,
up,
there's not much to cook with.
and it's not going to be very strong
Cannon ban's
in the
good.
lane.
You could ban Camille as well. I think it's a very good ban here. If
Available
they're
here
going
as
to flex
well.
Zahin
The
and you're
Civic
playing
Karma has
Gnar
been
and they
very
have Galio,
powerful.
I think Camille's a
But
good ban.
thankfully, T1 have already used up the Karma so far. As you can see, Korea trying to figure out
Renata
exactly
ban.
what's
They're
going
going to go
on here. So
Alistar on 4.
Renata.
Pretty good into this draft for D+, because it has Wukong in it. And
That's
it
a
can
good
just
ban
keep
actually,
them
Renata.
at
Wow, that's a
bay.
really good
I
ban.
think that's the main reason why it
I
gets
think
banned. It's
Renata
also a
Varus
ranged
with these
support one,
melee
the only
champs
ones
would be
left that can
scary
devour
to
this
play
boss
against.
in the 2v2.
Poppy.
Poppy gets taken away.
It must be
by
Alistar
T1.
Rakan trade, right?
I thought maybe they would consider it themselves.
They could pick mid on 4,
with the
but if they
Wukong
prefer
there, but
Alistar or
very
Rakan, they
difficult
should
to
just
play
take it on
the
4,
Sivir.
shouldn't they? What's
And also not great
what's the
into
counter
Gnar.
pick into it?
I do feel like
Oh, he could go
maybe
Lissandra support
it's
if they
something
blind
that's like
Rakan here.
potentially a Rakan
I wonder if they're
angle.
banning
With the
Poppy
Poppy
to
ban,
bait
I wouldn't
Rakan
mind
blinds so
locking
they
in
can
the
go
Rakan
Lissandra support.
and then
I think
letting
T1 is setting up a trap.
Maybe pick an Alistar.
They should
and
not
then
go
you can
Rakan here.
always,
They should go Alistar.
Silas it.
They should because Rakan is very good with Wukong, right? I think they just set a trap there saying go Rakan, do it.
They may.
So now
may
they'll take
find
Rakan
that
themselves, I think.
If Doran wants to play, I mean, like the Galio can
They're
be
not
played
going
top
Sylas
here.
support,
It's
right?
Not a fun time. Sylas is insane
go
value
Rakan.
here into both the Alistar and the Gnar. I think this may have been a big misstep here from D+.
I mean, Ona's already played the Silas jungle as well.
That's
so
another
Wait,
good
it's,
point.
it's
Yeah.
Sylas jungle?
So he could be just taking that one once again.
I mean,
Oh my god, it's
this
Sylas
is
jungle,
so
yeah.
much value that you almost just have
It makes
to take
sense into
it,
Wukong,
right?
actually.
Yep. And what they play here in the support role is really up to them. They can play the Leona in this situation. I mean, maybe they have something
They
else
could play
prepared
Leona, they could play
range-wise. I guess
Rakan, they
Kerry
can play
gonna pull
anything.
out the Janna.
Oh,
They
it
could play a
also be
range
Galio
support here. They have 3
That's
melees already.
technically possible.
They could play like
And
Soraka
then
here.
they can do a whole
go for the
lot
Rakan.
of flexing
Okay.
with this, but
Alright,
it will just be
Showmaker,
the
what do you
Rakan.
have into this? Sylas, Galio,
And with
Zahin,
the Alistar there,
Rakan,
you know that
4
you're not
melee
running into the
champs,
Leona.
a lot of
All right, so
beefiness.
it's definitely not Galio
I think like
support, but I'm still
Vladimir
not
or
entirely
something
sure
maybe,
where
or I
everything's
don't know.
going.
Yeah,
I don't
Vladimir
think
Sylas,
Galio
Galio
into
sounds
Gnar
ass.
feels
It's gotta be
at all
Cassio,
good.
right?
So
It's
you're probably
Swain
not
or
gonna be playing
Cassio.
it there, so we're expecting the Sylas to be in the jungle. And so what is Showmaker playing into the Galio? That is the question.
There's a lot of different options. If he wants to play an AD champ. They're going to go full AD,
Cassio.
but it will opt
Chat,
for
I'm going to
the
add if you know about
Cassiopeia.
on Twitch. I'm going to have to sub to the channel
There's
for the
so
one to
many
back the game.
things.
That's big case.
I
I
mean,
have to
it's
add to the ads during the game. If
for
you sub, I'm
T1,
going to add
almost
for the
even
next 30
consider
days. It
just
runs across all the
mentioning
playoffs,
Veigar,
finals, and
because
maybe
it's
first
again
and
one
mid
of those
two.
games where you could pull that out. Silas does very much like to steal the Veigar ultimate away, though, and he also likes to steal away the Gnar ultimate and the Wukong ultimate and the Alistar ultimate, and the Sivir ultimate is also pretty good.
I was going to say, yeah, there's a lot of fantastic things you can do once you've used your Unbreakable Will, which is what's going to be happening here. Ona, last
DK's
time
draft
around,
is
it
solid.
was a
They
little
got a
bit
really
hit or
good team
miss.
fight.
I'm not actually sure
But
whether
Sylas
they even
has
won the
Gnar
game
ult
where
and
he played the
Alistar ult.
jungle Sylas.
Those are some delicious ults.
But
And he's
I
not going to
can
be playing
report
it.
back.
What? It's
Because
Sylas
he's gonna
top.
be playing
All
Zion.
right, so it's going to be a top lane Sylas.
They swapped.
This was an old matchup into the Gnar.
Yeah.
It has more recently not been working.
To be honest, I don't necessarily really like it. The Zion was always going to have problems in the top lane because Gnar outranges him and he takes a long time to come online, so you're going to have problems playing melee into Gnar no matter what in this. I think for T1, you're just saying you're committing to the Sylas
Doran,
super hard
Sylas top.
and trusting Doran because you know what the impact can be later on in team fights. You're going to have to sack a little bit of the top side of the map to make this happen, but you're playing into Wukong, not an early jungle power spike there. And Zahin jungle, we'll see what Owner can make of it here, as this draft for T1 is quite creative.
Yeah, I'd say so. See how it works as we jump into the Rift. All right, so the reason I like the top lane Sylas a lot less is you couldn't be further away from the Alistar, which is what you're really wanting to be doing. Obviously, when you hit level 6, you have more access to
TP.
your ultimate than your enemy does, which is kind of funny. But
Nice trade by Smash.
outside of that,
Might
I
hurt
feel
on the
like,
back end, though, if he
the
doesn't
jungle
get-
Sylas
if he
just
does
gets
get hit,
around
yeah.
and you can steal away all the ultimates that you want to. As somehow this Sivir is winning in the level 1.
I think Alistar shouldn't have headbutt there.
Yeah, that did
Surprising.
happen. As FaZe does not have a combat summoner. I think that's a big part of this.
Yep.
Cannot actually offer anything back, and Smash was ready to ghost if he wanted
Smash
to try
was
to
cooking.
continue to exchange with them. See how Career performs on this Alistar, as it is going to be pretty tough to play in this draft.
Yep, Korea is just going to have to keep headbutting. That's what we do see these Alistars doing.
Does T1 have enough damage here with Lethality Varus if this Sylas falls behind? Like, I wonder, will it be enough? Like, FaZe has to do so much heavy lifting in this game. And on the other side, D+ have a secondary AD threat at range with Shio here. Obviously, again, Doran has more access to his ultimate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you win by default. They have Cassiopeia worth of damage, which is, you get to later on in the game, is a lot of damage output, and then Smash will be able to help control waves in mid lane, and it's going to be a big
The
scale
lane
threat as
itself
well.
is
So
probably not
T1
that
cannot
easy for
fall
Sylas,
behind
is it?
in this game.
I guess
don't
early it's a
think
bit
the
hard,
Gnar
but then he's probably
steals
fine
and
later.
The Alistar steals are going to be enough.
Ooh, Carrier taking a bit of damage there as the Boomerang Blade does come on down. But these
Showmaker
noxious
is
blasts
cooking
just
pretty
keep
hard.
landing, and
The
Showmaker
Cassio
has
value
been
against the
playing
comp
some
of T1 is
pretty
just too high.
amazing, Cassiopeia this
It is
tournament
just
so
too
far.
high.
And
Yeah.
looking forward to seeing whether he can continue to find that level of success. I remember his first game on it in the LCK Cup was absolutely outstanding. And into the Galio, it's kind of like a free lane.
The Smash gets a free back here to grab a cull, and that feels amazing. In the Alistar lane, you grab a free cull, you're just going to chill and cash that in. This Faker.
Oh, God.
Oh my god,
The
Showmaker didn't get the E
poison
off when he
ticking
E'd.
down, but
I think he
is
could have
going to
killed him there,
survive.
but I think he just didn't press E.
Really
He didn't
cannot
expect him to
stick
go
around
backwards.
Much longer than that, though, as the Winds
I
of
think
War
the
will be
E
able to
actually
lap up
pulled
the
him in
last
range
few
with the
minions,
poison, didn't it?
and he does make
Oh, that
his
could have been a
way
kill.
back. Has Ghost, though, so is going to miss a little bit if Showmaker does
I'm not sure if he
just
had mana.
clear out
Yeah,
this
maybe he
wave,
was
and it looks
soon,
like
but
that's
he
what
E'd a
he's
creep
going to do.
afterwards, so I'm
he
not sure.
has tons of health. He's totally fine to do so. His jungler is nearby. Has no real reason to rush. And that'll help him get to save his own TP.
I guess Carrier went in, and then he went out. So it's going to be all right. This wave is stacked up and ready to move. DK will be able to catch it here as FaZe looking to make sure that Korea cannot hold onto it, but the mini wave is going to turn up. And so it looks like they're not going to get the
My god,
crash
Pace
that
is
they
just
were
spitting
looking
on them or
for,
what?
as
His
Carrier
support's
is
in
gonna go
base
back
on a
anyway,
ward
didn't
and he's
have
just
any
walking
mana,
up in their
so
face.
didn't want to stick around.
Showmaker did commit to TP, but now in danger.
Yeah, has to flash the taunt. Miasma does come on through, though, as he will get pulled back. There is the Conqueror proc. Showmaker is able to do a fair bit of damage here to Faker, even
That's a
after
big
that
swing.
teleport.
A big swing of momentum in the mid lane after Faker was nearly
It's a really nice
solo-killed.
gank, right? Galio's
Still
not
finds
playing
himself in a
TP, so
pretty
when
significant
Cassio baits
CS
and TP's
deficit,
back and
but
Galio runs back,
Getting the flash out
if
of
you can
Showmaker
chunk her on
as
her
he TPs
TP,
back in is a huge win.
Yep.
it's
As
so
this
good.
matchup is really tough to play for the Sylas pre-6, and if you don't hit your chains,
I think
she
Doran
just
actually
kinda
could have cooked him
dances
hard if
around
that
you
chain
and
hit.
continues to harass you.
Yep. However, if you do hit your chain, sometimes the mini Nard just dies. So see whether Xiu can walk that tightrope. Be a tough one. That was how the Sylas sort of looked good in this matchup in the past. As you can see, it is tough.
Yeah, it's not the most fun for Doran. His plate does go over. This matchup, we've taken a lot of looks at it because it's pretty volatile. A little bit of an experience advantage for Career.
Oh, flash up Pulve as now FaZe possibly in a little bit of trouble. Great spell shield though from Smash, holds on.
Career.
Make sure that he does get rid of the
A bit early,
CC.
sending it.
Faker,
Oh,
no
the
justice
grounding
punching
stopped
for you,
him.
my friend. Showmaker looking for a little bit of an angle. Does he have another Noxious Blast?
He has no
The
flash, so he
answer
can't
is
chase,
it doesn't
right?
matter because there's no vision. Does get a control ward down.
Faker played around that vision really well. He was like, you don't know where my Zahin is. I have a control word here, so you can chase me through that brush if you want. Now the Zahin's going to show up.
Oh, great ult.
Petrifying Gaze though as Faker, he might just die as Showmaker doesn't have his flash. And Ona tries to make his way over. Another poison comes on through.
EE.
As Faker walks
Oh my
on,
god, he flashed out of the ground.
away, and Ona should be able to finish this one off.
The move speed?
Showmaker, though,
Scheiße.
does have to get
Could
the flash
Showmaker not
out
kill Faker
for
there?
Ona to be able to
On the
pick
ult?
up that kill. Man, that was close. As now Lucid looking for a little bit of an angle here as he gets over the wall. Flashes on forward.
Oh my god,
Showmaker,
he's dead.
the answer's no.
Oh
Too
my
many
god,
Ona,
he's dead.
and they
Fucking hell, man.
Oh, Lucid's face, Atlas!
Oh my
the
god,
ankles
wrap
were
it up.
broken.
Oh, that is absolutely heartbreaking. As Xiu does have his Gnar available now. Doran
Faker just
used
fucking
his
comes
against
from
him
the
with
sky,
hijack.
bro.
But man, Wolf, that was that
Knock
could
up
have
into
been
pull into tower into
Everything
dead.
about That was so close to being great for D+.
Oh
but
god,
T1 were
Lucid.
just that little bit further ahead in terms of the setup. Faker
Here, I think
initially with the
Showmaker, if he just
wraparound,
commits
everything
Q,
about it.
auto E,
Showmaker goes for
auto
the ult
E,
here,
does he
Faker
not
gets
kill?
away initially.
One more Twin Fang and he's probably just dead.
And then Showmaker here gets taunted. Faker has just enough health. Bashes away. Like you said, like an auto. Another Twin Fang. That's all it would have taken. Owner has to flash here.
Like, even if Faker flashes
and then
back, then
Faker
at least
gets
maybe
level 6.
he can
and
live.
So when Lucid goes in here, Owner just gets that extra bit. Look at
Oh, he gets the auto Q, auto
and the
knock up.
knock-up and
Yeah.
the taunt, and he's dead. And Faker just has enough mana
Q
for
auto
all
Q
that
auto.
as well.
Damn. Well,
That's the kind of moment where you're just like, I don't know, I gave it my all.
to be
Oh
perfectly
my
okay,
god,
he's
they're
dead again.
farming him.
And the problem
Wait,
is,
Owner just got
like,
170 gold for that kill.
tilter necessarily because
What?
it's so close.
170 gold for that kill?
And that might have been because
What?
Showmaker is now getting camped, and that lead that he had is gone. Faker is now ahead of him, and we know that Faker likes to build damage Galio. We don't... Okay, well, this is the replay. It looks like the same play. As Grim Deliverance comes down, Showmaker tries to sidestep it, and it does not work.
When he goes for the miasma, then Faker's going to get the taunt, and so I mean, tries to sidestep like you said. As now we have chains.
Yeah, and there is no ulti available here for Korea. Good flash there from Pays.
Dodge
as
it.
Smash just trying to do enough damage
Dodge
to
it.
stop them from killing his cow.
What, that hit?
As another couple of autos from Carrier will be required. Grand entrance to
Oh, he
finish
didn't
him
dodge
off.
anything.
That's a creative way to get a kill. And now Smash could be in a lot of
Oh,
trouble.
they're getting
although
bodied, man.
he's
DK's
doing
just
a fair
getting
bit of
fucking
damage
bodied
back.
everywhere.
Sidestep not quite enough there as Carrier looks for the angle, doesn't find it. Korea just dead. And now Doran looking to try and kill Lucid here as well. Gets that information, chains connect, and he picks up a Cyclone for himself as well. Now you've got Faker trying to move on in. Justice Punch does get interrupted by the Cyclone. And
Nice
there's a
Cassio ult.
Gaze as Doran
Wait a
is
minute.
trying to get out of there, but Lucid gets the extra
Wait
rush
a
on
minute,
Q.
DK.
And now Faker looking to try
What,
and
that
turn
hit?
this. Ona gets the pullback. My God, Ona Zahin is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, he's been putting the hours in.
Scheiße.
Oh, yes.
I'm watching this game.
That's why he's like,
wow.
no, you take this Sylas away. I hate this champion. Give me my Zahin. You can play it,
That
Doran.
was pretty impressive stuff. He has had an incredible game here so far, as we're going to see the TP
There's a
back
Pays in
to
the bush.
lane from Carrier.
Yep.
Pays
And
will have his in a moment.
pulverized.
So he can actually, well, he looks like he was going to back. He's actually instead going to try to kill Career.
And look at how little interest Smash has at fighting this, as he does just walk away. And Faker moves back to the lane. So, about an 800 gold advantage here for T1. I think the mental warfare battle,
Yeah.
T1 are so far ahead. Like,
Tempo
it's kind
vibes
of ridiculous.
are
Yeah,
definitely...
Tempo vibes are T1 favorites. But the
definitely
Sylas
red,
is pretty
in
weak,
this
you know.
game.
The thing is,
Like, Doran's
I
gonna
do
need quite a
think
bit
the
of time.
compositions kind of favor DK.
Yeah, no, I do like this draft for DK a lot. And because, yes, the Sylas can steal a lot of ultimates, but I don't know if there's enough damage in this for T1. And there's oodles of damage for D+, Peel for days. And this Gnar is significantly ahead of the Sylas. Surprise, surprise, because this matchup is incredibly difficult to play out for Sylas without jungle attention. There is some jungle attention coming, though.
Yeah, now there is jungle attention.
Oh, the hop.
Nice little hop
Flash.
does come on through.
Oh, just
Doesn't get
sidestep.
pulled back. Shiu slick with it right now. As we do have the Varus rotating up towards that top side. Lucid taking that as an opportunity to get Drake.
And that's a big rotation up of Pays, who doesn't have his role quest completed just yet.
Yeah, the rotation up, like they did that in the
Faker's almost a
B&K series as
level up.
well.
The
And it meant
fuck
that
is
Pays
this?
was incredibly far behind on
Pays
the quest.
loves swapping
also
top.
Pays
His
in the
quest
game
is
where
still
they made the
nowhere near
rotation
done.
up in game 1.
He just goes
he
top.
had his role quest completed. He does not have it here just yet, so this could backfire in a big way. As Shiu is just going to be able to walk it
loves
off,
to
it looks
click
like
top
career.
whenever
I don't
possible.
know if we'll be so lucky.
Flashes over the wall. That is going to keep him alive. Oh, it doesn't have Hex Flash? What the heck? Feels wrong.
Doran's like, I've gone from one annoying range champion
Smashy
to
lanes
another.
into Doran.
to play
It looks
in
like
this
he's
game,
winning.
and I'm
And
not
now
having
all
a
I
fun
can
time.
do
could
is
dive
yell
the
and run a
Sylas.
bit faster. That's frustrating.
But Faker
As Lucid moving on over
could
to make
move
things
down,
even
and I can't.
more
Cassio
annoying
stopping
here
him.
for Doran, who can steal away a Cyclone. Does
it
instead go
diveable?
for the all-out.
He's running faster.
Sorry, on the hunt. And yes, like you were saying, he's running
Faker
faster.
is ghosting to
And
bot.
he's
You see
running
that?
slow down. In a
Faker
minute.
popped
He's-
ghost
he's
and
no
ran
longer
down,
running faster.
ready
But
to
he
ult.
didn't die. They didn't go for the commit.
There you go. And so Doran is going to be able to make
So
his
they
way
called it off.
back home now if he would like to.
There's such a limit in my mind to what you can do when you're playing lanes that are this tough to play out. Like when you're this far behind as the Sylas, now the Sylas is swapped out, Pays' role quest gets put behind, and so he's
Why did
also
Pays
like
swap?
not feeling happy about
I'd have
things,
to
and then the
rewatch it.
Sivir is just
I
chilling,
mean, he just
finishing
traded
her
2
role
plates
quest
for 2
while
plates.
she's hitting a Sylas in the bottom lane, and Doran
he wants
is
to
just
bail
trying
his
get out of
Sylas
the
out
hole,
for a bit. He
finds
actually
himself going from 20
actually did a little bit of the opposite because it's kind of hard for Sylas to lane into Sivir.
And yes, there are gold leads here for T1 from the early game plays from Owner, but I wonder how they hold on to those to get this Varus through the mid game as he's got his Ghost Blade ready. Right, he's going to look for his transformation in the mid game, hit that 2-item spike on this lethality champion. But there are so many there's so many ways to kill him in D+'s comp, and even if you're able to get the jump on Showmaker, for example, you got to kill Smash. You got to deal with Shiu.
They probably thought,
You
yeah,
only
I think
have
you're
one
right,
Sylas
Mr.
ult
Trevorman.
at this
They probably
point in
thought
the
it was
game
more
early
playable
on
for
as
Sylas.
Doran. Speaking of Doran,
Yeah, can he hop his way out of this one? This time doesn't get the extra bounce as the flash comes on in. Good knockback,
Wait,
Grim
what?
Deliverance. And the
What
delivery
hit him?
is
Why was he
death.
stunned for a
Down
second there?
goes Shiu this time, and
What?
yeah, Owner's really good.
Was
at
it
this.
the
Owner is
Zahim
like,
knockup
I'm
or what?
sorry, Doran, this is why you have to play Sylas into
Yeah, exactly. No, but he's like, if you do play it for me,
I think it
I'll
was
gank
the
your lane.
Zahim.
So
Yeah.
don't you worry about it.
And he certainly did. So
Bluetooth auto attack from Zaheen or
that
what?
lead is still there for Shiu, but it is severely diminished. And we almost now have a lead across the board here on every position for
gnarled.
T1 after that play. Smash does finish his role quest as Shiu sidesteps the chains, which might have been a little bit of false confidence here as he gets baited in, going into Doran heavily here. And then this, it's like, oh no, the Gnar is coming, flash
It
it, but
was
still
the
gets hit by the
Zaheen auto.
knockup.
Yeah.
And then the ult, and then he's dead.
Pretty sure that was the
Already in
Zaheen
air
auto,
there
wasn't it?
for Owner. So beautifully done. We've got a bit of a tussle here.
He just got it
as
off on his
Faker's going to be moving in first. Headbutt out. Good Justice Punch, though, to avoid that as now Smash is in a lot of trouble.
He has
The
Ghost,
quickness
he can
comes
run.
on through, but Carrier is a long way away
Lucid
from the
dead,
rest of his
1v1.
team, but so is Lucid. And now Lucid is very, very dead.
So they end up getting a kill onto the Wukong there. Nothing else happens. Smash actually just kind of chilling.
Yeah, Carrier is not going to be able to get in and stop the Sivir from going back. Trample
You will
is
not
going to
cancel
slow
my
him
AD
down.
carry.
They really wanted to get that Essence Reaver, and he can understand it.
Yeah.
Making sure that Smash has that item already built up.
So he finished his role quest, finished a cull, and he is, despite being 15 CS down, and all the plate money that went over to Pays is actually staying pretty even on this Sivir in this game.
Owner is kind of
There's a
frying.
lot of ifs in this game for T1 as
Ooh, the
Faker.
castle was missed.
No,
Is he dead again?
That was about the angle
Yeah.
that he dodged it on his Riven. back in
Showmaker's
the
being
day.
farmed.
Beautifully
He is being
done,
straight up
even
farmed.
though he didn't really dodge it. He just didn't move.
7-1.
T1 are, it feels like
Owner is just
styling
clicking
on
mid and
D+
just
in a
taking
draft
free
that's
kills.
incredibly
Crazy what the-
difficult to play.
I mean, I
Owner
would
not
say
on his
that
Kha'Zix.
I'd
He's just
upgrade it
demon,
to Owner's
demoning on
styling
all the
D+.
lanes.
Yeah, but I mean, Faker's making some great individual plays as well, right? And it's been them in the mid lane that have really put Showmaker into his grave, but... okay, this might be a bridge too far.
Well, Lucid is going to smite him, and there is a
Okay,
dead Faker.
600
So
gold
that
to
is
Lucid.
a lot of money going over to Lucid. What did Faker mean by this?
Owner's buying on his jungle quest.
It's a
He's
good
not.
question, Atlas.
It's just it completes halfway. When it gets past 20, it goes half, and then it goes to 0, it goes past half, right? He's 2 stacks on his pet.
No, you know what?
Which will probably be done in one camp.
They're
'cause it
certainly
probably has the
making it
treat or
harder
whatever
for
fuck.
themselves with the draft and some of these
Didn't have
choices than it necessarily needs to be. But this was great, right? Okay, this was great. Gets behind him. Showmaker's a little greedy. Got the kill. We can cut the tape. We can cut the tape. We can cut the tape.
Yeah. He was just greedy for a plate. That happens. As now Doran is going to steal away an Unbreakable Will. And I don't think it's going to last long enough. He is level 11, so he gets a better one. He's 5 levels ahead of the support. Gotta love League of Legends in 2026. It's kind of just how it goes.
Now is
Owner is
flashless,
down a
and
level.
He may lose his
Like,
turret.
Lucid
That's a
is
huge
strong.
wave. He does not have teleport. Rakan alone, I don't think, stops this Gnar push. They might be able to try to make something of it, but without that hijack, it's going to be tough. As
Yep, Showmaker's like, ow.
this is such a weird game in terms of lane assignment, because the Sivir's still in the bottom lane,
Yeah,
interacting with Faker.
Yeah, On the Hunt has been thrown
Faker
out
has
here.
Ghost, he has his own
Faker is just gonna
Sivir ult.
have to walk it off. The Drake is what's on the minds of D+ and T1 right now, as Ona already has it down to 34 health.
So they trade the dragons here, one apiece.
He's fucking
It's
out of
Infernal
there.
Soul again. But like I mentioned, that top turret is so dead, basically. I mean, it's not going to necessarily die on this wave.
Yeah,
but so much
C was
damage
pretty
has been
strong,
done to it
Lucid's
here,
pretty strong.
and
Showmaker's
Lane
kind of
on as
homeless
well.
this
I mean,
game.
There's only one plate left in the bottom lane at the same time.
No matter how T1 try to run away from these lanes and get better setups, they just keep losing out slowly on the map. That's why, despite a 7-2 kill score here, the T1 gold lead is not that robust, and this Gnar is going to become a bigger and bigger problem. He also has a call that's going to cash in here, which will push his lead to over 1,000. One that does eventuate here, plus the turret gold he's probably going to get here pretty soon too. Lucid.
Yeah, look for a little bit of an angle towards Ona, who is just really wanting to fight that decoy. Does do so.
And even though Showmaker is 800 gold behind, he is a damage dealer in this game, and so T1 need to use this Galio and the jungle control they've had this game to keep this lead. Otherwise, it can go away very quickly with just a single team fight from D+, and they are looking to set up for said fight. Korea's Flash and Ghost on this Alistar here for a potential Herald fight.
Showmaker is scaling.
Let's see whether Lucid's
He also
just
has
gonna be able
magic
to start
pen
this
boots
one
on
up
Galio.
and we don't get a fight, or whether there's going to be a little bit more. Cheeky little ward does give T1 a lot of information, and one also in the pit. Is Faker getting to work on these plates towards
Rare
the bottom
3
lane,
grubs,
as
auto attacks
Showmaker
on the tower.
just
W.
walks through the winds and gets himself down there. We'll be able to protect that turret. So those single
Okay,
plates
carry
that are up
ignited.
in the side lanes for DK. Let's see whether they
Career
can
has
actually
some
take them,
disco
as
run
Teleport
sums.
does bring the Sylas into the top lane.
Faker will have to start rotating up now if he wants to be able to join this fight with his ultimate. As they have full Banana Brush control, there's the TP to answer.
Yeah, Lucid moving on in there, but this Rift Herald is down very low. Teleport does get Showmaker up there.
Career is looking for
There is
pace.
The Cycler, Grim Deliverance
Double
comes on
knock up,
down.
stun.
Realize it's pretty good. As
Zaheen is dying. Siwoo's fighting the Sylas. They get the Herald. Oh my god. Smash's damage is insane. No flash Rakan. Faker's gonna die as well. Big plays for DK. Really big plays for DK. The Sylas can't enter the fight. He's losing 1v1 to Gnar. And Zaheen can't really go in.
Are you hearing it? Can you hear
I mean, I was going to say that might have just been the game-losing moment for T1. They had no right to fight the way they to fight that Herald with a setup they didn't have. Frankly,
How much gold does Sivir have?
They didn't really have one, and obviously with no teleport for the Galio, it takes Faker so long to get
It was
up
a really
there.
good fight for
But look at how
DK.
this breaks out.
Like,
T1
the
are here
Gnar
first.
is zoning the
Technically,
Sylas at the top. Can't
Lucid
join.
has the angle here.
Zaheen has to
Doran
ult away.
cannot
Double
join.
knock up from
The
Career into the
ult comes through.
Casio W.
Galio
Can't
is
move.
so late here. The fight
Sivir's
is
just free
practically
hitting.
already
Pace
over.
can't poke
Where's
anyone. The fight's
damage
already...
here for T1?
Look at his damage from Smash. Look at
Brush
this.
uses buttons, and
Pwah.
Smash is like, I'm Sivir. My
That
buttons
Sivir damage
are
is
a
crazy.
right click or an A click. I'm going to do the damage. Faker's an isolate on the other side after his ult. Has no damage to offer here. And it's a disaster. They get the Herald, they drop it in mid. The smite went over to Lucid. That's a turret down here, and top turret's
Big
already
plays.
gone. One
Big,
plate
big...
left
Oh,
for the bottom lane.
Showmaker
Can they punish
9,
Showmaker?
man.
Yes,
Oh,
they
he's dead
can.
again.
As he's going to get pulled back. Carrier moving over.
Showmaker is a
Lucid not gonna be
walking
able to
free
help.
kill.
And the snake goes down. And I want to apologize to D+ fans, because last time we heard someone making the Silver Scrape sound, it was DRX, and then they promptly lost the series. So I am not actually a member of D+, and so I cannot be held accountable. As Smash is going to just throw some Beyblades and will otherwise.
All things
not find
considered,
too
I think
much.
Smash has
Carrier
been
was
really
able to
strong this
battle
series.
dance his way out.
I thought perhaps instead of trying to chase
Like,
the
he has
Rakan,
showed
they
up
might have
pretty
looked
big.
for the Galio in the bottom lane. But
With the
instead
things
not
going on around him and the way the
Shiva's
games
like,
have been
"I am
going, he's
better
been
Gnar,
squeezing a lot
actually."
of as much as he can out of these games.
House of Doran.
He has an Executioner's Calling, which is insane high value into the Kingslayer. As Smash is just like, if they eventually don't come and defend this, I guess I'll just win the game.
Yeah.
And this is the problem here for T1. It's not that they didn't have a lead or anything like that, but it's if you lose one fight and you lose map control with these ranged champions into your heavily melee composition, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to have big problems. You're going to really struggle to match rotations around the map. And with this Alistar here, with Flash also, there's so many engage tools for D+ to get on top of the one real damage threat. Because yes, Sylas, he could be a damage threat, but in this game, we're just kind of still waiting for that. We're imagining it. He does have the Arm Guard, which is going to be some extra safety.
Drake and
some extra
10.
power in an
Cassio is
upcoming
spacing with
scrappy
no
fight. T1
TP
do have prio
on a
for this
ward.
dragon, at least for the moment.
So I think
Showmaker
T1
does
should
not
know,
have
but
TP,
Doran doesn't have
so
TP
see
either.
if T1 can make something happen here with this window they have.
Smash has been
Smash
chunking
actually
people on
finding a fair bit of
cooldown,
damage
man.
onto Carrier, but he's able to get himself out.
Looks like the
Celestial
answer is
opposition pretty strong.
There's a lot of healing on T1. Is buying Oblivion Orb on Alistar the way to stop it? I guess it is.
Slow this down and get a topside turret.
And Showmaker just completed his Seraphs as well, so he's pretty strong with these two items pretty stacked up. 7 stacks on the Rod of Ages. And so this Dragon should be going
Sylas
over to
TPing
DK,
behind.
as there is, like you say, the teleport coming on forward. Can they find a team fight though? Is Grim Deliverance kind of avoided here?
They went
by
past
DK,
the front line.
But the quickness is so good. Smash does avoid it though. There is a decent
Smash is out. Career's fighting Carrier. Lucid's disengaging.
Decoy buys a lot of space.
Showmaker's gonna die here. Flash from Zahin.
Finally,
Oh, Doran stole the Cassio ult and hit it onto Smash. Damn.
And T1 only lose Carrier here, and they will be able to take out this mid turret. Dragon going over to D+ in the meanwhile, but the gold here feels really nice to pick up for T1. As Maze?
Yeah, guess what's
I
on
think
the
he's
map.
fine.
No flash on owner.
Korea is here.
Okay, Shiu,
When there's
I see you.
Korea and Korea in the game, it does make my brain kind of hurt. But Korea was there, and that meant that Shiu is not under too much threat.
That flank from
Yeah,
Doran
Faker
pays off,
wasn't
and it was at a pretty heavy cost.
really
Like,
in the fight. He was fighting
otherwise
Shiu.
just trying to get that
But I
top
think
turret
Alistar
exchange
combo was
here. He is able to
unnecessary.
get into the backline. Carrier's charm is
And then
massive.
Galio
And
joins
then
here.
Doran in backline here with Faker
And
on
Shiu
top as well,
doesn't.
means Lucid is completely out
And
of
then
the fight.
Doran takes the
Carrier is
Cassio ult
collapsed
here.
on the other
And then he
side by Shiu, but he is just
fires
not
it onto
really
Sivir
in
on the
this fight.
taunt.
He'll take that trade any day of the week. The damage threat's now down for D+, and it's an easy follow-up for T1. They'll take that mid turret in turn, and the gold has basically reset to 0 now.
Yeah. So the only real thing the DK got was that Dragon. Definitely a big boon. But T1 do let us know that they are absolutely not out of it yet. Shiu here towards his bottom side will actually be an absolute menace in side lanes on this Gnar.
Smash is going LDR, not multiple reminder or what?
Towards the next few items
Maybe it's
will
in
mean
multiple
that
reminder,
these
but what the
turrets
fuck
are
is
just going to kind of melt.
Faker does have, with the lead that he has, he does kind of do damage, right? He has a Rift Maker.
I feel like multiple reminder
He
is insane
not
this game.
just straight up no damage Galio. Damage throughput is pretty low, but he does offer a lot in these scrappy fights if Doran gets even a little bit of CC, right? With a Gnar that's stolen away. If Carrier gets another charm like that, Faker's damage, the follow-up
Gnar
is
has healing
actually
reduction
pretty
as well
strong.
now.
And so that is something to consider with this draft, especially with the tier 3 boots that he has in his inventory. And this Zahin is like actually so huge in this game.
Yeah. All right. Smash just asking Carrier to be careful. And Carrier probably should have listened. It's a fair bit of damage that he's starting to do here.
How about how the ward
Does
of the
have
dog is
2.5
just looking around?
items now
You see him?
complete. As T1
Yug.
move on over, and they will be able to push Lucid out of their jungle. In the meantime, though, it is Shiu here in this side lane. Does know that Paze is coming over, who does blast his way back towards the mid lane. As
Smash really wants that tower.
Spotted.
D+ are just playing this style again where they have really good wave clear and they just push through mid and pull T1 around the map. And like the side lane power that Shiu has over Doran this time around is really working at
Look
treat,
at
'cause he
Gnar's
has
gold
so much
lead.
agency. He's even going
Scheisse.
to try to steal that buff away. The blue buff there on the bottom side, and I think we'll potentially just get away with it. T1 cannot match. Showmaker gets some extra time here as Rod completes. He's now even in levels with Faker, has had a lot of time inside as well, despite being down 30 CS. He is eventually going to farm up and be a damage threat later. I feel like D+ have really figured out how to
Multi reminder
in
smashy.
these awkward positions in the game where T1 wins a fight,
Beautiful.
gets a little bit of punch
All right,
back,
3 items, Sivir.
reset,
Jesus.
get back control of the map. It's often just straight up push through mid and respond in sides and make sure that T1 have to wrap around and have a numbers advantage. Then you back away, you get vision, you kind of rinse and repeat. We saw it in the last game. Worked really well here. And T1 still have a gold lead. Faker is still 2,000 gold ahead. But so is Xiwu, so there's some paperweights on both sides.
Yeah, and that's why everything is still very, very even, as the miasma, very annoying for Keria. So it doesn't matter how far behind Showmaker is, he will have value in this game. As Lucid,
W misses.
try and turn this, and Smash is there on the 100
Smash wants a
spot,
fight.
and Ona has to grim deliver
Okay,
himself
Varus ult,
away
Zahin
from
ult
the
for
situation.
Sivir.
But his ulti's traded, but you'd probably say that it was a bit of a trade up there for DK as she buys some space in the side lane and just gnaws away
Drake and
Doran
50.
because you may as well.
When you have trades that win like that and Owner doesn't have his ult anymore, you're like, well, we got the range champions. You guys really don't. So I'm going to start putting deep vision into your jungle. I'm going to let this Sivir rip through another wave in the mid lane. I'm going to let this Gnar push.
Well, chains are not going to connect,
Dead.
but the Gnar
Oh,
does.
Merc Tread
She does have
Tenacity
a blast
and
cone as
the
well. So
Sterak's
use that,
Tenacity
get himself
save
out
him
of
there.
Sorry, Valdez. The disengage cone is just perfect. But the one thing I wanted to say, Wolf, is that it's T1, and this comp has
That's
no
a lot of
Baron
tenacity on
damage.
Gnar.
It's
No,
just kind of
it
abysmal at doing exactly what T1 wants to do every game.
It really doesn't. And you could see that, yes, they were able to get Xiu's flash
This
there.
Drake looks good for DK. This
Blast
looks
cones
really
away, but
good.
that meant that Showmaker got an extra wave on the top side, right? Like, there's a push and pull to
3
have
item
D+ play through
Varus.
this Sivir in the mid lane. Sivir now on 3 items, going to have much more damage output, much more consistent damage output than the Varus.
Sivir ult is still on
Fights,
cooldown,
especially
though.
in the melees, where the ricochet value is going to be insanely high.
Yeah.
I favor the position here of D+ right now, especially because it's now so
T1's too late, I think. This is gone.
On the cards for them, they're going to get a TP
TP
out
is
of Doran
useless.
here, and T1 have to rush over, and the timing is pretty thin.
Well, there's a Gnar onto Keria, as Mega Gnar timing here pretty good for Xiu, but they're unable to actually
Does
finish
DK
him off.
need to
Drake,
take the
though,
fight?
It does go down as Doran
Korea
gets
just did the
down,
same
Drake
thing that he did on the
will
last
every
Drake
other
fight.
button.
He just
And now
inting the
Korea's
Drake
just
fight.
being annoying where he can. He is going to die, but can
He's
the rest
inting
of
the
them
Drake
get
fight.
out? That is the question.
He did that on the other Drake as well.
The answer is no. As Showmaker trying to offer some damage back, the chains go wide, but Ona finds his, and Xiu is just going to fall.
He just needs to
Sterak's
not
enough.
go.
And so
T1's
it
gonna
is
get Baron
2-win
now.
Trade for Soul Point.
So T1 get the gold lead again, but D+ get the permanent stats.
But
And they
actually,
also
their
have
Baron
the
damage
threat
is kind
of
of
an
shit.
Infernal
Oh, they're going
Soul.
to do it anyway.
And
Of
if
course
this
they're going to do it
comp was
anyway.
a comp that could do Baron, you wouldn't be talking about the gold, you'd be talking about the dead top laner and how a Baron could be possible. It's really tricky to pull this off as T1, but Xiu also does not have teleport. So
Keria
even
has
though
smite, right?
he's gonna be
Double
up in
smite.
30 seconds here,
The
even
damage
if
on this
D+
Baron
slows
is
down, he
not
can't
the
get here
best,
without
but
walking,
it'll
and T1
die.
Make that call. It's a tough one, but if they pilot
Doran
this
has
well,
Alistar ult.
Yeah,
Oh, that Baron
Soul
hurts.
toe.
It's going to take a while for it to go down as Chains of Corruption
Lucid
hits a
W'd
decoy.
the
Let's
Varus
see whether
ult.
Lucid can utilize that as they
Ooh,
do get
they're
the
getting
vision
low T1 here.
of this Baron.
Sylas E
Doran
missed,
will
but they
stand
did
once
use
again
Sivir
to
spell.
fight
Oh,
Faker.
nice
As
ult by
there
Showmaker.
is a
Down
heroic
goes
touch
Owner.
from Faker just to try and get out, but it's
Lucid.
Simon that falls down first.
Onto
The
pace.
cycle is so good from Lucid, but he's
Buys
still going to
time.
fall, and Doran is doing crazy things in the back
Stopwatch
line.
from Dorat.
Goes Golden with his Zhonya's to buy
Should
a
be
little
dead.
bit of time
Dead.
before he
Showmaker's
inevitably
still
does go
alive.
down, and Showmaker's Conqueror
Faker has
is
flash.
so much value in this fight. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Does he
Faker
flash
has
combo
to
this?
flash himself over that wall, but Korea's going in once again.
He does
Because
indeed.
somehow
Faker's
he avoids
dead.
the back
This
off
could be
cooldown.
Baron for D.
Smash
Ooh, never mind.
grabs
Sivir's a bit
another
low.
kill as the gargoyle falls,
They have
and
no
the
smite
Bane
either.
T1
Oh,
is the
I think
Baron this
for me,
time around.
Showmaker just carried that
T1 had
fight.
the same read on the game state that we did. Game was
I think if he
really,
doesn't
really
ult
slipping
the
out of their hands,
Rakan
and they
mid
needed to make
ult
an
dash,
aggressive call with no
Showmaker
Gnar there.
insta dies.
But the setup was so good for D+. And look, they get the dragon here. Keria is in this tussle there.
And then Lucid bought a lot of time. Yeah, here Korea should just not even combo in. This is the copy-paste of the last Drake fight. He combos in and then what? Zahin's just like, if you combo Zahin, he can just ult over you and kill your Sivir. I think he just needs to save his spells for when Zahin goes in and just protect Sivir.
Without flash in this scenario in every single case. But what happens next here is, look where Showmaker is. He has ult.
Lucid W's the Varus ult, which was already massive. And then on the left here, look at Showmaker.
As in live, we are seeing
Full turn onto Showmaker. Flashes back, ults the Rakan dash. And then he kites out the support mid. And then Lucid's kind of deep because he helps kill Zahin. He just buys time. But Showmaker stays alive on the left, which I think makes it so Doran doesn't get help.
As he was ulting out, it was kind of insane.
And Showmaker, you mentioned the Conqueror value. There's just not any damage anymore once his Varus is gone. Whereas Smash and Showmaker Showmaker are laughing all the way to the bank. Career makes the call to go in knowing there is just not going to be enough to trade and push them
Smash
back.
is insanely strong
D+,
right
end
now.
up winning a huge fight here
He's almost. Oh, he has that. Oh
They're
my
on an
god, this
Infernal
Sivir is
Soul point.
fucking broken.
Next
This
Dragon
is.
Spawn's in
This
2
could.
minutes.
Oh my.
Smash
I don't want
has
to say it
the
actually.
IE.
This could be.
Oh
No, I'm
god.
not saying
And
it.
this gold
They have
lead here
GA
for
on
D+,
Wukong.
Again, it's small. but
GA on
comp-wise,
Wukong.
I really still favor them. GA's now done for Lucid.
Yeah, and if you're looking down the line at champions that are better later on in the game, Alistair pretty
Now this
high up
game's
there.
kind of won for
The
DK. I don't want to be that guy, but this is looking kind of solid.
Nah, in side lanes, especially with good Narbar control, can join team fights and also be fantastic. He's almost got towards that wit's end at the same time. And that'll mean that even into a Galio or a Sylas, he is very happy in those side lanes. So I do think that as this game goes on, it's going to get harder and harder for T1 with the amount of DPS that DK represent. And like you were saying this whole time, T1 have a melee composition. They're into a Cassiopeia who
And also a ricocheting level 16 Sivir that has
4 items,
an IE completed.
I'm not betting my hair on
Very
it. Hell
scary,
no.
Very terrifying. And they actually do have the Baron damage, in fact. And now they also have map control. So you have to play around the fact that D+
Cadril has a take. Well, you're betting your hair on it, right?
They could also
No.
do a Dragon very quickly
Bro.
and have Infernal Soul permanently for the rest of the game. They have a turret lead over you as well. And with this Gnar inside controlling Doran, is up a whole level right now. Your angles are pretty weak here. And D1 had a lot of control in the previous game. They lost.
All right, 30
right,
seconds on
from
Drake.
D+'s really good macro. But D+ have
Missed the
just
cannon.
gotten, now with this game, so hunkered down in control that T1's rotations to get Baron Vision, to get even that one control ward that they have there in the Baron pit means, look at D+, are like, cool, Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. You spend everything to get that one ward in there, but there's the other problem on the other side, and your Gnar problem is not going away.
And the thing that I love about this is it's completely against what I was saying at the beginning of this series.
Yeah.
Which was DK have been known to kind of give up, to kind of feel like they've fallen out of the series, but they are not afraid to keep trying no matter how close to the wall they get. And here in this game number 4, they're looking to try and bring us to 5. This is their
Oh,
third
Faker
one.
has
They're
Ghost.
looking to catch Faker in this mid lane. How about Paul
Grounded,
to
can't ult,
interrupt the
dead.
taunt, and down
That's
he will
soul.
go. He does go golden, buys a little bit of time, but Smash has delivered another
That's game winner right there for
They'll
DK.
crash the wave,
Infernal Soul.
as well as be able to take
Easy.
another Infernal
Oh,
Soul
game
this
5.
game.
DKT1.
That
Game
was
5.
a
Of
huge
course it's
moment,
game
and I
5. You
think
love to see
a
it.
big turning point in this. As DK, 2,000 gold lead in Infernal Soul, that is massive
And
advantages.
how much of a momentum swing could you really, like to look at the
The
series,
winner of this
especially
series is the
everything
viewer,
you've
'cause
been saying
game
about
5,
D+, which I think
surely
most
it's gonna
people,
slam.
Especially D+ fans will accept to be true, is that momentum is so important for this team. To go down 0-2 against T1 after getting 3-0 against them last time, and to bounce back, win game 3, stomp the control of the mid game here in game 4. Again, it's not over, but they have Infernal Soul in their pocket again here. To have this big momentum swing, potentially to be able to set up the reverse sweep, is kind of insane. We all, I think, expected that T1, I believe there was not even a single BNK predictor, right? We all expected T1 would be locked in for Hong Kong already. And then I think, again, we all expected that would be the case today as well. And now, D+ are changing the narrative.
This
Pretty
chat is so
insane.
mentally,
Even
by
with
the way.
Showmaker sitting
This
2,000
chat
gold
is
behind
so
Faker,
mentally.
0.5
It's
Cassiopeia.
insanity.
They have the damage. They have sustained damage. T1 have melee, and they just cannot get map control back to save their lives here, and it could be what they need to save their tournament lives. Again, there's another game to be played after this if D+ closes out, but momentum has certainly turned. The tides have shifted.
Showmaker, do not get
Well,
caught
let's see
red.
whether that can continue to be the case, because we all know that it's not over until it's over. Showmaker may get delivered some of that information. We know there are some sneaky T1 players hiding in this brush. Showmaker not wanting to walk too close to it. And that does mean that
T1
will...
also, they don't know
Hey!
who the rest of D+ are, so it's hard for them to collapse here.
But it looks like DK are going to look to try and start this fight off themselves as Carrier tries to hold themselves in position, but the heroic entrance.
Okay, Galio ult.
Lucid, and he doesn't really care. The Cyclone
Smash in the
knocks
back
off
line.
Faker, he goes golden,
Lucid
but
has
he
GA.
interrupts Zona there as
Cassio
well.
ult.
Grim delivers
Ult from
doesn't
Doran
do
on
much.
Alistar.
Faker's dead already.
Galio
Baron
down.
is on
Zahim
T+
down.
this
Down goes
time,
Career.
as it takes
Carrier down.
Zahim,
Doran
and
dead,
now
surely as
Doran
well.
tries to do it
GG.
against Smash, but the
Alright,
focus
Silver
is
Scrapes,
too
queue it up.
good. And now it's Pays against the
Queue it up,
world,
queue it up,
and
queue up the Silver
unfortunately,
Scrapes
the world
now.
hits
Queue it
back
up.
this time.
And you know what, Atlas? I think you can make those silver scrapes sound effects, because we are going to 5!
5. Oh my goodness. DK, the one team that I
The most
did
DK
not
thing ever.
think
It's like, oh my
they
god,
would
we're
be
gonna reverse
capable
sweep and then
to
get
set up
blasted
a
in the 5th game.
reverse
But you never
sweep.
know.
They
Maybe it's
have
time for a
done it.
change.
Nexus turrets in their sights.
The
And
Sylas
they
top
will
was
bring
not
us
it, by the way.
to
It just
a
was not
game
it, the Sylas top.
5, and look to see whether they can stamp a ticket to Hong Kong. Absolute insanity. And the
I feel like
greed
Pace
and
in the first 2
drops
games
from
was
T1.
complete
We called
demon
it out in
hours.
game 1. We
But
were
seeing him
like,
on
this
Varus is
Yumi
kind of
draft
like,
is
nah.
risky as hell. There's so many engage tools. Game 2, we're like, all right, T1, really feeling yourselves again. They pull it off, but in game 3, they get shut down there. And then this
All
fourth
right,
draft
game 5,
might have been the
DKT1. It's gonna be
greatest
some
of all,
crazy
with
ass
all
fucking
these
picks.
melees
Make sure you're
straight
back
up
in
face
10.
up
I'm gonna
into
run the ads. I'm gonna go
zipper.
quickly to
And
grab
that
some
last
food.
call,
Give me
T1
like
looked
2
for the
minutes. I'll be
collapse.
back.
They couldn't get Shumaker fast enough. They didn't have any
Mental.
vision of the river. So
I
they
don't know
tried
what
to
the
go
draft
to
is.
Shumaker. They
Is it a
went just
Molten
straight up
Remus
high.
game?
They try to connect on the left side and the right side. The Galio comes through, and Smash is like, this is my
Is it a Molten
favorite
Remus game?
the playing Sivir ever. He was frowning in the draft, but when he saw those melees stack up in the choke point, he jumped up to 32.3k damage, and he is laughing now as he gets almost 1,000 DPM in this game that may bring D+
I'm happy for
to
career.
the reverse
This
sweep.
game
We're
was a
going
little
to
bit better.
5 games here, and what seemed certain before this series started, what seemed certain after game 2, absolutely is completely up in the air now. Yeah, and all I have to say is at least we're going to have ourselves a great POG state, because if it's after 5 games, you all know that we're not going to have very many brain cells left. Thankfully, Wolf, we're going to allow you to go home. It's going to be the rest of us getting up to ridiculous overtime shenanigans.
T1
Absolutely.
locking in.
As T1, not looking too phased at all. As you can understand, this is a team that are not very flappable, and so it's D+. It still has the
Bro,
pressure
Mata
on
must
them
be stressed,
to
bro. He's been in this
continue
situation
making
100
it
times now.
happen. But there it is. Silver
And he has
Streak's
no
gone
fucking
all
impact.
the
He just has
way
to let it
5
happen.
Here on our last day of the LCK Cup here at the Chijijik World Park. We're going to take another break. When we get back, the space will break that one down. We'll have that coveted 5th game.
Okay, BRB. Dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee. Dee-dee. Dee-dee.
What's going on, everyone? Wasn't Showmaker 0-5? Why is Silver Scrapes playing? How did we get here? It is a Game 5 upcoming. D plus Kia doing it differently. It wasn't on the back of Showmaker, but it's now the proverbial Splinter raising the Ninja Turtles, the young Ninja Turtles, and getting it done with him struggling and getting a win over T1. This is crazy, but we're here.
You know what? Showmaker would rather go 0-5 than 0-2, because if you go 0-2, that means you stop trying, right? He just loved in. He kept going mid lane. He kept getting ganked, but he came back into the game.
Yeah, and you know, no one thought it would go 5 games. Actually, you know what? Can we pull it up? There were a couple people that thought it would go 5 games. That's right.
I said it would go 5 games too.
G-Sun, Pony.
That's it. That's all we need to
5
talk about.
games.
All right, that's all we need to talk
DK.
about. It's G-Sun. G-Sun, yeah. G-Sun thought it would go all 5. But again, what a way for D plus Kia yet again. We used it in game 3. It was great. It was determination when things looked tough. Showmaker laughing, the gank in mid that didn't work out for Lucid as well. They had to laugh that off and continue to work through it, and they were able to do so.
I think once again we're kind of seeing gold leads. We talked about this earlier in the LCK Cup not being as meaningful. We ended up with a draft coming out from T1. The casters talked a good amount about it. A lot of melee champions, a lot of dash-based champions. You're into this Cassiopeia. They went to Silas because there was a ton of ults available with a lot of
this Game 5 draft is going to be Shinema.
As the game goes on, you know, you have this.
They need to play that song. What's that song they play when it's Game 5 draft?
Melee champions, a Cassiopeia, it's all those melee champions. The Alistar as well. Eventually, the game's going to get to a point where if you don't close it out, you're going to run into problems. And that's what we did end up seeing. And I think we saw from T1, so often for T1, it's been the T1 Baron. But with Baron being more difficult,
They should
it's
play
not the same
Silver
balance
Scrapes
that
or
we used to.
Chestrel
Yeah,
in the
they
draft.
definitely struggled with
That would go
especially with their
crazy.
Comp, which, you know, with Lethality Varus, they had like a really thin Zahen, but it just wasn't enough. They weren't far enough
That
ahead
would
to just
go
rush
crazy.
Baron, and yeah, I thought this pick from Showmaker was perfect. The Cassio in this position just did so much work.
Yeah, Brendo, and you called it out. It felt like they would have some difficulty trying to get on
Draft.
the offensive or in late game. But how do we get
DDD.
Just
Is Ornn
doing
open?
something that you're not allowed to do, like the Cass said, going for this Rift Herald.
Yeah, managing to steal away the reptiles in this situation. And it ends up being a very
I mean, there's, what is there? There's
in this scenario,
Ornn,
but the Zahen just not really getting too much
Mundo,
value in this scenario.
Zoe,
And kind of T1 having to back away on low health bars.
Aurora,
the Varus going down. And I think just a good job.
Corki,
Again, they were at a deficit in this situation,
Gwen,
but D+ finding the flank angle.
Kalista
and able to
Renata.
take down Faker here as well.
Yeah, I think especially because all that damage from T1 just went directly
There's like a Yone draft somewhere. True.
Just dying to all the pokes
I think
and
Vi
different
is
passes, and they
banned.
were like,
I think
oh,
I'm
we just
best.
gotta
No,
leave. They didn't
Best is
even
out.
get to use the
I think
better
Nocturne
Gnarls
is
in the first
banned.
round.
No, definitely not. And then
I
same
think
area,
Bard is
the T1
banned.
Baron, as you're
Nico's
calling it,
in.
The changes have been talked about.
I
Very,
think
very
Nico will be
clearly.
banned.
where it's no longer you get a ton of gold.
I think
it's tougher
Zoe
to
will be
take.
banned.
It's the new Otacon if you get it wrong.
And I think
again,
Ziggs ban
it's
will
just a
stick
tough
as well,
spot
yeah.
for
We
T1.
kind of saw this in the last game.
Caitlyn
as
doesn't
well,
really
where
have
they
many
just started
pairings
with
left.
The big thing is that Ono was super fed at this point, and look how low he gets in this clip. He's nearly dead already, and he doesn't have his passive stacked up because you need to fight champions to get it stacked. So he tries to join the fight, and he's dead.
Jax is in,
Doesn't get
right?
to res, doesn't get to come back into it. You've lost your most fed member already. We see Doran trying to get onto the Sivir, but it's great peel from Korea here, who keeps him alive. All he can do is stall for time. Fake is out of mana, and also is trying to shred through a Cassiopeia who's pretty bulky at this point. And it just seemed pretty doomed from the outset.
Yeah, I'm sure teams will have a plan, but I think that DK are probably looking at Gwen, Aurora, Zoe. I think T1 are probably looking at Kalista, Renata, Mundo, Jax, Nico is probably something both teams are aware of, but I think that champ will be banned.
You just have nothing to kill the carries of DK.
Yeah, and great for DK to get to that point, but we've seen so many times throughout this year, it's not about getting to the point to win, it's trying to close the game out. And it was tense from here on out, but finally D+ find the fight that they want and close this one and put T1 to the sword.
To me, this is where it's kind of hit critical mass. Again, they put a lot of CC into the Alistar, but we see both Smash and Showmaker together controlling this choke. The miasma goes down, the melee's really
Kai'Sa is up. Yeah,
We see them
Kai'Sa's
try
up,
and move
but
in,
I think
but
Kai'Sa
just
might
getting
get hit
shredded.
by a
Owen has
Kalista
to jump
Renata
into
in the
big
face.
dice to the Baron, having a rough time against the Purple Worm today. And then Doran
I
tries to
think
go forward
Kalista
with
ban might be
Sivir
good, you know,
Cassiopeia at this point to
actually,
shred
thinking about it.
him. And in the meantime, what can the Varus do
I'm
against
guessing
Wukong Nar on
T1
his
choose
face?
blue side.
Not much.
Yeah, I think as long as DK don't.
And then what do you ban on red is DK. You ban Bard, Nocturne, Kalista, but then T1 could drop the Viban and just first pick it themselves.
Yeah, and you know, this game.
What happens if
is gonna
T1
be
drops
one
the
of
Viban?
players, and I think when you look at D+ Kia, you've had a lot of these guys in the system, had their attempts to try and beat T1 specifically in Best of 5 is not able to do it, but it's going to be that man on the bottom side of the map in Smash who has just been so phenomenal with
They pick
giving
Poppy,
the right tools
yes,
to
Poppy,
carry
hmm.
and doing it against his whole squad as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's been in great form. I feel like really being a big driving force, and I think the team knows they can rely on him. If we get to these later stages, you know, AD carry's been such an important role, the added resources are given, but he has always been a player where when we've seen him succeed, it's because you put resources into him, and he can always take over in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, and then on the opposite side, you know, you can see the pressure now starting to get to Doran. We saw earlier, it was very talked about, career under pressure, but Doran with the big sigh there. And he's been pushed, but he's had
The
success
curling
here with
finals
T1.
of today,
A lot of the other
Canada,
players on
USA.
T1, they have lost a Best of 5 and have
Really?
felt that before. He hasn't yet and hasn't been there. You kind of wonder if the pressure's gotten to him.
Yeah, I think the thing about Doran is that I feel like he's always nervous regardless of the situation. Like, he's going to play well regardless. So I see that and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's just Doran. I'm not personally too worried
In
about
hockey
him
as well?
under that much pressure. But, yeah, it does look rough. I think for T1, the key is continue playing well around Owner, who's playing really well. I think Pays also had a pretty good beginning of the series, but Owner's really been the linchpin for this team. Not able to do enough on the Zahem, though.
Yeah, I think when it comes to drafts, just have a
Here we
little
go.
more
Hey,
insurance when it comes to
damn.
scoring. And
City
also,
shots.
Dragons are the key. You're so hedged into these sort of Baron setups to win you the game, and I feel like they're just too flippy. Make sure you're locking
Damn,
down
what
the
city is
dragons
that?
when you get that early lead, and you won't be forced to make these bold.
Is that
Baron
Hong
plays
Kong?
to keep backfiring.
Hong Kong on the line here for both these squads. The last Best of 5 victory for D+ Kia over T1 was in 2024, the Worlds qualifier. Can Showmaker and the squad complete the reverse sweep?
All right,
Or will
big lock in
T1
for the draft.
continue the
Fakers
dominance?
locking in.
Let's find out as we send it over to Atlas and Wolf.
Yes, it is time to check in with the circus to see whether it is still allowing admission or whether T1 are going to stop that and just say, no. We are going to Hong Kong and just lock in. We have seen it so many times. We know it is prophesized that T1 just dangles victory in front of their opposition and snatches it away.
DK are the CEOs of going to Game 5s against insert any team possible and then just losing. It's disgusting.
On their faces, at least in when I see their faces, they trust that this Game 5 is still going to be theirs. They're not worried about the momentum swap, but the series
Like, knowing
that you
DK, they're gonna
today
bust
if
out
you're
into
T1
Game
fan,
5 draft. They're gonna have like
everyone
Kled
gets
mid lane,
so
fucking
far.
Nidalee
You
jungle.
probably thought you weren't going to get that much of your money's worth, but now you get to watch your team either potentially bomb out here or stop the reverse sweep. And stopping reverse sweeps in Game 5 is always so tricky because your back is against the wall in terms
Alright, here we
of
go.
your mental. We are
Big pace.
now fearlessly banned
I'm wondering about...
from 40
I'm wondering,
champions
T1's
here.
blue, right? They could
Across
drop the
these
Vi
zones,
ban. This first
we
ban's
have
really
all
important.
the
They could
enchanters
drop it
gone,
and say, let's first
basically.
pick the Vi. Why not?
It's just going to be a
Because you force their hand. They're gonna...
bloodbath here.
Then they have 4 to ban, and I think you get
Is
something.
T1 rather than counterpick this deep and fearless
Because then you can
is a
also
bold
pivot to a
choice that did
Nautilus
not
ban
pay off.
and look for Bard. Yeah, they dropped the Vi ban. So there's the Zoe ban.
Now, especially with the fact that we are in
Bard
the
ban.
woods, right? We are going to see the Bard and Nocturne both be banned away here, but we are down to Zoe.
They banned the Vi on blue.
Obviously,
Scheisse. Okay, same ban.
Well,
Vi.
So
but this
Nocturne.
is interesting.
now the big picks again that we discussed last game are still out there. The Callista is a huge one. The Aurora, which is also
It's a target ban.
flexible, massive
Yorick.
here.
They want Kennen.
This is the Yorick ban.
Ooh, someone wants to play Kennen.
I think
Yeah.
so.
But
At
Kennen
least
first
keeping
pick
the
is ass,
opportunity
or what?
open here. And so what's this final ban going to be? Do you just ban the Callista? Didn't do
Nico's
last
up.
time.
Kallista's up.
Was what they banned in the last game, but they might.
Mundo's up.
But
Corky's
Ziggs
up.
was banned in the last game as
Aurora's
well.
down.
All right, so that one is gonna go.
Oof. There's
What is the
Nico,
first pick?
Kalista,
What did
Renata,
T1
Corky.
wanna get
Yeah, this is
for
the
themselves?
question
Nico,
that I don't
Kalista,
wanna
Renata,
speculate about. I wanna
Corky.
see what
So
T1
bot lane's got
thinks
champs.
is the call here. First pick Kennen would be
There's like...
absurd, and they will
They
do
did
it.
first
Oh
pick the
my
Kennen. Holy
God,
shit.
They will do it.
Do you have an answer into this Kennen?
Kennen counters are gone, and we will pick them up. Let's see what
Is
she
it
wants
just
to
pick
do.
Ornn
So
and
we
just
can see he's not
scale?
exactly too
Is that what he's gonna have to do?
unhappy
Because I don't know if
about
Gwen can play into Kennen. That
Has
sounds
been known to
disgusting.
play a lot of ranged
I
tops,
think
but
Mundo
the
needs to be
Aurora
picked
is
by
gone.
someone.
The Rise is
But what
gone.
engage
The
they gonna
Nard
get
is
with
gone.
Kennen?
The Yorick
Is it time for
gone.
Nessus top into Kennen?
So
Yeah, not exactly.
No, he's gonna
a
go
bad
Gwen.
idea.
It's his
Joins
comfort.
to
It's
look
his
for a
comfort.
Side laning Gwen here.
Interesting choice. Yeah, it can be a tough matchup.
Gwen
into
opens up
the Kennen,
AD
of course,
mids.
because you don't have your mist every single time.
So still waiting
Let's
on the
see what
Kalista,
Lucid wants to
Renata,
do.
Corky, Nico situation.
Xin Zhao is obviously not there, so double circle's not going to be available.
Sejuani could be pretty high up
Sejuani's
in the
okay, but you're
stocks
kind
here
of
if you
giving
can
away that
draft
you're gonna play
around it
Yon
with the
on
Gwen in the
free.
top lane. But it's difficult to lock down a Kennen there. Instead,
Gwen
we're just gonna
Aatrox.
see the Aatrox. When this is without Seraphine
bad.
as well, which has been another. It's the Aatrox
Now,
and
does
the
T1
Mundo that
pick...
really found the most
Oh, they
success
pivoted
with
to
that
Nico.
Seraphine. They pivoted,
Scheisse.
though, to bottom side control.
Oh
and
god,
the
Nautilus is open though.
real
Do you want to play into it?
push on
Kalista
the
Renata,
character here.
Kalista Nord,
This is what we
Kalista
can do on
something,
the blue side
Kalista Pike. I don't know what the fuck's
where
coming
you
out.
see
It's
one on the
something.
other and you go all in on
Yeah.
Kalista Renata.
There it is. And it's Corky on 3.
Understandable, and there's not a whole lot of good
I don't know what else
options
you're
here
picking.
into it.
There's nothing
Oh,
else, surely,
snap.
right?
Just show us your
Jin?
Draven.
I guess you could
Just
go
show
Jin.
even-
I think
show
Jin on
Draven.
3 is
They
okay.
could also just try to play the Corki. I mean, the Corki is still available.
Honestly, Corky Nico pretty good.
Pretty good
Draven,
if
you
can
could go
hit the
Kate,
roots, if
but
you can
nah,
play
you
through
can't
your
go
support,
Kate.
if
That's
you trust
complete.
career.
I mean, you could
Nah,
go
give me
Kate.
the
It's
Draven.
complete Armageddon.
Give me the Draven.
If you trust career.
MF.
He's
Yeah,
fortunate. MF
kind of
instead.
works.
I mean, it kind of does a similar thing.
All
It
right.
does have a lot of, strong
No
lane
one's
presence.
picked their jungler yet.
Stages.
Oh
I
my
wanna see
god.
them build around this wombo combo, though.
Oh my god. I don't know
See
what you're playing in
T1
jungle.
are going
Not
to
gonna
be
lie.
banning away
So
to allow
I need
for
to
that.
open up.
so
I need to
hard
open up
to
jungle
build
pools.
around it now, though. If Rel jungle
What is
was
there?
still a thing,
There's-
it'd be like, all right, I could see the angle
There's
there.
fucking hell. There's Maokai, Mundo, Sejuani, Trundle, Viego,
Poppy. They
Poppy.
could pull in here for Showmaker to make that happen, as we'll see a Victor ban.
Victor banning against Faker makes sense. I'm thinking Syndra right now is really good for DK if they have a good AD jungler. Poppy is also pretty good for DK against Kalista with Poppy ult on Kennen as well. But if you're gonna play Poppy, you're gonna need a Trundle ban.
Yep, I do think that's one of the other.
So if they ban Trundle, they're going Poppy.
And one that Faker
If they're
is just not that
banning,
interested in playing, frankly, in a
I mean,
draft
there's
like this.
Syndra.
Now, do you ban?
What is Faker gonna play this game, by the way?
Soul? Like, what sort of other scaling damage are you really worried about?
What
here?
is
I think
Faker
the
gonna
Victor
play
was
this
the
game?
biggest problem that they had to solve for.
Is he gonna play a Nivea or some shit, or?
And if there's a jungle pick that they know owners been playing that they've run into, they could ban
They're
that
banning
as well.
Trundle for
Trundle's
Poppy.
gonna be what they opt for, which doesn't tell us a whole lot just yet.
I do really like the Trundle, though, just because it's great into MF. So you can
They might go
that,
Poppy.
not have to worry about the whole pillar interrupting your good time with the bullet time.
If we play a war of attrition in terms of scaling with the side lane power
Or
this Gwen
Mundo.
has, I think there is a real
Akali
they
Ben.
ban away this Akali
It's
here
Mundo or Poppy on
for a
4 here.
Smolder to actually
It's kind of
shine through
sketchy
on
because if you pick
either
Mundo,
mid lane,
I think
if
it's
the
the
late
best.
game
But if you
with this
pick Poppy,
Gwen,
you could get more value, but then they could go
be a
Mundo.
potential pickup here.
Yon Akali Ben.
Is
What
it
the fuck
just
is Faker playing?
Sejuani threaten
Is he
Yasuo?
playing Mel with those
I
bans or
always
what?
just want it to be Yasuo, to be honest.
Maokai.
He's going
recognizing
Maokai.
Cannon.
And you also then allow yourself to play double AD carry if you want to. Maokai Tristana has been very strong
Maokai
in the past.
Tristana.
It's AD mid lane for Showmaker.
I think it actually can work here.
It's AD mid laner for Showmaker, 100%. I think Faker. Oh, LeBlanc is not playable. He's gonna have to go a mage.
Is the scaling damage that's here. That's not the victor for Faker, and a lot of zone power here.
And Nivea.
And it works incredibly well if you can control
Is
bottom
it-
side with
but
that Kalista Renata
What
lane.
jungler do you pick with the Nivea Cannon? Are you gonna pick Mundo and just go full AP topside, or like I guess maybe it's fine if you have Kalista, but you're kind of relying on Kalista a lot.
So is the Anivia the choice? And if so, what is
Anivia
the
blind.
punishment going to be out of Showmaker here? As it is going to be locked in. And now, what is Owner going to be playing? In
Owner
the
is
jungle?
laughing,
Needs to
bro.
be a
He's
fair
gonna
bit
play
physical
Mundo. He's
damage, I
laughing,
can imagine.
surely.
You don't really want just solo Kalista. As wow,
Talon
those
is
are some
something I
choices.
thought about.
Talon?
But doesn't really have CC.
Nah.
So relying on the Cannon
Nah.
and the Anivia setup here.
Nah.
And you're also playing into Maokai.
Nah. He's gonna go
makes a
Aatrox.
lot more
Okay, fair
sense
enough.
to me.
Alright, what
although
AD
he's
mid
still
does
gonna
Showmaker
struggle
play? The
with
easy
Maokai.
option is
Any
Tristana.
melee
He could just
or
pick
low-range
Tristana
champions
here,
like the Kalista,
knock back
like
the Cannon.
Cannon that's trying to flank.
But is
will
it
struggle
good
with.
into Anivia? Is there a
Tristana
different
was the one
AD
that
mid?
everyone had on their minds, I think, here. And
Like,
this
Yasuo
composition
sounds
can get
mentally ill.
crazy explosive
Irelia
really fast.
sounds
There's
fucking
a lot
funny.
of side lane
I think it is
power
just
in both
Tristana.
the Gwen and the Tristana here for D+.
And the thing is, I love
Chat, I'm not
Tristana
ads. If you know
for
what ads,
so
you can just
many
tier 1 or 3
reasons
prime,
in this
subscribe and
drop.
support the channel. You don't have to
Because
sub if you
you've
don't want to.
got
Back for the game
Cannon
starts.
that
Here's the
you're
kiss.
worried
After the
about.
ads, you can get ads in the
And
game.
so
If you
what
sub
does
now with tier 1
Buster
subscribe, you
do?
don't get ads for the next 30
Solves
days,
the
including
Cannon problem
all of the
in
finals
one
around the
fell
world.
swoop.
It
And so it's
also
going to be so hard for Doran to find the value
Ooh.
unless they get that ulti on cooldown.
It also has a pretty fun matchup into the.
I think the T1, I think
the
DK's lanes are
you can
hard,
avoid
man.
the wall
Like, getting
entirely with your rocket jump.
Gwen
You
into
can, if
Cannon,
you
that
have
doesn't
any
sound
sort of
fun.
CC set up here by
Tristana
this
into Anivia
Maokai,
doesn't sound fun
run
after
away
like level
with
5.
scrappy fights and skirmishes.
It's probably fine in the
You
first
end
few
up,
levels.
For example, the
And
Aatrox
bot
gets
lane is
popped
just.
by the Maokai, and then
I don't know what the fuck
Tristana
happens
gets
in
a
bot lane
kill.
this game.
You can really go toe-to-toe damage output-wise with the Kalista, even in the mid-game. And the side lane threat here for
Maokai
D+, is
MF Nico,
double
though.
that of T1s, and that is something
That's
that has
a
been
lot of
problem
space.
for T1 in this series. In terms of macro, D+ have gotten the better of them. The wins that T1 got were through big glow-ups from Paige, the big leads that he got, the massive Yunara, the Zeri. That's not necessarily been through the map. That is where D+ have been making the better reads.
Yeah. And one thing that T1 does have that we haven't really spoken about just yet is Paze is playing Kalista. And honestly, oftentimes, that is just enough. It doesn't really matter. It can be Kalista and 4 other champions of any ilk you would like. As long as he's on this champ, he can make magic happen. Let's see whether he can as we get into the Rift for Game 5.
Holy T1 fighting.
One of the times where you are a little bit sad that Faker never uses skins. Because I think base Anivia is probably one of the worst.
Well, it's
because there's so many great Anivia skins.
Sometimes though, you gotta remind people how long you've been playing the game.
True.
Pace
You know what I mean?
Kalista. Scheiße.
Sometimes that old blocky Nintendo 64 Anivia is just. just a little
Look
bit
at
sexy.
Owner.
Wouldn't it be great if you could
He
actually
is
revert,
in
like,
the enemy
character
jungle.
remakes as
Level
well? So,
1,
like,
he
if you
snuck
should
into
pick
enemy
Tarek,
red.
you could actually choose
The
piece of
classic
meat
pathing where
if
your
you wanted
jungler just
to.
clicks in
I-
here
I
or he
would love
clicks in
that.
here.
I'm a big fan of that concept.
Yeah, I know. You are a little bit of an old school gamer.
Yes.
As we know. He's,
Finally,
It
a
might just be a
nostalgia
full
addict, you could
trade
say.
if he goes to
Finally beat Dark Souls 3
Raptors.
last night.
Nice work.
It's hard with the.
How many
trial.
years too late is that?
I think probably like at least 9.
Lucid just cancelled his grump and just clicked
Not
Raptors.
bad. You know, could have been over the like.
Yeah,
the
it's
2
gonna be a
digits.
split
I think
map
you've nailed
here.
it. That's beautifully done. As Showmaker is going to jump in on top of Faker, he will take an entire explosive charge. Not feel too psyched about
a
the whole
full split
situation
map.
here, but he's got a full wave to eat, and I think the Anivia should at least be able to keep up in farm.
The Prio in mid is going to also allow
Doran
Lucid
has
to
Ignite.
get very
Holy
aggressive in the
shit.
jungle, starting with the Raptor camp of Owner here right away. Owner is also on the bottom side of the map, playing through the bottom side Prio,
Yeah,
hoping to generate.
it feels like DK actually got the read this time around. It was Lucid that did this on the Aatrox into, I believe, it's Sejuani, as Faker is taking a lot of damage, but Owner is going to come out of the enemy
Oh
jungle.
my god, he
Flash from
he
Showmaker,
tried to
not sure
flash
how long,
auto to
and
get the
now
W
he's
reset and the
dead.
bomb exploded
Oh,
before.
he gets the egg. There you go.
Oh my
Okay,
god, Showmaker, no man. Oh, I swear, every time this guy gets ganked, it's just a
But
kill or
also, like,
something
look at
good.
Showmaker's face, he's like, you saw nothing, guys.
Yes.
Because that flash was crazy.
All right, now on the other side of things, this is what I was going to say. With the pathing of Lucid, it also punishes the Kennen lane here if he can get over in time. But there's a ward, and because he wasn't actually able to clear fast enough to come over here.
Well, he made an egg.
Before Owner obviously could come and look
That's
for
true.
a potential punish. in this
Eggmaker
slower game
stays
that would
true
have
to his name.
eventuate. He can't actually commit further. That's where I had my eyes before we saw the all-in there from Showmaker, which was well played, but now Faker has flash advantage and only is down an egg.
Yeah, there is also the fact that
Like
that
here, he
Red
tries to
actually
flash
didn't get
auto to
taken.
get the
So
W
it should
reset,
be a
but
3-buff start here for Owner as well, which is fantastic. As we see this once again, flash for us there to stun up Faker's, Showmaker. But I don't know about the flash. You know, he did at least manage to get the egg, but he didn't get the flash. So Faker
Yeah.
is still kind of fine.
Now, he's still Tristana into Anivia, and Anivia got a Dark Seal and a tier. So, you know, you could continue to try to push your advantage here. It's not the end of the world. It's not like, oh, Tristana died, so that's the end of that. But, yeah, not going to have as much power as he would have otherwise liked to. And in this bottom lane, we'll see how much Career can hit, because that's really the determining factor as to whether Smash and Career can actually fight back into this Kalista lane.
And they at least do have a lane that can be pretty powerful in the early stages. MF Nico is not bad at all. But Pays and Carrier, we know what they can do, and it's about the all-ins once level 6
He should
hits.
just
You know,
flash out.
it's like when
it's
you
a
can
tricky
find
one, because if
hostile
Aatrox just
takeover
Qs him,
when
and then he
Carrier
flashes
can
the Q,
play
Aatrox can like W him and then
completely off
QE
the
flash
wall
or Q
aggressive
flash.
because he's got Fate's Call
Might be dead
available.
there no matter what,
That's when
not
things
sure.
get really frightening.
And Pop Blossom into bullet time and stuff like that also, obviously,
Yeah.
incredibly powerful if you can set up. I think a little bit trickier to pull off than, you know, looking for a handshake play that can otherwise be non-committal but feel very safe because of the Fate's Call. And for team fights and scrappy things like that we will see start to happen when this first dragon spawns. And
I'm
elsewhere,
surprised, you know. I think
post-6, that's where the combos
top is
are really
going
gonna
pretty
be
well for
actually
Gwen.
real, as you know, you don't have to necessarily hit the enemy support who has Fate's Call, but maybe you hit Faker, or maybe hit Owner.
Maokai
you
Q
know,
smite,
catch him off
Lule.
guard and end up securing
Are
objectives.
you fucking...
Speaking of objectives, I don't think Lucid's getting much right now.
Phase rush.
Yeah,
La la
Brand
la
Smash
la
does
la
push
la
Owner
la.
away, plus 10 damage, by the way, everyone. As Owner he has Flash, might be able to force Flash out of Lucid, but decides not to. He is just going to enter the enemy jungle, which is right now pretty empty.
All right, things slow down for a minute. Owner is going to check ward here. We'll see the control ward. Still will come over here to annoy Shiu and clear it.
Yep.
Thorn went for Ignite, so there's a lot of extra pressure there.
Owie. Showmaker taking so much damage.
So close to 6.
He should have just
not
sent
there.
it, no?
And that could have actually been
That would've been the
a
difference
kill
maker.
with the Buster Shot. As Doran now with control of this wave, he will have control. But as you can see, she was actually doing just fine. Finally, level 6 is picked up for Showmaker. And we know that Buster Shot is going to be so important.
So he's going
especially later
Gunblade, it's
on.
not AD Cannon.
But even here in the lane, threatening Faker is going to be a big deal. And also for safety, as Needlework comes out, Doran trying to get out of here. Does have the flash available, but snip, snip, and the
Oh, he
stun.
just backstepped
So
out of
Shiwu's
tower
gonna have
range.
to get out of there. Thankfully, the turret
W,
didn't get too mad at him.
Shiwu.
As Doran, still with the Ignite in hand.
Shiu doesn't have
go back.
teleport either, but is going to be able to stay in this lane.
Yeah, T1 get
TP,
Drake.
Speaking of, going out for Showmaker here as T1 try to take this dragon. And I think they should be able to get it here. There's just no real way to close the gap for D+. Showmaker's TP, obviously his 2 lane isn't going to get him there any faster. They didn't have bottom side prio, nor do they have those critical ults for the skirmishes we were just discussing to come over there and kind of try to cheat their way into a dragon contest. So that is going to be first dragon over to T1. Crazy we could have another Infernal Soul here with Chemtech as the second.
That would be crazy.
It's starting to get a little boring. Like, I usually am a big fan of Infernal, but
maybe it's a Cloud this time.
Infernal goes hard.
I feel like
Yeah, this is
T1
looking hard to
series
lane, man.
always has a Cloud Soul in
I think it's
So I think we're
just...
kind of due.
This Tristana needs some
so
gold injection ASAP and just
it's
needs to
not
get
gonna
on
be
the side
any
lane.
Tech dragons.
Faker is loving life.
no.
But
The Tristana can never jump in. The only time Tristana can jump in onto Faker is if he just randomly throws his Q to try and trade, but he never needs to do that. He should just walk up and R.
And it's game 5, DK versus T1. He's probably going to be paying attention in a series like this. As Lucid stealing away some more Raptors, feeling good about that one as Faker gives Showmaker
Wait,
the good
Faker
old
did a thumbs up? What?
Still has flash, but
What?
this is
Faker
a
emoted?
Maokai with ult.
Yeah, there is the nature grasping, gets the flash
I've never
out,
seen Faker emote.
and just keeps walking.
And they know that Owner is likely nearby, so
Like,
he's
no
not gonna
joke.
commit
That
any
guy just
further
doesn't
here.
press
Takes
emotes.
a lot of damage.
Yeah, Lucid.
What the fuck is that
gonna be
damage?
able to get
Oh,
over this
nice
wall,
W.
and Faker going to stop him from having a good time. I believe did not have too much frost.
Oh my
on
god,
the
Maokai.
And Lucid is able to get that smite very, very quickly.
He must have
Nice
misclicked
handshake
that
onto
emote.
Korea there, who does get the snare onto Pace. My
Ooh.
god, that damage.
BF sword,
Pretty
MF.
unreal.
Yeah. Wow, okay.
And that's
That's
the
a
end of that
BF sword
phase.
back, by
Yeah.
the way.
That's a big one. Keria could have been Fate's call. There's now Showmaker's just going to go in again.
Yeah.
Faker still has a little bit of mana. This is somewhat risky.
So, Buster Shot is available here. Showmaker decides not to
He has-
use it.
he has egg.
Available there for Faker, so he can play a
Egg
little
maker
bit more
can't fight that.
aggressively. Meanwhile, here towards the bottom side, they desperately want to get that plate. They're unable to do so. That is just prepared for them for next time.
Okay,
Yeah.
mid frozen as well.
So many near successes.
Faker
here
froze
for
the mid wave,
D+,
so
in
he
this
can just
game.
run back or
Not
TP back, and he's
eventuated
living
in anything big or
living
real
good.
just yet. T1 picking up these small leads. It's the MF lead in CS though that is really the one that you're holding on to, and it's
Oh,
gonna
I get
even
it.
have
Froze
a
the
little
wave
extra plate
because
money
he's
on
an
top of it
ice
here with
bird.
this extra
Wait, that was
hit
kind of
on
funny
the
without me
bottom
knowing.
turret.
Yep.
Ah, bro, I'm
And the
full of
top
jokes.
lane, you know, this
I'm
Gwen
full
is
of
doing
them.
really well.
I'm
So
full of
far into
jokes.
This cannon pick here for Doran, so that's a big boon here for D+, because if your Gwen falls too far behind to be a threat in sides, it really hurts your game plan heading to mid game and beyond.
I feel like Shiu has really exceeded my expectations in this matchup. Obviously, it was a blind cannon, so Shiu feels confident in this matchup regardless, but I didn't know that this early on it would be going this well. So that's fantastic. Does have his Boots of Lucidity already completed. Wanted to make sure that he has as much movement speed up here, but also getting as much ability haste as he can find.
He also loves his jungler Lucid, so.
True.
Also
And he
signs
also
off on
likes
it.
having flash available, which I imagine is something that you would like. All right, Showmaker is once again going to have to deal with that Glacial Storm as Shiu
Okay.
doesn't quite find the needlework
missing the
of
ults,
this
all good.
time.
Kind of a scary moment there for Doran if he wants to try to go back in with the Maokai so close by. T1 gonna try to look for something here on the bottom side, I suppose, but Faker just gonna leave, and I think that'll probably be the end of the aggression. A lot of pings going down here. Yeah, they are aware that Paze and Keria are otherwise missing here. There just isn't really anywhere for them to go, so handled it well, and now
He's still
this
freezing
Gwen
mid.
has
Brrr.
3 grubs, so that's very good for D+. Also, the Tristana has 3 grubs, so side lane win cons I was talking about before, very strong here for D+, now significantly empowered.
No, that wasn't mine. I read it. I read a chat
Actually,
message. That
is
wasn't
this-
mine.
is
No,
this the
stop it.
first grubs that D+ have
That
been
wasn't
able to
mine.
take so far this series? Sort of feels like to me.
Oi,
He's
big
now
Maokai
Doran,
ult.
maybe
Oh,
in
the
trouble.
flash. He tried to
nature
flash
is
over it.
grasping
Ignite. He had
against
tower
Shiu.
range. Maybe he can
Gets
kill.
stunned up. Does he have the snips? The
Dead.
answer is
Okay.
yes. Lucid
No
gonna
1
be
for
the
1.
to lock down
Was
that
close
kill
to
as
being
now
1
we
for
are
1.
one apiece between these two teams in game 5. And DK getting the money where they want it.
Okay, DK is
Although I
getting
guess,
some leads
Lucid
through
getting
top.
the kill is not
If
great,
bot
but
lane
Shiu
doesn't
getting
get
any sort
Dovin,
of
they're
advantage
okay. Looks like
is
they won't get
exactly what
Dovin.
D+1.
Shiwu is going to be the
Who
one
would've
to carry
thought
this game.
that
Shoemaker
this
is
Maokai pick would come
600
out
gold down.
again was what B&K used to great effect against T1 last time. It's Lucid playing it now with Chronicler watching on as an
This Tristana
ex-LCK
is
commentator
useless.
who was very critical of Lucid's Maokai throughout the early days of his career, but making a huge impact
Okay,
here
Cannon no
already
flash.
in this game. As we're 1-on-1 apiece, T1 with a small gold lead, but I can't help but feel like the grub value here is going to be out of control as long as D+ get a chance to utilize it, especially when you have moments like this where Doran's pushed off.
Doran
the map.
tries to flash over it, but he
drops
just
his
gets caught
ultimate
in
here.
it.
Shiu has to flash.
Maybe would have been better if he stayed under the
Doran plays
tower.
this actually
I think he
really
could have
well.
lived.
He does not quite have
But that's
enough damage
hindsight,
even with
Andy.
the Ignite.
Yeah, didn't quite get there. But still, that is a fair bit invested. We'll see whether there is sort of a turnaround gank or something like that. But right now you can see this Dragon is getting started up. And it looks like D+ are not going to contest it. Lucid up here towards the top side of the map. And so Chemtech Dragon going to be picked up here by T1.
The argument
Cloud. Give me the Cloud. Give me the Cloud. Mountain. Okay.
Mountain, okay. The argument for not going for the contest here for D+ is just that they think they're going to
BT
have
for Smashy.
a little bit more scaling range
Bot's
damage
going
here
pretty
with
chill.
this Tristana later on. They don't want to fight into this Kalista early, especially without setup there on the bottom side
Oh,
of
she
the
was
map.
damage.
So instead, just index through top side.
Well, needlework comes out.
What? It's just a kill.
Solamolo for Shiu, and the entirety of this side
It's
of
just a
Lopar,
kill.
the D plus side just erupted in the Shiu chant. That was very cool.
Very cool indeed. And that's 2 deaths for Doran on this Kennen. The last time he played Kennen, he had a great game on it. This is not looking the same type of scenario.
Give him
here
comfort,
as
give him
he
comfort,
has
fuck
this
it.
Counter pick to the Gwen, fell behind, and now